8 months after we were last here at the Sparta Club, we are back in the Netherlands and we're going to have a feast of T10 action this week. We have 5 teams all here ready for T10 glory, including the host Sparta. They're up first. And I tell you what, this barn looks like it might need a lick of paint. I'm Mr. Maximo. Corey's here as well. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Netherlands and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world and welcome to another big day in European cricket. Well, it's going to be a big week really as we are back in the Netherlands a little bit earlier in the season this time. But we've got 5 really talented teams coming your way for a 1-week series. 6 days, Monday to Saturday, and it starts with day 1 today. 4 T10 matches and a feast of cricketing entertainment here at the Sparta ground. And it is the host Sparta Cricket 1888 who are taking on Voorburg Cricket Club here in matches 1 and 2. The coin toss is important. Well, King Rob, he's on home turf and the tournament referee has the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss for match number 1.
Munt. Munt is called. Het is munt. We're going to have a ball first.
So it's VCC. Voorburg have won the toss and they've elected to field first. And don't mind that. It's a kind of a little bit cautious strategy, but it gives them a chance to work their way into the game. And certainly Voorburg have boldened their squad this year. I mean, I do think they've got some really good names in there. Vivian Kingma will be playing for VCC. He's somebody we've seen plenty of on ECN, of course, and Baz Delata will be leading them. Musa Ahmed as well, Shariz Ahmed, the brothers. I do think they're really exciting players to watch, and I think we'll see plenty of action from them. But the host Sparta Cricket, they're down a couple of personnel today, but still think their captain, Hughes Martin Snurp, he won't mind batting first and getting the runs on the board. Let's talk about the conditions today, and we are in Capella, just outside Rotterdam in the Netherlands. Beautiful sunshine here today. We're expecting a maximum temperature of about 16, a little bit chilly at the moment. It's about 5 degrees, but I can tell you what, about a week or 2 ago, there was snow. This ground was under about 4 inches of snow, so it's actually fantastic. The weather has cleared up, and I think we're in for great conditions. Well, here is a man. He's in a slightly better condition than last week. Corey Ruckers is back, and he's fighting fit and ready for action, and he knows plenty about these teams as well. Corey, let's get ready for the start of the Dutch series. The news from the toss in match 1 is that VCC, they've won the toss, and they're going to have a bowl.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu, and welcome back everyone around the world for more T10 action. We're here in beautiful Capella, Rotterdam, my home, and really happy that we can be back out here with the sun shining and some fantastic cricket coming up for you. VCC versus Sparta. Looking forward to this, and there's some big names we need to look out for there. And you can see at the top of the lineup for Voorburg, they're bowling first, but when we watch them a little bit later with the bat, Buster Later and Musa Ahmed, looking forward to that opening combination, and obviously Vivian Kingma with the ball down the bottom. We look at the Sparta cricket lineup. I've heard they're going to get a bit stronger throughout the week, but there's a few names there. Look out for Danish Umar out there at number 4. Joost Martijn Snoep, the captain, he'll probably be there at 6. And, well, you've got Ivo Hornweg, I believe that will be the Karate Kid. He's listed down the bottom, the Autobate handy with the ball also. So looking forward to seeing this match up. For me, VCC, this game, I think they're going to be a little bit too strong. But you never know in this crazy game of T10 cricket, and anything can happen. Gives me a good opportunity to welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India via FanCode. Hope you're doing well on this Monday. And everyone also on the YouTube chat. Hope you're well. Hope you're back. And yeah, sorry I missed finals on Portugal Saturday. Disappointed not to be there, but congratulations to Marlo. They were definitely worthy victors over there, and now we're in sunny Rotterdam. So looking forward to this week. So it should be a good week. We've got Salland also competing, Kampong, and some really talented lineups. So interesting decision, I think, as well, to see VCC bowl first. I would have thought it'd be nice morning to sort of get out there, a little bit of dew, and absolutely try and whack it to all parts. But obviously might be a tactic they want to put in all week. Boundaries are normal regulation ECS size, about 50 metres, so I expect to see some pretty high scores. And early guess for this week with some decent batting lineups around, maybe about 120 to 125 might be around par. Be quite difficult for the bowling units to keep it down. And the players just entering the fray of your screens now, so we're almost set to get underway for a nice start here this morning in Rotterdam. You see us in the background in the commentary cube. I like that camera angle. That'll be good. We can watch us from a long way away. Vinny Sandhu can't be getting up to too much this time. Looks like the opening batsman walking out there. And looks like it will be Buster later. No, he's not going to start with the ball. He's going to be captaining. He's just marshalling the troops. It looks like it might be Navjot Singh with the new ball. Yeah, it does. His left arm over the wicket. Talked a lot about left arm bowlers recently in T10s, and they've got really good numbers. They seem to be quite efficient in this format. So Navjot, very talented bowler. Used to play his cricket at RBS a couple of years ago. Actually ran into him at Spain at the ECL. He was out there. Happened to be in Spain and passing and decided to come down to the cricket. He'll be bowling to Noor and Sardar in a few moments. Looks like it's going to be a deep mid on a deep square leg. We're in place. Slight delayed start. We're probably 1 minute behind the clock at the moment, but that can happen on these Monday mornings. You can see the chalk being thrown from the umpire. So everything a little bit far behind, but we're almost there. Right, we're already set to go. First ball of the Capella ECS. Here we go. Oh, and it starts with a rank fully. It's just been pushed respectfully into the offside. And it's good movement around from the VCC favour, but pretty loose start. He gets away with that. It's going to be a dot ball. And yeah, having a look at these two lineups, Sparta look a little bit weaker on paper for me this morning than usual. I think they'll be a bit stronger later in the week. It's not always easy to get everyone out early from a working week. It's another fully, and this time he's not going to pat it just to the offside. He picks it up beautifully, and it's going to be signalled for by the umpire. So that'll open up the proceedings. First boundary of this tournament. And Navjot, just a little bit sloppy to start. And nice batting, actually. Just picks it up. It's a deep square leg in operation and deep mid on. That's well bowled. Inside edge into the leg side, and they'll scamper through for a single. So good running from these two young players. I've not seen too much about them, actually. Sparta with the lineup that a couple of fringe players getting a go here this morning early. Good opportunity for them to stamp their authority on the competition. Maybe show a few people in Dutch cricket what they're about. I know we'll have a lot of Dutch viewers in the YouTube chat this week. Please feel free to get your questions in and talk all things cricket. I'm sure we'll talk about a few signings this week as well, because VCC have almost bought everybody. That's a foolish ball outside the off stump, which is left alone. You usually see batsmen throw their hands straight away. Harshal Gaming saying, wasn't Musa playing for Sparta yet? Just a couple of years ago, he played for Sparta in the ECS, but he's playing his club cricket now for VCC. He's signed for them this year. This time he doesn't leave it alone. Another dot ball. Yeah, so Musa Ahmed was playing in the ECS for Sparta, sorry. Came out, played a couple of games. He's also played his club cricket at HCC, but this year he's moved to VCC because VCC have got their checkbooks out. And they've decided they might try and win the league this year, I think. High in the air. This should be the first wicket, and it's dropped, and it's a collision early. Well, I hope everyone's okay. That could have been a lot worse. Oh, it could be run out anyway. Oh, I tell you what, that might be close. Will we be going up to the limited review system? Not too sure that's been communicated yet. I hope there is a limited review system. Look there, absolute shocking mix-up by the two fields there. Harold Volgala, hope he's okay. He came streaming in. It sort of looped over the cover fields. We're not too sure whose catch it was. That's an opportunity missed, and more than thankfully, not an injury. This was the not out decision for the run out. Yeah, that was definitely correct by the umpire. Yeah, very thankful that wasn't more serious. Takes us to the end of the first, and it's 6 for none. And a few people asking me where Vinny Sandu is. He'll be back just in a moment. He's just doing a little bit of extra work this morning. So Shahriz Ahmed, just back from his tour of New Zealand, the young man. He's going to start with his leggies, well bowled and chipped into the offside. Just the one, unless there's a direct hit. Don't think there's, yes, a young Shahriz, he won the, I can't remember if they took a 15 or 16 man squad, but he got the final ticket to go to New Zealand, and he's a very talented young bowler. You would have seen him play in the ECC last year as well. Nice conventional drive to the offside. So seeing some conventional batting at the moment. This won't last for long. We're going to see a bit of power hitting surely soon. But yeah, young Shahriz is very talented. One to look out for in the future of Dutch cricket. Hasn't officially made his debut for the national side, but good to see him in the squads and around the traps. Obviously, Ryan Campbell, the national coach, has a keen eye on him. Once again, blocked into the offside. So you do see this sometimes in some T10 competitions. Teams come out a little bit sedately because they're not too sure about how they should go about it, especially if you haven't played the format too much. So it's another dot ball. So he's deep mid-wicket, deep square in place. Sort of bowling these sliders, skidding in. Tries to loft that, doesn't get much of it. So plenty of dot balls building here, and Sparta Cricket going to try and up the tempo a little bit. Hit out or get out to show us something a little bit more aggressive than this. Otherwise, they're not going to make enough runs here. That VCC team, very strong batting lineup. That's a better shot. Hit into the hole in the leg side, but gets around to it. It's just the one run. That's Musa out there, who we were just talking about, doing the patrolling. But yeah, we'll probably see the fielding standard you would hope from last week. A lot more improved. And here's the run rates by the day of 2020 and 2021. And there was the overall tally of 10.7. So, I mean, 107 they say is par overall. That's going around Europe. And sorry, this is from the Netherlands, in the Netherlands. So I have a feeling that as the week goes on, it'll get around that mark again, if not a little bit more. Usually on the Monday and Tuesday it starts a little bit early, a little bit slower, and teams are trying to find that groove again. What's interesting about this competition this year is that it's a pre-season competition, so I think the players will really value their time out there. That's a full ball and miss outside the off stump. So Ali Kazim, he's come into the attack here, and yeah, I have a feeling that the players will definitely enjoy a little bit of sunshine and also just getting the motor skills going again, playing cricket in an April competition. Edged, and that will fly away for 4. No third man in place, but that's good intent from Nor. Tries to throw his hands through the offside, gets a feather edge and flies away. No slip fieldman in place. Can't do much about that. But that's the intent we want to see from Sparta. You can't be out there just pushing it into the offside and leg side. Got to throw the hands at a few balls, and that's good batting. A little bit of luck, but fortune favours the brave. 4 runs. So a slight adjustment to the field. Looks like they're going to bring in deep square, and they're going to, well, the old chase of the ball. Always feel that once that happens, once you chase, it never comes back. But third man put in operation now. Inside edge, thickest part of the bat through to mid-wicket, and they'll get through for a single. So most of the inner ring fieldsmen are on the ring, so any contact on bat on ball should be an easy one. play and miss outside the off stump. So very steady morning so far. This was the expected scores, though. Well, Sparta, they're expected to win this game by one run. Tell you what, if that happens, we're in for a bit of a doozy. 107, 106. I don't think we're going to get even close to that. I'm thinking this will be a lot lower scoring. You see the average runs for 116 versus 104. That's a nice looking drive, though. Can he get down? He can't. Can he chase it down? He can't. We told you the boundaries are small. If you beat that in a ring, it's going to go for 4. And Sada, he gets his first boundary. And maybe these two batsmen are starting to tick. That was a little bit too full. That's a lovely looking drive. Stays leg side of it. And 4 runs. Let's not forget, Vivian Kingmar's in this VCC lineup. A few people wondering maybe why he hasn't bowled just yet. I'm going to take a punt. Probably a little bit dewy out there for big Viv Kingmar. And probably protecting those ankles as well. See, that's a shot there where you can throw your hands at that. You can see him kick in disgust because it's an easy dot ball. It takes us to the end of the power play. And the score now, 17 for none. Good opportunity to welcome back good friend, co-commentator, Vinny Sandu. Vinny, good morning. How are you? Welcome to Rotterdam. Welcome to my home.
Thank you, Corey. It's great to be here. Morning, everyone. Hope you're well. And it's fantastic to be back here. And how good is this weather at the moment?
I mean,
all
mate,
sorts of,
we've turned it on for you.
All sorts of talk about snow and things like that. The snow's melted away, and what I see is a beautiful cricket ground on a Monday morning. And it's great to have your company. Looks to me like Amrit Singh is going to bowl over number 4.
Yeah, hit into the leg side. It'll just be a single. Yeah, good to have you here, Vinny, in sunny Rotterdam. It's never cold in Holland. It's always good weather, and it's 23 tomorrow. And I'm telling you, 23 days a short stay here. Get the shorts out. Get the pins out.
I'll have to find some coloured shorts because it's pretty beautiful at the moment. No real wind to speak of either. This ground's pretty as a picture. These two teams would like to get off to a good start. I think it's also better timing for the series here. We'll talk about that a little bit more as the day goes on.
Full ball, outside off, and he just scampered through for a single as it goes to cover. Yeah, the timing of the series, Vinny, you're absolutely right. This is pre-season. Usually we're here in September. It's a bit of windy and wild weather. But no, it's April. I mean, top class of the season. What's the date today, Vin? What are we running on?
The date is the 11th of April.
So the season officially starts here in 12 days.
Yeah.
23rd.
So I think it's a great time to have it, as long as the weather's good, which it is.
And again, it's a wild waft. And just a dot ball.
I mean, moment Sparta just struggling to get going, aren't they, the host?
It's not their strong. They don't seem stacked this morning, do they?
Down on a couple of personnel, I think, early in the week. But VCC, you mentioned, they're bringing it in 22, aren't they?
Oh.
I think it's their 90th anniversary, and I think that's why another reason they really are focused on performing well.
Well, how long we'll end up talking about their signings, obviously, throughout this week and what they're trying to do there, but also just 2 big players coming in. The Ahmed brothers also signing, as well as local swaps from HCC, and I believe young Shariz might have been playing at Green and White up in Amsterdam. So it's a big move for VCC this year, really trying to establish themselves as front runners in the league. As that's hit down the ground, should just be the one and is just a single.
So we're set up as well. I know that a lot of people on Cube watch.
It's not.
Let's just say that like happens no wind at the moment because there would be some issues and the cube is not secured, but the cube is up. So a bit of cube info for you all. His last ball, the 4th. It's driven away nicely and it's over cover, and this will be a boundary. So Sada trying to get something going, gets him up to run a ball pace, and the score at the end of 4 overs now is 24 for no loss. So Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and with you is Corey Ruckers. And oh, you're looking pretty big there. Is that because you put your chair up a little bit and you've got a bit closer to the camera?
Oh, I got a little bit of rest over the weekend, Vinny.
Nice to have you. And the thing is, I'm so glad that you're back because I know you weren't feeling well. I knew it wasn't anything too sinister, but yeah, Corey, great to have you back. And you're feeling fighting fit, are you?
Yeah, fighting fit. Nice to be home and nice to watch some good level cricket this week. And yeah, disappointed I didn't get to the final in Portugal, but congratulations to Marlowe who ended up winning it.
I know you watched a fair bit of that. There's this start of the 5th over. Just 1, so they have to find a way to get some boundaries here, and pretty quick.
Yeah, so they're sort of caught in that funny no man's land where they're a bit technical in a funny way, Vinny. Like, they're not power hitting. They're just working some ones. They've got to step it up. They're going to need to get at least around 3 figures, you would imagine.
I do remember Razanor played for Pioltello in the Milan series
What?
last year.
Really?
In Italy, yeah.
There you go. This is why you get the big bucks, Vinny. That is lofted lovely into the leg side and is going to go for 6. So finally, we see a bit of aggression. And it's Sada who lofts a low fully for 6 runs and good batting.
It gets just enough, doesn't it? And it's just slightly over pitch from Shariz. And I actually mentioned him last week, didn't I? When I was asked in the chat, some of the young players I liked the most that I'd seen in ECN cricket. And Shariz Ahmed was right up there for me, but a little bit dewy, probably not the easiest conditions for him to grip the ball. I like about him is he can bowl any time in the innings as well.
Yeah, he can, but that can also happen. But his brother's going to catch it. Oh, and it's a bit of... Oh, no, it's gone for 6. Well...
I'm not so sure it is 6, you know.
No, he signalled 6, Vinny, so it's going to be a 6.
Yeah, but I mean, have a look at this. And this is just, I'm eyeballing it based on what I saw on the screen. Because unless...
He's touched the rope
there.
there.
Does he touch the rope there? So if he doesn't, he's fine. Because... Yeah, but if he has said he's touched the rope, then...
I think it's that foot there, yeah.
That step.
Yeah, it's his very first step. And knowing Musa, he's a pretty honest young man. Yeah. I don't think he's going to lie about it. So that would have been a spectacular catch to start this week off.
It's a big swing, isn't it?
Back-to-back 6s. Just blocks it. There's another ball that could have gone potentially. But that gives Sparta Cricket 1888 a bit of life in this game.
In 1888, that is the year that they first played their cricket match. It was...
Well, you'd hope so.
Was founded on April 1, and they played their first game on April 2 in 1888.
Really?
So
that must have been a big signing night, that April 1.
April 1.
Big contract. It
wasn't an April Fool's joke.
No, it wasn't.
And so, what's that? So they just would have had their birthday as well. What's that, 120? I'm going to say 134. There you go.
Yeah, so there's a lot of clubs around here that... Yeah, very old, very established. I know VOC Rotterdam's 1895. Oh, hit hard back to him. He's not picked up. Vivian Kingmar doing the patrolling. Good fielding. Flicks it to his mate there. And that's Harold Vogelaar. And throws it in. And almost decapitated your young favourite player, Vinny.
Yeah, it was almost...
he didn't see it.
Either he didn't see it or he did see it and he didn't want too much to do about it. Maybe the second. Anyway, it's halfway through this innings now. Sparta trying to get something going now. It's 38 for no loss after 5.
That might be one of my questions for the viewers. I reckon there might be some Dutch viewers in this morning that are watching. I know Stuart Werman will be somewhere watching. Maybe we can find out the ages of the cricket clubs that are playing in Holland. Maybe playing this week because, yeah, they're very old.
I think that VCC is 90 this year. That's just what I heard on the grapevine.
Yep.
Something I looked up. And that's one reason that they really are... wanting to have a successful season. You mentioned they've gone after a few players. And here is Rehan Waheed.
Oh, this could be the first catching opportunity. Vivian Kingmar comes trolling in and he takes in a very safe catch. That's the first wicket of the ECS here in Capella. Third time we've been out here. Vivian Kingmar, good catch from him. Nice safe hands and it's the first wicket, Vinny, and a good reward. VC have bowled pretty well this morning.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those challenge lengths, isn't it, that Nevada tries to go over the top but doesn't get the timing. So Sparta lose a wicket. May not be the worst. Doesn't mean someone else gets a chance to see if they can finish this innings. And with that, it's 38 for 1.
Yeah, you can see there. That's a nice safe catch from Vivian Kingmar. Plenty of international experience as well. And he'll be doing most of his work down at mid-on. He's a good fielder. Brings a man to the crease. Looking forward to watching Prifty Balwat Singh. He gives it a whack. Now, if he can bat any length of time, 10 to 12 balls, he can make a quick fire 30. He doesn't hold back. He looks to hit it a long, long way. You still feel they should probably be around that 50 to 55 mark at the moment, at the least. Good reward, though, for Rehan Waheed. He gets the wicket off his first ball of the week. Always nice. Yeah, it's great to see some cricket here in April. The weather's been good the last few years in April in Holland. It's about time we start making use of it.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I know you had a few cold days in Portugal. Wicket for Waheed, first ball. Ideal start for his series. Here's a player, and I think I'll enjoy watching live for the first time. Baz Deleda. Quite a few classy players.
The Prince of Warburg, they call him.
Yep.
His dad was the king, Tim Deleda, an old stalwart of Dutch cricket. He's doing well now, coaching around the traps in the Netherlands. But yeah, young Bas, you'll be looking forward to seeing with bat and with the ball later in the week while he comes in again. That's a gorgeous looking stroke, and that's going to go for 6. Well, nice batting from the young man. And Nor, you said you've seen a little bit about him, Vinny.
Well, when I say I've seen a little bit of him, I mean a little bit, because I only saw him face 3 balls.
Good 3 balls, though.
He did play a couple of games in the series, because unfortunately Piottello in Milan, who was a format that I think had something like 8 or 9 teams, but teams just had 3 matches, and if they weren't in the top half of their group of 4, they were out of the tournament.
Oh, wow.
In the first couple of days. So, unfortunately, they weren't able to make the cut.
As he pulls that into leg side, that's young Shariz out there. Should do the mopping up just for a single.
Italy is somewhere that it's going to be really interesting this year as well, because we're going to have 5 weeks there, 5 individual locations. Might be able to get you down for a bit of it. I know you're busy in the summer. It's going to be in July. And basically, it'll be like a mini ECL. You'll have kind of group weeks based on region, and then a Super Series the final week. And the winner of that will qualify for ECL. So that should be super interesting.
Yep.
Depending on the different regions, there's different amounts of teams as well. So I think we might even have like 11 or 12 teams in a week. It's going to be pretty competitive.
I've got a question about the cube for you, Vinny.
Yeah, please go
I
ahead.
feel like she's blocking the sun and keeping our temperature 5 degrees cooler.
Also means we can see the screen, but don't worry. You can always just pop out the side of the tent if you need to.
Not sure about that, Vinny.
Not happy about
good
the
weather
cube
this
placement.
week. Pushed into the offside, a dot ball to finish.
As you know from being here, the sun will come around and we'll get plenty of sunshine. Don't worry about that. Anyway, 6 overs down, 46 for 1.
I hope you're right, Vinny.
There we are. In the background. And,
well, yeah, you look now. Look at aesthetically. How beautiful is this ground?
Oh,
gorgeous.
It's wonderful. Actually, that's a good shot of kind of how we see the ground as well there with the trees and the old scoreboard and the barn. I love the barn. So, St. Shariz Ahmad is the only bowler that's bowled out so far. Did you like the little intro coming out of the barn?
Not going to lie. It was okay, but I was just going to ask you, does it need another coat of paint?
That's exactly what I said.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I said.
So obviously I didn't watch it.
Obviously, you watched it with the sound down, so I do appreciate that. But anyway, let's move on, and it's going to be Navjot Singh here to bowl over number 7. Sparta, 46 after 6.
Yeah, it's really time to get going with everything. They've got 23 balls left in this innings and 9 wickets in the shed. They need a lot of boundaries. It's good bowling from Navjot, just pushing it across the right-hander. Taking it away from him. Yeah, what can they do? They've got to try and maybe a bit inventive or get themselves going a bit. There we go. Unfortunately, he hasn't got it out the meat of the bat. Should be caught. Is put down. Well, that'll be disappointing. He's got a smile on his face. I'm not sure his captain will, though. Buster later. That should have been held. He sort of tracked in a couple of metres and it just went straight through, Vin.
Yeah, just kind of hung it there a long time. A little bit surprised the keeper didn't go after that as well. Delanga, but in the end, the fielder coming in couldn't quite hold on.
High in the air, also going to land right in between the 2 men patrolling straight. Just a single. It's not through lack of trying, Sparta. They just haven't got their timing going this morning, Vin.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, and it's bound to happen. I think I identified this in Portugal as well early in the series where teams aren't coming off a lot of cricket, and particularly batting. I think the timing is so crucial that you might not see them hitting too many in the middle of the bat first up. I expect scores to rise across the board as the week goes on.
I'm still surprised that VCC didn't elect to bat first this morning. I think with the conditions, would have been a good opportunity to get the batsman out there and put something big on the top board and sort of stamp their authority here. But obviously electing to bowl first might be a tactic from them.
Seems to be working as well so
Does
far.
it?
What, bowling first?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they've got them at 72 pace, probably 70 pace at the moment. Also means you know when you're batting how aggressive you need to be. So I can see why teams sometimes are more inclined to bowl first and be a bit...
What do you think usually with the dew factor in the morning?
That's
though?
the issue, though. Yeah, the conditions. But I suppose you're having to field an hour later anyway if you field second. Changes a bit, but not that
High in the air. Will Vivian Kingma be able to get in? No. It's going to land just over the bowler's head. Not through lack of trying. And, well, they just couldn't get one out the middle of the bat. That over. Very sedate. 49 for 1 after 7, Vinny.
Yes, 49 for 1. Let's have a look at some of the top performers here, Corey. And these are based on their ECS statistics. So you can see for VCC, for Vorberg, I picked up Musa Ahmed, who we'll see in the second half of this game. And also, Vivian Kingma is third in their run score as well. He's coming in very low, but I mean, some of these players have played before, some haven't. So certainly something to watch out for.
That's hit hard into leg side. Should be caught, and that's a good catch by the young Shariz Ahmed, your young superstar. He made good ground to his left. Got a little bit low on him. You can see him smiling. I think that's more relief than anything, but it takes a good, safe catch in the end.
Yeah, it does take a good catch. And I know that he's really good in all aspects of the game. I think particularly his bowling is what he's in the team for, but also that's a pretty good catch in these conditions. Slippery ball. Not particularly hot. I think we're up to 7 degrees, so that's okay. But, yeah, I mean, pretty chilly. And so that leaves a second wicket, 49 for 2, and that brings Wahab Umar to the crease. Yeah,
Wahab Umar. Don't know too much about him. We'll see how he goes, but I think that's a good wicket for Sparta and for Vorberg. Wasn't through lack of trying from young Razanor, but just didn't have the power to accelerate at the right times.
Yeah, he's probably a bit short of cricket. I mean, that's going to happen. And look, one of the other things is, you might be rusty with the ball, but you get a few more opportunities with the ball. You can bowl a bad ball, but then still come back and bowl a good over.
Yep.
But if you play a bad shot, or if you just miss a shot or miss-hit a shot, you can be out and that's it. So I think that's why it often takes the batters a bit more time to get going and to kind of have the confidence to go for the shots.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said, Vinny. You're always in fine form on a Monday morning as he comes again. That's blocked. I'll tell you what, Sparta might be thinking this is a 50-over game still. They do realise this is a T10 competition.
It's a pretty good ball, though.
It's a T10 competition, Vinny. I've seen more blocks.
Well, we can't all come out in the 10th over and whack them a few.
I've seen more.
Some of the other batters have to build an innings.
I've seen more blocks in my Lego stack back home, Vinny.
Well, let us know what you think. Liam Day saying a couple of Belgian ECC players are playing. Yeah, well, I know that they don't have them right now. But yeah, I did mention, and I'll tell Corey as well, that a couple of the Belgian ECC players playing this tournament that we'll see. Well, I should see Ali Raza for Sparta.
Yeah, he'll be around. Khalid Ahmadi has signed for Sparta this year, so he's playing his whole year here. He's smiling assassin. I love Khalid.
That's the other one I was
what a human.
He's been playing for Veni Vidivici last year.
Just a single into the offside, yes. Well, at the moment, Sparta is having a net. Almost. They need to get on with it. They've got to get into the deep in the box and show us some power hitting.
Yeah, easier said than done, but yeah, you're right. You've got to be brave.
There we go. And that's what bravery will get you. If you throw your hands sometimes, fortune favours the brave, and that scoots away for 4 through third man.
Yeah, good batting. I suppose good result is what I mean. And ultimately, they seem to find a way to scrape to... I mean, something like 80 or something might be competitive first up. I mean,
not a chance, Finn. Have you seen that batting lineup from VCC?
I'm looking at it, but all I'm going to say, the reason I say might, is that, again, players may be a bit short of cricket.
Buster Later was facing Kyle Jamison last week.
Yeah.
Now he's here.
I said some, but yeah, you do mention some players that have come. But again, the travel, I'm trying to make a case here, but I would expect VCC, no matter what the target, to be pretty confident chasing it. But first game of new series, new format as well.
Well, you always say anything can happen, and maybe you'll be right again. It does take us to the end of the over. Sparta, 1888, just struggling a little bit to get on with it here. You can see, we've still got the worm, Vin. It's a new week. You promised me.
One thing at a time.
You promised me.
One thing at a time.
Look, it looks like they're flying.
Yeah, well, just look at this. It's a 60 scale. That's why not a 200 scale.
Then that scale needs to be better. This looks like they're on an absolute journey up the hill.
They're on a heater. Don't slow them down. 2 to come then.
Rehan Waheed back. Chipped into the leg side. That's in a pocket of space. They might think about 2. They will not. Vivian Kingma does the mopping up.
I see Kingma out there as well.
Yeah,
I saw him in Spain.
Yeah, what was he doing out there? Did he get lost?
He gets around the traps, Viv.
Vivian Kingma's an ECS stalwart now, isn't he? Loves the format. But yeah, haven't seen him bowl this morning. Not required. I reckon we might see him a little bit later in the day, especially if it gets a bit warmer. And the umpire's gone for a quick chat with the bowler here. Hold on to my stuff,
yeah, because
please.
that's the thing.
Well,
in
Corona's
Netherlands, yeah,
free country, mate.
Yeah.
No face mask required here. We just get on with it. Yeah, true, actually. Yeah, the umpires can hold stuff now. They have to earn you money. I reckon he shelled that, Vin. Oh, it looked super innocuous. Tell me what you think. I happen to look down at my screen. I reckon he got a feather edge through this. If we see straight on.
It was my ball or not?
No, look at it straight on, or was it just swing?
So sure. Have a look at this. Might have been a little lick on that. Right.
Tell you what, hope not. Well bowled, just keeping it wide of him as he advances down the wicket. And yeah, Sparta 18 and 8. I think a few of these players haven't played this format so far, and they're just struggling to find a way to break the shackles almost.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
It's like they're playing quite nicely, quite respectfully.
Yeah, you're right. Just
throw some caution to the wind.
Yeah, got 8 wickets in hand here, you know.
Well, that's an attempt, but just the one. Yeah, show some aggression. Don't be afraid. And, I mean, even if you lose a wicket a ball here, you're not going to be bowled out.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, only just,
yeah.
but...
And especially because it's not like they haven't really been able to put too much together. You might as well throw caution to win, hope to get lucky. We know that from doing so many games. I think you're well over the 200 now, aren't you, Corey?
Well, I'm going to do the maths this week because I think my 250th is coming up. And I expect at least a cake.
Last week it was your 500th.
Oh, high in the air, and it's going to land safely to deep mid-wicket. That's one thing we'll see different from the Portugal ECS, the Portuguese ECS, is no disrespect to them out there, but the fielding standard this week, Vinny, especially the ground fielding, should be exceptional compared to there.
Yeah, I got you.
Don't mean that in a bad way.
No, for sure. That's fair.
As I say that, the sun almost makes Wahid miss the ball and almost gets him. Yeah, expecting to see some pretty good fielding standards this week. No complaints with the weather either. Hit hard again, but just the one.
Going nowhere.
Oh.
It's like they're trying to hit a medicine ball.
But maybe they're feeling the Monday morning more than I am, Vinny. It's 60 for 2 after 9. And you see us in the cube in the background there. There's Paddy. He's with us. Have you put that camera in that position just to make sure we don't get up to too much? I'm not sure about that.
That sounds like the bosses want to keep their eye on you. I think it makes sense. It's 9 overs down, 60 for 2. Sparta, a bit of a malaise here.
Oh, good word, Vinny.
In the case of the Mondays.
Yep, proper Monday morning this.
I want to say hello to a few people in the chat, to Sandori, to Abhishek as well. I haven't had too much of a chance to get in there because we're just catching up on a few things on the Monday, but I will get in there as the day goes on, keep the discussions going.
I've just looked in the chat saying that my mic volume's a little bit too high. And oh, here comes a change of the mic for Vinny. Well, I think we should have kept it, Vinny. I sort of feel like I should be a little bit louder. Oh, it's a quick exchange in the pits. And bang.
That is like a Formula One.
That was quick.
That is like a Formula One pit stop from Richards.
That was
Get him in there, wasn't it? That was I didn't even know what was happening. Suddenly it was ripped off my head. It was like, you know, how the Queen's bodyguards come and whip her out of the car.
A few people in the chat were saying I was considerably louder. And usually on a Monday morning.
How am I now then?
Well, mate, what have you got up to last night then? That's what I'm asking.
I probably still thinking about the dinner I went to last night.
Hard down the ground. That might go away for 4 though. It's in a pocket of space. Nah, brilliant ground fielding. This is what we talk about. We're going to see a lot better of that this week. And really impressive by Harold out there.
Yeah, really good stop, I think. Have another look at it, but see, slides and gets down. There's no foot fielding there. Great camera work as well. Yeah, I went to a place called the Lake House. I think you know it.
Oh, that's close to my end.
I'm just pretty happy I didn't have to pay the bill. And as was Fletch, who was with me. And big thank you to Snoopy for looking after us as far as this goes. Not out's the decision.
Wow, geez, this might be tight, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, Just took a little bit of time to get the ball down onto the stumps here. See here.
Oh, see, that's out. He should be going to the. That's out. They should be going to the limited review system. Like, we've got the tools. Gone. He's gone by a fair bit as well. I reckon he's in strife there.
He's super lucky if he survived that.
That's out by a mile.
Well, that's charity on a Monday morning. And I think
it's been called a dead ball.
Dead ball's called.
Because it's going to get overturned. And that's the right decision.
It's going to be dead ball, dead batter. Because I think they're going to communicate. This is the thing, again, in the ECS format, do things a bit differently. And I think once the walkie-talkie volume goes up, I think that he's going to be on his way. But that is the right thing to do, ultimately.
Well, do the umpires know that we've got the limited review system?
It's a lot to take on. I think it's at the back of the book that they have to read. But ultimately, we will get the right decision here. It'll be one and run out off that previous ball. You saw it there. Great camera work there. Just to freeze that a moment before. Bow.
There that's out by a mile.
That's the money shot, isn't it?
I don't mind an umpire backing themselves making a decision, but if we've got the facilities for the LRS, get the LRS going. I want to see the big L's by the end of the week.
LRS coming all across Europe now. So, yeah, that's just being explained to the batter out there, but it does give us a chance to look at Danish Umar as he will come and face up here. And the other thing is, I mean, you can't really blame the umpire for giving that not out at normal speed. Even when we had it slow-mo originally.
Normal speed's fine, but I hope we do use the technology, as they like to say, on a Monday morning, Vinny. I reckon we've helped a little bit there with our voices as well. Anyway, back to the action. 2 to go. Low, full toss, boom, out to the offside. Just a 1 that should be.
I mean, I know they don't have to do the L signal because it's all radios, but I hope the Dutch umpires get around the big L. I think we will see Tyrone Peters at some point as well out there.
TP.
And you know that Tyrone's made the trip as well. So I think it's going to be another LRS week.
Last ball of the innings, hit into the leg side. They should run till they're run out at least. No point sitting there. It's going to be an easy run out though, and he's gone. That's, well, what can you say? You've got to just double back. You've got to be fully committed. Bashir Ahmed, he gets himself some nice little fantasy stat patters.
Yeah.
As he doesn't end up going back for the second. It would have been out either way.
It would have been. And so it's going to have to be Danish Umar that has to eat the average killer. So I think that's what Umar said. Well, I've been here a while. I don't want to lose my wicket on the last ball. So ultimately, it will be the end of the innings. And it will be Sparta that will finish on 67 for 4. Now, it was our first time here in the Netherlands in 2022. And we had the hosts out there. Sparta Cricket, 1888 against Voorburg. When we talked about VCC, bit of a star-studded lineup. It was a little bit of a loose one, but it was the host Sparta that had a bit of time, took a bit of time to get going. In fact, they couldn't really put a competitive innings together with the bat here in that one.
Yeah, well, it's the highlights package, but there wasn't too many to talk about, and luckily for Sparta, 1888, there was a couple of edges through the offside, and that was a nice-looking drive by Noor, who got that away through the offside for 4, and he started pretty well, and there was a couple of nice shots, but there was few and far between. They just couldn't get any momentum really going, and that was a nice lofted shot, we thought at first, over the leg side. It was almost caught, just got enough wood on it, went all the way. This was Musa Ahmed out there with a bit of jiggy jig. Almost took a sensational throw up to himself catch. What do they actually call that? Maybe we'll give a term for you this week. But it was signalled 6 in the end, which was the right decision. This was the first wicket though. Vivian Kingma, he's a really good cricketer and an even better fieldsman. Tracking in from deep long on to take that catch. And that was the first wicket of the week. I'm sure we're going to see plenty more of that. And you can see the big smile there from Rehan Waheed. And his wicket came off his very first ball in the competition. And then it was left to Noor to try and really get on with it. That was a nice shot of my wide mid wicket for 6. There's Navjot there. A left arm tall seamer taking cross ball quite well and was actually unlucky not to be rewarded with a wicket. That was dropped there and kept a smile on his face, but his captain wasn't smiling. Would have been disappointed about that one. Shariz Ahmed, another smart catch out there for him. He's a good young fielder. Look out for him all week with the bat, ball, and in the field especially. And yeah, there's an underneath edge that went for 4. And Sparta Cricket, well, it wasn't through lack of trying, but they were maybe a little bit too respectful in the end. Did throw their hands at too many. And unfortunately for them, probably haven't got themselves up to a total that's competitive enough. This is one where the limited review system was brought into action. The LRS, I'm all for the LRS. It was signalled not out. Could have signalled for the third umpire, decided not to. but definitely out in the end, and the correct decision was made. So that was unlucky Prifty there, but that brought one man, Dinesh Umar. He got one chance at it. He faced one ball and they got run out off the last ball. So Sparta Cricket 1888 tried their best, no need for the LRS that time. But unfortunately for them, they haven't been able to get them up to the score that I think is going to be competitive enough, especially against this dangerous VCC Vorburg batting lineup. Let's take a quick look at the scorecard, shall we? And as you can see, both openers 23 and 24 each, but pretty sedate run rates. And one thing I want to point out massively here, look at the extras column, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Now, I've been around in 230 odd games at ECS. That might be the first time I've seen that, because usually there's always a couple of wides, leg byes or something, but not one extra. I'll have to ask Vinny Sandhu when he's back in the box shortly, but you can see the batsmen all struggling to get away there. Let's take a look at the bowling figures. These will be pretty. Everyone doing well with their economies. Navjot Singh at the top, even though he didn't get a wicket, only 4.5. And the wicket shared to Ali Kazim and Rehan Wahid. And every bowler, though, I think in a T10 format will be pretty happy with their figures there. No one going at more than 8.01 and over. Really sensational stuff, and that's without using Vivian Kingma. So that takes us to the halfway stage in this one. 67 for 4 by Sparta. Please join us back in 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello, good morning everyone around the world and welcome back to this contest between VCC Vorburg versus Sparta 1888. We're at the halfway stage of this game and, well, Sparta, it was a pretty sedate start from them, only 67 for 4 off their 10. You would imagine in this cricketing world not enough, but you never know in this funny game of cricket. And the sun is shining here in Capella. We're going to see VCC with the bat for the first time in this ECS week. Welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India via FanCode. Good luck with your Dream 11 teams, and I hope it's all going well. And everyone on YouTube and the YouTube chat, and I hope they're all doing well as well. And it gives me a good opportunity to welcome back nice and early Vinny Sandhu. Vinny, it's Monday. Let's get up. Let's get our calisthenics
I've got
going.
the comfy chair. Some of us are working at the same time, but I'm trying my hardest. By the game 2, you might get me up.
Honestly, this
takes a little bit of time to get me up in the morning.
This might only be 4 overs, Vinny. This
yeah,
could be.
That's just going past the VCC dugout right there. I reckon they might be in a hurry.
Yeah, I think they will
the
be as well.
The cookies have come out as well over there, so they're quicker. They knock these runs off. They're quicker, then we'll be into the cookies. But having said that, let's see. Yus Martin Snoop, the captain, is acting captain for this fixture. Let's see if he can get something going. Again, they'll be hoping they can do something similar. Well, it's just hard to see it occurring, right?
Well,
someone like Musa Ahmed.
Hold on, I'll tell you right now. I've seen some fields in my time. They've got deep backward point gully. Here we go. Snoop's in, and it's miles down the leg side. It's 5 wides. Backward point's not going to get into the game.
Don't have anyone there. That's not bowling to your field. That's bowling into space, literally. And well, that is classic first ball of the season stuff. Steve Harmison, eat your heart out. Well, there's 5 runs.
I'll take a second to describe the field placement. They've got deep cover, deep backward point. It's like a fly gully and then a short third.
I'm going to be positive because Snoopy did take me out for dinner. That was an excellent bit of outswing. That swung a lot.
Well, if he's swinging it that way, they've got the fielders in no man's land.
It has gone a mile.
He has to bowl at about 2 metres outside off stump.
All right, anyway, it won't be worse than that now. Here we go.
Well, it's on leg stump. And it's going to scamper through. That should be a leg by, I would imagine. Oh, no, signal run, so that means Musa's off the mark in this competition.
Oh, well done, Musa. That's,
hey,
if it's his first run of the season, I think he'll have some better shots than that.
Hey, take it while you can. I think VCC might be thinking of a net run rate boost straight up here. I think they could chase this down in about 4.5.
It's great way you can send a message early to the competition just by, by winning with authority. Don't forget these 2 teams will play each other again in the second match of the day.
Yeah, back to back. That's how we like it. Snoop, very wide of off stump, missed by the keeper, and they'll think about one, but they won't get it. But how good is it to seeing some cricket in the sun in April?
Oh, yeah, it really is. And yeah, mentioned, just joined us a couple of weeks ago. This ground had about 4 inches of snow on it. It's come up pretty as a picture.
Shot, lovely, gorgeous shot. Oh, there is some timing on that. Vinny Sandhu, Gagani, get around him. You watch this man play.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, Razanor, I know he has played in Italy, where we do see some foot fielding. And, this was the effort.
It's Italian.
Is he? I think it is.
It's not a Dutch
That's the last time I saw him playing. He was playing for Pioltello United in the Milan series. And,
I'll tell you what, I hope that bat fits through the back gauge because that sounded lovely off it. And there's us in the 10. There's our project manager, Sam Williams. Welcome back, Sam.
Just keeping an eye on you.
It's going to be very wide. Snoop a little bit all over the show.
Not the greatest start, is it, when you're defending 67?
Well, it's a new, well, because it's April, it's a pre-season comp, isn't it? And this has wheels.
You were just talking about wanting to stand up, and then you tried to sit on the table and almost knocked everything off. I'm aware of how that works, but
get those goal boots on those hinges. Here comes Snoop again. Full hit hard, and it's gone. No, he shelled it. Well, that was half a chance there. Probably should have caught it in the end, but a big opportunity missed.
Yeah, well, at least he did go for the hand method that time, but just doesn't hold on to this. See, he was up and to his left and just couldn't reel it in. So Yagani gets a life.
Yeah, he does get a life. That brings Musa Ahmed back on strike at Well, Musa was unlucky not to get picked for the series in New Zealand, I felt. He's a very good, talented young player. And he's back now, live on the ECS. Pushed easily for him for a single. And I guess when you're only chasing a low score, you've got all day. What are your thoughts on the old grey Nick, Vinny? Kagani's using it. Oh, it's one of my favourite bats.
Not so bad.
Like a Kookaburra more though, don't you?
I'd say a Kookaburra. Big supporters of us right here at the European Cricket Network. Those high quality cricket balls that we burn through.
Oh, who's that out there? Karan Power. Well, if you ever wanted to see a silver fox mid-off, that is silver. That's me in a few years.
Decent arm on him. What do you mean a few years?
Still one to go, Vin. Yeah, well said. Well played. It is Monday morning.
Last ball of the over coming up. In a bit of the good, the bad, the ugly from Snoopy.
Oh, and that's through on the offside. And they should get an easy one, so it does bring an end to the very first over here in this run chase. The score 16 for none. But yeah, I think we should touch on that this is the first time the ECS is here in April.
Yeah.
Top classer, 12 days away. So all these players you'd imagine be chomping at the bit to be out there.
Yeah, definitely. It's not often Circus rolls into town, so...
Well, the circus is here early.
Yeah.
Because usually in the September series, I know that's been a bit difficult for teams to go. I mean, now VCC are pretty much going to be near full strength for most of it before they bring in the 4 players that they've brought from South Africa.
It's a great fun way to get into the season as well, isn't it?
Have you heard who VCC have signed this year?
Well, we talked about it a little bit last week. We're going, tell us, because you said VCC have gone after a bunch of players. They're after the trophies.
They've basically bought the league. Well, I don't know why anyone else would rock up. I've got the number 32 best ODI batsman in the world's rocking in Holland this year. Yeah, no worries. There's 2,000 runs.
With weather like this, I can see why. Here's Shazad Khan.
Oh, and he could have had the big fish of Musa, but he gets an edge. Can he get down to it? Yeah. Oh, it sort of does. And they'll just walk through for a sedate single.
You can see that this field not quite as quick as Portugal, is it?
No.
Especially with a bit of moisture still on it. So, Shazad Khan trying to get something going here. I'd love to at least take a wicket and build something. A few questions coming in the YouTube chat. I might direct them towards you, including one from Patrick Bomb.
Who's Patrick Bomb? That's short, wide.
In the live chat, live chatter.
I'll tell you what, the silver fox, the silver badger, he's got an arm on him. He might not bat, he might not bowl, but he can definitely field, Vinny. This was pretty close.
Yeah, I think in the end, he gets home. He's pretty confident, isn't he? But
he's running wide. It's always dangerous when you run wide, but he gets home safely.
Just okay.
Yeah, go on, shoot.
He's just asking, what are your thoughts, Corey, about the new format in the domestic league in Holland? So have there been a few changes in the format?
Yeah, so due to Corona, it's a 12-team top classer this year. Obviously, we're talking about top class of cricket.
Yep.
Hopefully, it applies to the other leagues as well as he comes in again. And, well, Musa says, I've had enough of this. I'm going to enjoy this. And 6 runs, what a shot. And that's the first big one of the week for him.
Yeah, Maximo time. And we waited a while, haven't we? Because in that first innings, we didn't see too many of them, but Musa has had enough, and that one was up the hill.
Yeah, and that's a great shot. Gorgeous batting. And dare say, keep a tally count on his 6s this week. We know how powerful he can be. Remember that 100 he hit here. But no, sorry, Vinny. So 12 teams this year, split into 2 groups of 6. Yep. So usually it's a 10-team round robin, but not anymore. 2 groups of 6.
Okay.
As Musa comes down. Oh, he's got enough of that as well. That's going to be another 6. So back-to-back 6s, and I reckon we're going to be off for an early breakfast soon, Vinny.
Yeah, if it continues like this, we certainly will be. I mentioned the cookies had come out. I'm pretty keen to get over there. I think maybe Musa Ahmed is too. Very powerful striker with the ball. We've seen him playing for the Netherlands in the ECC. He loves this format, doesn't he?
Played ODI cricket against Ireland as well. Very talented. But yeah, so you've got 2 groups of 6. They've been seeded and the teams have been split up. And then after everyone's played each other, I believe, probably twice, you then go top 3 of Group A, top 3 of Group B will go into the final 6.
Super 6s.
Super 6s. That's hit through the offside, and that will go for 4, I imagine, and it will. They just moved the man from there. Clever batting from Musa. 6-6-4.
Yeah, Dennis does more fielding than Diana. She would have let that run. Dennis sticks out the boot. But, yeah, Musa, he's
Too good.
getting after Shazad Khan here, isn't he? This over's worth 18 now.
Yep. So the top 6 will go through into the Super 6, and
The top 3, yeah.
and then there'll be a semi-final and a grand final will eventually come from there, and then the bottom 6 will obviously have a relegation battle, and the bottom team, I believe the bottom 2 teams, maybe it's the bottom 2 teams get relegated this year, and then the 9th, 10th team then plays the top of the Hoofda class in like in a playoff game, as it's 34th and after 2. I like it. I think Dutch cricket for years missed out on finals cricket. I know Cambo was big on bringing in finals because you see who's big on finals.
You need to see who can do it under pressure.
Absolutely.
For sure.
It's not football where you just play everyone twice and then, who's on the top. Let's play some finals
You've got to have
cricket.
some finals. And also, it brings another element. There's something about finals cricket that is, probably gets the crowd excited as well. Gets a bit more people interested. You bring maybe a few more family and friends down as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's a good move.
A good question, Patrick. Let us know where you're from and who you support in Dutch cricket. Patrick Bond. I'm just trying to think who that might be.
Looks like Conrad Greenshields might have snuck into the chat as well.
Does he do anything else besides watch cricket?
Why would he?
Anyway, Yakub coming into the attack. I do like the finals format. I think it's going to be a very interesting year. I mean, probably maybe later today we'll have to go through some of the signings for some of the clubs because a lot of clubs have strengthened. And, it's going to be quite fascinating to watch what happens in Dutch cricket for 2022. Yakub comes in and short, wide, signal to wide, good umpiring.
Gives us a chance to say hello to a few people in the chat as well. To Maya, to Keanu, to Liam, to Neil. And had some slight audio issues in the first half. I was talking at a normal volume, don't worry. But
no, you just
so how good was the microphone change from Richards though?
Yeah, the F1 pit stop as that check drive to Snoop at mid-off and should just be a 1, and it is.
And keep the questions going. I know a lot of people really enjoyed Portugal, but this is what is so special about the European Cricket Series as we head off all around Europe. We're here for a 1-week series. In fact, we've got 3 quick gun series, don't we now? We're going to go Netherlands, Bulgaria, Romania. Each one of those just 1 week before we head to Sweden and resume the 2-week series. So it should be exciting. See plenty of cricketers, see plenty of fast-paced action. Yakub.
Oh, Yakub's been moosered. That is absolutely large. Well, these boundaries aren't the biggest. He needs something double the size. That was big, Vinny.
Yeah, well, I know that Holland can be a bit flat. And right now, I think Sparta are feeling a bit flat in the field because that's got a mile. They are sitting there waiting for the inevitable at the moment.
I'll tell you, if you're a cricket fan, Vinny, Sparta won the toss in the next game. They've decided to bat first. That's an interesting choice on a Monday morning.
So, I mean, it's confidence. I mean, probably they may have learned a few things, but yeah, interesting decision.
I think he's inside edge this time. I reckon he missed out that.
You've got to do something. I mean, you also got to say, okay, we want another go at it and we want to do it better. So I don't mind that decision from Sparta.
I would have thought that they would have changed that decision, I thought, but try and get themselves in the game a bit better.
Yeah, at the moment, it's a very, very quick start, isn't it? Right now they're on 172 pace.
Yep. It's hit hard to cover, so they won't get through for the single this time. And Harshal Gaming's jumped in the chat and actually asked, well, in Holland there's actual turf. Why are we using a mat here?
Yeah.
There's plenty of turf wickets out here. I think there's about 7, maybe 8. I apologise if there is one, but we touched on it before as he comes in again. Flicked away. That's a nice looking shot from Gagani, and that's going to go for 4. Good batting, Vinny.
Yeah, nice batting. Just angled in to him and he helped on its way. So it takes him up to 47. This partnership has only taken up 17 balls. Yeah, but there's a few reasons that we use artificial turf rather than turf wickets in ECS cricket. Want to mention a couple?
Well, I think it's mostly because the amount of cricket that's played on it, we wouldn't be able to keep the surfaces up.
Yeah.
And credit to Snoop and Sparta 1888. They're the hosts. They book us in and they use a mat. So it's hit even harder to the leg side. That's going to go for 6. Good batting. And, well, we're going to be off for an early lunch, Vinny.
Yeah, that'll bring up the 50 partnership as well. And that is brought up in only 18 balls. Big Maximo, 53 after 3 overs without loss. And now they only need 15 more. Let's have a look at what's coming up next. And it's still around about 50. That's 5-0 minutes until this game starts. And it's going to be a rematch between Sparta Cricket and Vorberg or VCC. Once again, Sparta, the host, will be batting first. They've won the toss this time. And they'll be hoping to put a few more runs on the board, no doubt. I'm sure they're better for the run, but they need a couple to fire. And I just don't think they got the most out of their batting resources. They had wickets in hand, and I think they're just a bit slow to take some calculated risks. So,
Yep.
look, again, it's a series that all the teams will get 8 matches, try and work themselves into it. The bottom team will drop out after Friday. So let's see if we get a bit more fight out of the batting lineup of Sparta in game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you what's going to happen here.
Here's
A slog sweep. Yeah, there's no one on the leg side, and, well, that's easy pickings. 1 bounce 4. This is going to be ended in this over, I reckon, Vinny.
Yeah, calling it.
Yep. This is over in 5 balls' time. That's short. Pulled away. And good batting from Musa.
It's going to be over quickly. I want to say some more hellos and welcomes to Chris Schinkel, who says, good morning, guys. Welcome to the Netherlands. Well, it's great to be here. We've had a great welcome from everyone so far. And everybody else. Garnet Tar is in the chat.
G-Tar.
Hello, G-Tar.
Fiery man. He was pretty angry last year.
Great to see you. He's just letting his bat do the talking. Hello, Garnet. Hope you're going well. He's playing cricket in Scotland this year in Edinburgh.
Yeah, I did hear something like that. Good luck to him.
It's my neck of the woods, one of them.
Hit a triple century recently.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad.
In the backyard or?
No, some sort of cricket.
That's pretty good. Well, Garnet, congratulations on the triple ton then.
Short. Bang! Wow, that's the biggest one of the day so far. And there goes a white kookaburra. We'll never see that one again.
Yeah, you might need to take a packed lunch in with you and maybe a compass. And make sure you notify your contacts that you're heading into the woods. You might not be back for a long time. That's a big hit. Musa. Scary thing is, it looks like he's just warming up here.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. He is just warming up, Vinny. And I think VCC making early claims. Watch us this week. And their net run rate is going to get a huge boost. One thing you didn't see while you're doing the toss, they didn't concede 1 extra as well.
Oh, I thought this was game over because they needed 5 to win. After that, it's 4. And so we had a clean innings.
Have you ever had it?
It has happened, but not often. Clean innings.
Yep. 0-0.
How about that?
Yep. That's the first time. That's the first time I've seen it.
And then what was the first ball of the second innings? Big filthy 5
5 wides, just a leveler.
Happens. I've got to say some more hellos, and if I have missed you, drop a message in now. I want to say hi to you and thanks for joining us for another week of European Cricket Series cricket. To Andrew Batchelder, it's amazing to see us and the equipment set up just 40 hours or so after the finish in Portugal.
Hit hard. Will it be it? Not just yet.
And, it is a big effort from everyone. Thanks to everyone at Spring Productions as well for your work in making this so possible. It's the end of the over. And it is 65 for no loss. Let's have a look at what's coming up over the next few weeks. We've got Bulgaria next week, Romania the week after that, and they're all 1 week series. Then we're in Sweden. Now that Landskrona, that is essentially Malmo. It's in the area, but we are naming that Landskrona because that is the location of the first Swedish series in the south. And then we are in Stockholm for 2 weeks, and then revealing that we'll be going to Prague for 2 weeks.
It's not bad.
I love Prague. There's plenty to like about that city.
Am I coming for Prague?
Nope. Oh, you can come, but I haven't rostered you on. I think you've got things to do. That's what you told me. Anyway, we're in Czech Republic for a 2 week series from the 30th of May.
Yep.
I'll be doing that one with Danny Hudacek.
Oh,
He's
lovely.
our kind of specialist
Yep.
in the Czech Republic. So looking forward to that. You can have some time off.
Flicked, leg side. These could be the winning runs if it kicks on. Sort of plugs a little bit. Oh, there you go.
There we go. It'll be just 1 to win now. Would you like to come to Prague?
Oh, of
I
course.
thought you have cricket commitments.
I've got cricket commitments, Vinny, but
I won't get you commentating, but definitely can use you. Because Prague, there's some amazing places to eat and drink around there. In fact,
to be fair, all over Europe.
you might as well come to Prague and don't even worry about coming to the cricket. Watch it on your phone and get around the city. All right, so I think that was... They can only get 1 there.
Yeah, they walked the 1.
Okay, so 2 to win.
Musa wanted to have 1 more crack at it, but he's gone. Well, I tell you what, if you're a number 3 batsman, that's the last thing you want Well, Moose is going to go. He
Bit of a timed out here.
He shouldn't have been a try. Who wants to bat?
Already broken out the cookies.
But yeah, he doesn't get anything on it. It's a safe catch by Snoop DeLoop.
I got given a coffee at the start of this innings, and it's still boiling hot. That shows you how quickly they've knocked off these runs. Good catch by Snoop, though. I mean, a tough situation for the stand-in skipper. He's the chairman of the club now, you know, Hugh Smart and Snoop.
Yep.
And so he was telling me at dinner last night that
Big aspirations.
he said that when you're the captain of the team, you've got 10 other people complaining. And when you're the chairman, you've got 150. But, well, Musa, good innings from him to start his week off. And he is the wicket to fall. It goes for 38 or 15. 4 big Maximos for Magical Musa. And the score now 66 for 1. Just 2 to come. 2 runs to come, that is, as Harold Vergelar will be the number 3 batter.
Yep.
Does get the chance to face up.
Yeah, well, he gets a chance to hit the winning runs. I don't think he was expecting to bat, but he's out there now. Only 2 to get in this T10 match. It's been an absolute smashing. It's only one way to describe it. They're bringing everybody in, that's right.
Well, if it was Mortal Kombat, this would be the finish him kind of moment.
It was almost a perfect run as well.
Okay, well done though to Hornbeck with the wicket.
High in the air, and it's 2 in 2. And I tell you what, if you're the number 4 batsman, that's not what you need. Well, it should have been done. I reckon he's... what's the clock? This could be a timeout. He's got 90 seconds.
Here we go.
He's got 90 seconds.
10.
He's got half a pad on. And now,
I reckon in big trouble here. And I'm going to appeal because that's 2 in 2. How about this from Ivo Hornbeck?
Oh, there's panic. There's real panic.
The problem with 90 seconds is...
He hasn't left the dugout yet. He's still in the dugout.
He's still got a full minute. I reckon we could have it timed out here, and 100%. We've never had one in 2,200 matches.
We're
it's the one thing.
He hasn't got his helmet on yet.
It's actually longer than you think. Oh, see, this is the thing. You know, we always think people
take... Oh, he's dropped the glove. He's dropped the glove. Oh, he's nowhere.
That's 45.
He's panicking. It's going to be a timeout. It's going to be a timeout.
It'll be the best hat trick ever.
So it's a timeout if they appeal.
This is a problem. The field's too small. Someone tackle him. He's got to be ready to face. Look at him. He's nowhere.
He's not ready to face yet.
Here we go.
Look at the real
This was a big moment. This will make the highlights package. The glove went down. The helmet went down. It's looked like he's fiddling around with his protector in an indecent fashion.
He's still not ready to face.
He's not ready. We're at 70 seconds.
Oh, it's plenty of time.
We're at...
90 seconds is actually...
50. I know, 90 seconds is longer than you think.
He doesn't have his gloves on yet.
No, I reckon. Here we go. Count it down. 10, 9, 8, 7. He's not going to make it. 6. Oh, that is unbelievable. 87 seconds.
And now he's out for a hat trick.
Oh, yeah, by the way, Hornbeck on a hat trick. Here we go. That's the one thing. That's why, to be honest, the timed out rule, even when people have seemed to have taken a long time, it's probably not 90 seconds. And even when it is, no one's ever appealed for one.
Yeah.
It actually wastes more time because you have to get another batter in. So, like, there's more time without cricket. How's this over from Ivo Hornbeck? This is why you never turn off the European Cricket Network, even when it seems like results beyond doubt. This one will tie the game up at 67.
Oh, Sandeep Sada, the keeper, did not want it to be over. And, well, maybe it is over.
Hornbeck just racking up the fantasy points.
Was it 2 to win, Vinny, or 1 to win?
I don't think it's over. Here's the bad news. Well, this is not good because they haven't won this yet.
Well, the bails have been flicked off.
67. Hey, get back out there.
Well, there's 1 run to win. You just haven't won yet. The umpires had an absolute shocker.
Look at the official score, 67-67. Where are you going? We had this the other day. Actually, everyone walked off. And that day you were sick or not, had to go out there and do one more.
Well, the official scores. I'll tell you, another wicket now, and there could be another timed out.
Now we really get into our break.
It's Monday morning, isn't it?
All right.
Everyone's experiencing a Monday morning right now.
And to be honest, I blame the keeper. There's no need to stop that. It was down the leg side. It would have been the end of the game.
This is ridiculously...
This is the longest... You thought this would be over about 10 minutes ago. All right, 2 slips in place. Any score wins it. And one more. How about Hornbeck's over, though? Ivo Hornbeck. Crossing up Maxi Hornbeck, who we've seen a bit. He's not in the side today.
You know what the funniest thing about this ending is? All they had to do when Gagani flicked it over leg side, just run back for a 2.
They just had to run a second.
And none of this happens.
It's a sliding doors moment.
The last 10 minutes have been chaos. Besides that, it's been pretty normal.
Just everyone's standing still. There should be a few gaps around. Everyone's in.
Oh, what's he doing? Just get on with it. We've got 1 ball to go, surely.
All right. It's Forrest Delanga, by the way, who's in at number 4.
Good player. And good shot. He's going to end it with a 6, so he does get the big one away. And VCC, well, they have absolutely smashed Sparta on this Monday morning.
They really have, and they end up doing it off the last ball of the first half, so they take exactly 5 overs. And it's the first time they got hold of Ivo Hornbeck, but still, it's a very, very one-sided game one. Sparta will be hoping they could be a bit more competitive, I think, in the second match. But yeah, that does end it, and that gives us a bit of time off, gives you a bit of time to maybe go to a website, europeancricket.com, and have a look at the fixtures for this series, perhaps. And there's a few cool articles there. Also, our social media at European Cricket, great place to go. Keep your finger on the pulse. Maybe catch up on some of the action from Portugal and some of the stories that came out of that series. But right now, let's have a look at the highlights. And, well, Musa the monster at the top of the order. He was on a rampage. And meanwhile, had Snoopy just with a few issues with control. Was getting some swing, but the keeper, well, he could have had a pogo stick, was going to get nowhere near that. Bit of foot fielding attempted there, didn't really work out. Really, he knew it was a matter of time till VCC were able to knock these runs off.
Yeah, absolutely. It wasn't enough runs against anyone in this competition, and Musa Ahmed especially. He hit it to all parts. He was well supported from Yagani, and it was just a matter of time before they got to the runs, and it was really impressive hitting. And, well, Musa, I think it's going to be a pleasure to watch him play again this week. He really hits the ball a long way. And Gagani looked pretty good as well. I haven't seen too much from him, if I'm honest. And it was nice to watch him ban out there and play some nice cricket shots. And I think he'll be a nice foil to what Musa can add.
Yeah, for sure. And we didn't see a lot of them. And then when we did see a couple, they looked pretty rushed when they came to the crease. But you see Raza just straying a little bit in length to Musa. That one disappeared into the forest. And then eventually reached a couple to win. It all kind of went away from what we were expecting. And saw 2 in 2 balls there. And suddenly we were on a hat-trick, but suddenly it wasn't so easy. You saw Flores, he was struggling. He dropped the glove and he got there in 87 seconds. And ultimately, he would finish the game. It was only 5 overs that were used up. That was after they actually thought they'd won. They had to come back. Anyway, coming up next, we do have match 2, and it's Sparta and Vorberg going head-to-head again. Starts at around about 40 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. That's 9 a.m. GMT, 11 o'clock Central European time, and it's 2:30 p.m. in India. And yes, Sparta, let's see if maybe they try a couple of different options for Vorberg. Will we see a couple of their players that we didn't see doing much, Baz Delata and Viv Kingma, and 2 players I can't wait to see get into it. But, well, let's just see. We're looking forward to the second match. And it's going to be a really interesting day, of course, because this is just the second of the doubleheader. Well, we've had a good time so far in our cube. We've been enjoying it, and hopefully you guys are enjoying the action as well. We're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll be back very, very, very shortly. But for now, Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers, and we'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Capella in the Netherlands, and we are one game into the 4-game program today. Coming up next, it's match 2, and once again it is the host Sparta Cricket 1888 taking on VCC. Let's go over to Sir Rob Kemming, who is with 2 captains for the coin toss for match 2.
Dankjewel, Vinnie. Ik zal nu tossen.
Ja.
Kop. Kop is goed. Het is kop. We gaan betten. Jullie gaan betten.
Ja.
Okay.
So it is Sparta that have won the toss, and they've decided they want to bat first. They were sent in the first game, and VCC did pretty well restricting their momentum. Let's see if they have any more luck. I think they'll be better for the run. They just need to kind of change their approach, I think, be a bit more aggressive, maybe a bit more bold. It's easier said than done, when it's the first day of a new season, but still, it will be the hosts batting first. Sparta winning the toss, having a bat, and it's over to Corey and Rutgers as we get ready for the second match of the day.
Hello and welcome back everyone. We're in Capella, Rotterdam, my home. I'm excited to be here and it is an absolutely fantastic April's day. There's the drone shots. Look at this. What a gorgeous oval and fantastic viewing. I don't even have to say anything here. There's Sam Williams on the little scaffold. That's the gaffer out there. There's the commentary tent, and what a gorgeous little part of the world this is. I live about 15 minutes to the left of your screens and I've really enjoyed my time in Rotterdam, and it's a perfect day for T10 cricket action. And if you like double headers, well, we've got one coming for you because it's VCC Voorburg versus Sparta Cricket 1888. And well, Sparta, they went down earlier this morning. They didn't really get anything going. Razan Noor, he showed a little bit of glimpses. Joost Martijn Snoep, he needs to step up. But Voorburg, what a lineup we're looking at. Musa Ahmed, Buster Later, Vivian Kingma. But look at the men all in the middle. Floris Talang, a good player. Amrit Singh, Harold Vogelar, Rehan Wahid. They are a well-rounded group. And I think they showed a little bit earlier how good they're going to be in this competition. I know they're going to be pretty excited and pretty fizzed up to play again this morning. And you don't always get sunny days in April in Holland, but today they are. And I'm really looking forward to seeing if Sparta Cricket can improve on what they did earlier today. Good opportunity to welcome back all my viewers in India via FanCode. I hope you're doing really well out there. And I hope you've all got your Dream 11 teams in. Good luck for your matches today. And everybody on YouTube and via the YouTube chat, hope you're doing really well. I know we'll have plenty of Dutch viewers around, and get your questions in, anything about top class or hoof to class, or maybe some club knowledge. I know we want to talk about some of the signings coming up this year and a couple of topics in the IPL. Ashwin retiring, I reckon that might be spoken about a little bit. But yeah, if you want to learn a little bit about the T10 game and just have a normal chat, please feel free. And we'll be looking forward to interacting with all of you. Looks like Navjot, he's at the top of his mark. He's going to be getting that left arm seam, hopefully bringing it in a couple of balls as well. And, well, for Sparta, they need to get off to an absolute flyer. And I don't know if the score's correct on your screen there, but that's S. Sardar and S. Sardar. It is. There is 2 Sardars in the lineup. Well, I'm confused. This is going to test me out. We've got Sarwin Sara and Sandeep Sara. Now, I have absolutely no idea which one's facing, so if I see a shirt number, I'll let you know, but for now, it's S. Sardar on strike. Oh, that's brilliant. And you can see the keeper there. He's in position. Floris Delanger, he's all ready to go. We're almost set for this T10 match. Here we go. Short, wide, hit away, nice shot. It's going to go 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 3 bounce, 4. Good batting. And we're going to start this game with the boundary. And I think Sparta Cricket, we're going to see a different lineup this time. You imagine they're going to try and get on with it. That was a bit of a hit-me ball. And he did really well. Really well to get some bat on that instead of just leaving it. I think in the first game earlier today, they left some balls that they probably should have attacked. This one's slow on the legs. He sort of misses out there. So the 2 boundary riders looks like they're operating with a deep mid on and a deep square leg. He'll be disappointed he didn't catch up on that. Welcome back all our viewers on YouTube. Keanu's always there. He's asking plenty of questions. The Pakistan-Netherlands series will be hosted at VOC Rotterdam this year. Very exciting for everyone out at VOC, and I expect those clashes to be an absolute sellout. Hit hard down to deep mid on, but should just be the one. Vivian Kingma, he's doing the mopping up. So you can already see a bit of a change in intent here for Sparta. Earlier today, they were a little bit shell-shocked. It was a Monday morning, pretty cool Monday morning, even though the sun was shining, and they played probably a little bit too negatively for a T10 match. Don't expect to say, see it again, I should say. Blocked into the offside, and they'll scamper through for a quick single. They have a shot at the stumps, and don't mind that. Everyone's backing up, and been saying that. I reckon this week you'll definitely see a bit of a higher level in the fielding standards. I mean, no disrespect to the other countries around Europe that the ECS covers, but do expect to see some pretty good fielding this week in the Netherlands. I know they pride themselves on it, each club. That's a wild slog, and that should be, well, not called a wide. I don't know what game I was watching. Let me have a look at the replay here. I thought that was very wide, but no, the left arm seam sneaking it inside the tram line. Yeah, on another day might be called. Does seem quite wide, that tram line, if you ask me. I don't know if it's my eyes, but it seems right out there. Last ball of the first. It's another dot ball. Yeah, that does seem like a really wide tram line. I'd be bowling a lot of wide Yorkers. Anyway, let's take a look at the expected score. This is the supercomputer. They're saying Voorburg 112, Sparta Cricket 85. Well, Voorburg won't make 112 if Sparta hit 85 because Sparta's batting first. And their timeline, well, there's a lot of losses there for both teams. They've both played in this format last year as well. But probably for me, if I was to make a tip, I think Voorburg, they'll be a little bit too strong this morning and they'll get away with another victory. As the young Shariz Ahmed, he's going to come into the attack, and he's one of Vinny Sandhu's favourite young players he mentioned in the ECS, and as we'll try to name youngsters last week that we think have a real impact on this game. And Shariz is definitely the one to look out for as he comes in for his first delivery. High in the air, could be half chance. No, it won't be. It's going to keep sailing. 6 runs, and what a beautiful shot that is. Well, S. Sada, he just chips that beautifully over wide mid-on, and 6 runs. That's a gorgeous cricket stroke. Didn't look to overhit it. And that's the first big boundary, a big 6 in this T10 fixture. And Shariz put under the cosh straight away. Short, pushed into the offside. That's good running between the batsmen. Get away for a single. So Shariz, what I really like about this young man is he will bowl at any stage in the innings. He can bowl at the death. He can bowl 2 decent overs in the middle, but he's actually quite good in the power play as well. You don't see too many young spinners starting up games, and good on him for having the confidence to do it. So that's flighted, hit away through the offside. Oh, great fielding, because if that one had gone through the infield, that would have gone away for 4. Really good stuff. We know in the ECS we keep the boundaries to around about that 50 to 55 region. And if you do break it through that infield, it is hard to catch up with. Brilliant fielding, saves 3. Quicker ball, straight, pushed into the leg side. Liking this a lot from Sparta here. They've definitely come out with a bit more intent and really trying to get themselves going in this game. You sort of feel if they're going to have any chance, they've got to get themselves to 3 figures, and then they're going to have to field and bowl extremely well. Yeah, 3 figures should be a minimum for them. 100 on the board, 2 to come in the second. Hard into a hole on the leg side. They might think about doubling back for 2 here. They'll just settle on the 1. So good comeback from the young Shariz, who went for 6 in his first delivery of this match. And, he just came back from New Zealand tour. Was in the squad, picked for his first international call-up. So congratulations to him. Now back playing in sunny Holland. It's well bowled and well played again. So even the singles have improved in this game. And well, that takes us to the end of the second. It is 17 for none. This gives me a great opportunity to welcome back good friend, co-commentator, orange suit wearing Vinny Sandhu. Good morning, Vinny.
Yeah, good morning. Great to be back here again. I'd overcorrect you, but technically my suit is blue, my shirt is orange, but I am wearing the orange proudly. Good to be back here in the Netherlands. You can have a look at the table so far. Very early days. We haven't seen Salland or Punjab Rotterdam. And also, don't forget, the defending champions, SV Kampong. We haven't really talked about the last series when we were here in, it was in August, late August last year. And SV Kampong, they came from nowhere to win that.
They were amazing. They came out of absolutely nowhere, and they upset VVV, didn't they?
Yeah, a bit itchy. He made all the way to the final. And Sparta, the host, they kind of just fell off the pace. In fact, they've lost 4 games in a row now in ECS cricket. Start of a new over. It's going to be Ali Kasim. It's a bit short and wide and played away for a single. So it's very good to see this man out here, Nazratullah Ibrahim Keel, who is batting. So it wasn't the Sada combination that we would have you believe. It is Ibrahim Keel. He's got a very interesting story. And, he's trying to get this one going. Can't really. But originally of Afghan origin.
Yep.
You know, an interesting story about how he ends up here in the Netherlands. And he's a really good, talented young cricketer, really enthusiastic. And I've heard that he's kind of jumping out of his skin to get out there. So yeah, it's good to see him in the lineup.
He's absolutely clattered that to mid-off and just scamper through for a single. But how nice is it to bring some cricket in Holland, Vinny? It's gorgeous, isn't it?
I still can't believe how good the weather is. I mean, I thought we'd be building snowmen a couple of weeks ago. That's what you'd have me believe. But yeah, it's pretty as a picture. It was a bit cold this morning.
Yeah, I've just sent a few people in the chat saying how beautiful this ground is.
Yeah.
And it is gorgeous. Oh, that would have been half a chance at best. And hit hard back to him. I hope he's okay.
That was absolutely smashed back, really, by Sada. Bang. Buzzed later, kind of blocking the view, but you saw how much time the bowler had, and it wasn't very much.
You're looking forward to seeing a bit of Buster later, aren't you?
Really looking forward to it. Buster move.
Yeah, that one's signalled to wide. That's a little bit too short. That's good umpiring for me. That was overhead height. Yeah, good call.
He's jumping as well as he tries to hit it right with his tiptoes. And so I want to say a quick hello to Mandrake. A few people saying that glad you're feeling better, Corey.
Yeah.
You took Saturday off on finals day, but of course it was Marlowe that got the wood on Warish in the final over there.
Well pushed into the leg side. Yeah, good to be back. I'm disappointed I missed that, but enjoyed the ECS in Portugal thoroughly. But I have to admit, I'm pretty fizzed up for this week. The 5 teams coming this week, all in the top class this year. So you've got, out of a 12-team top class, you've got 5 representation. That's really exciting. And Salon's later today. They're travelling an hour and a half, so they'll be fizzed up.
Could be trouble, and it's straight down the throat of Harold Vogelaar, and he'll take the catch. And so Ibrahim Keel, he had the right intent, didn't he? He's trying to force the issue, and it's nice to see that kind of attacking instincts that we saw lacking in Sparta's first innings today. But this time Nazratullah has to fall on his sword. He tries to go leg side, it just doesn't get the timing. Skews him it off. That's the first wicket to fall. It's 21 for 1.
Yeah, 21 for 1, and look, even though he's dismissed, like exactly what you touched on there, Vinny. Good to see the intent. Intent is the word, and that's what we want to see in this T10 format. And when that ball went in the air, I had a few flashbacks to Portugal. That might have been a 50-50 shot, but I expect most of the high balls should be caught this week. And really looking forward to it. And we might have a bit of royalty coming into the top of his mark here, Vin.
There we go. It is Vivian Kingma.
Well, hold on. The keeper's standing up, so if he's bowling spinners, then I've truly seen it all. Surely not.
Well, it does look like he's coming off the short run.
No way. I've never seen him bowl tweakers. Huge fan of it.
All right. So we're going to see some off spin from Viv Kingma. Trying to add another string to his bow. And it's a bit of a wrist spinner. It's a Gundy ball, but it's going to be dropped. Well, the catching was probably as good as the length of that delivery when it came down to it. And that is Navjot Singh, who has put down an absolute goober, as you'd say.
Oh, wow. I just said that we'll see all the high balls should be taken as well.
Well, that's one, to be fair, you should be picking out of the bushes. It was short. It wasn't too much on it. Kingma. Oh, he gets lucky, then he gets really unlucky.
So look, he's obviously a man of mystery, isn't he?
It's a kind of one of these doorknob type leg spinners, not like a real over the wrist leg spin, but it's like you're turning a doorknob, or like some Bollywood dancing.
Yeah,
right?
I can go with that. That's fair.
You know, like a Jantha Mendes, that kind of a bowler.
I actually
comes
think,
out of the front of the hand.
I think I prefer him as a spinner, if I'm honest.
Wow. Here's Viv.
Shot.
Yes, one's whacked away over cover, and this is a good shot from Sada, who decides to take him up on the challenge, and he does get 4 over cover. I suppose, Kingma's always got the option.
Yeah, I was just
thinking. If he gets hit for a 4, suddenly the horns come out.
Imagine that. You get hit for 1 or 2 and you go, well, hold on, I'm going to come off my 30-yard run. I mean, it's coming at your head. You'd imagine that his arm ball would be exceptionally quick.
You'd think so. Again, this isn't necessarily finger spin. It's more
The old doorknob spinner.
the old doorknob kind
I
of
don't
leg
mind
spin,
that.
I suppose. Here's again. This one will be played to cover. They'll allow a single. Yes, there won't be a lot of side spin. But at the moment, I suppose not the worst over. Could have had a wicket first ball.
Should have. Not could have. Definitely
Yeah.
should have.
Last ball of the fourth. It's played away to the leg side. Fielding will be done out there by Musa Ahmed, and that is the end of the over. Kingma concedes 8 with his spinners, and the score is 29 for 1. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Dutch native. I don't mind saying that now, Corey Rutgers, and yeah, it's great to have your company. And then, yeah, we were talking about a few issues. One of them was the Ashwin retirement last night, the strategic retirement
Huge
in the
fan.
IPL.
It's about time, team. We've been saying this for maybe 1,000 games.
Yeah.
Bring in the retirement.
Yeah, I mean, for me, one of the issues is there's no real process for it yet. I think that's why. Is it the batter's choice? Is it the captain's choice?
Give it
I
to
had
the
a bit of a
coach.
think about it overnight. I had lots of people messaging me about this.
Yep.
Amrit Singh starts by getting a bit too leg stumpish, and it's going to be down to the boundary. So not a good start for him. But this is Razanor, who's coming at number 3. I mentioned I had seen him batting before at a tournament in Milan.
That's good batting, that. Just playing the ball on merit
Yeah.
gets it a bit wrong down the side. But yeah, tell us what you think.
My
How should the
thoughts
process?
are, okay, when I really thought about it, there's no doubt for me, there's nothing, let's start with the basics. There's nothing unsporting about it. There's nothing unsportsmanlike about it because you're retiring out. Right? It's different to retiring or like faking an injury or making a bit too much of an injury because then you've got the option of coming back, right? So that is not okay.
Completely agree.
Completely
You're
different.
out. You cannot return to
out.
the field.
You're taking a risk by sacrificing a wicket in a sense, right? This one just will be down leg side for a while. So the risk with it is that if you might say, okay, I'm going to retire out, and then the next guy who you want to get in may get out as well. You find yourself in a bad situation.
In a stickier jam.
Yeah, you can. So it's a kind of risk-reward kind of decision. Oh, this hits him on the pad. This could be out, and it is.
Oh, yeah, you could tell it was out by the crouching tiger hidden umpire. Did you see how he gave that one out? Look at this one, Vinny.
I like this. It's already not that far off the ground. This just came back.
It's absolutely pumped. But look how he gives it. He
Back
gets
pad.
right low, and then, I like that.
I like it too. And it's a very good decision. Amrit Singh takes the wicket. And so Sparta lose the second. And once again, unfortunately for the batter, he's not able to get too much going as Noor is going to have to go for 6. The score is 34 for 2. Good bowling, good umpiring.
Yeah, crouching tiger hit an umpire. He got low, and he gave it. Yeah, continue. Let's go.
So here's the thing. It's not unsporting because you can use your resources. In fact, you should use your resources in a clever way. And I was like, so this is what I came up with, because we've said, well, how do you do it? If you are batting and you're not feeling good, do you come off? Is it up to the captain? I actually think the captain's responsible for choosing bowlers, right? That's the captain's job. And the captain is basically the one that the buck stops with.
Yeah.
I think it should be up to the captain, a bit like a declaration where they send the message out, or maybe you hold up a card with the guy's number on it or something, saying, all right, time for you to come in. So that's what I think is probably the process. I do like the idea of baseball style, the captain coming out and pulling off with a big hook like a pitcher, but
Okay.
I don't see that taking shape.
Can I give you my quick synopsis?
Go on.
I feel that it should be coach or captain
Yep.
in conjunction with each other, as he comes in once again.
Goes after this leg side. It'll be a one hopper.
Yeah,
Out to deep mid wicket.
happy for coach or captain. I don't think it should ever be allowed mid-over. It has to be an end-of-over decision so that in that 30-second window, the decision is made. I don't think at 7.2 or 7.6 that anyone should be allowed to.
This is
agree.
where I disagree. Well, number one,
Well, you're wrong.
you are allowed to retire at any time. You don't have to wait for the end of over.
Yeah, I know. No, you asked me what I thought about the whole thing. I think that should be the rule.
But this is, okay.
And then you might see it become less of a taboo, and it might be more used as a tactical.
I think in practice they would probably do it at the end of an over anyway, most of the time. So I don't see it happening that often.
Well, actually, I don't know about the
middle of an
Ashton.
over.
Did he go middle of the over or did he?
Cannot remember. We were travelling. And then we have another wicket here. And so it's going to be another one for Amrit Singh, who's got 2 in the over now. So this one just coming in, getting some good movement at the moment. And so unfortunately for Dinesh Umar, he'll only last for 3 balls. He is bowled for 1 and it's 36 for 3.
Yep, another good delivery and another wicket. We always talk about that top of stumps length.
Yeah.
You see that's hit the top of leg, and that's the one in between. So that's pretty good bowling. But what I don't mind this from Sparta.
Yeah,
They're
exactly.
going for it. This morning, they were blocking everything.
Yeah, you got to reuse your resources and hope someone comes off. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so going back to that, I wouldn't worry too much about whether it's mid over or end over. I think normally it would be the end of the over anyway, just for practical reasons. But the other thing is, I actually think when you get right to the end of the innings, it'll get taken to the next level, which is, okay, let's say you need 6 off the last ball, right? And it's a left-arm spinner, and you've got a left-handed batter in the shed. Then you retire the guy out and you go with what you think is the better matchup for that situation.
I can understand
That's in the
that.
middle of an over. Or let's say you need 3 to win and you have a slow runner at the
Completely
non-striker's end.
Completely
Then you've
agree.
got to, it's using your resources. It's a new way of thinking, but it's the way that it eventually will take over,
I've been
I'm sure.
talking about this for years, though,
Yeah.
that it should be done. But I just feel like at the end of the over, then you can't manipulate that one moment too much, as that's hit down the ground.
Well, you
just for a
say
single.
manipulate, but you're manipulating and you're stuck with that decision. It's not like you can then bring another guy back. And it's not like you can probably do it that many times in an innings either. You may see it towards the end. But I mean, it's an interesting discussion point.
It's a very good discussion point. I like it.
The whole why and how and the in practice aspects, that's one thing. But a lot of people, they think it's unsportsmanlike, and that is rubbish.
Yeah.
I think.
No, it's not unsportsmanlike.
I think the guy's out. You basically.
Be interesting to see
Why
what
should you be stuck with a guy in there that can't get it off the square?
Be interesting to see what the MCC do about it. It's underneath edge, and that might go away for 4 actually, as it beats the keeper at will. So valuable runs and 4 more to the total.
Yeah, well, this one's right off the edge of the bat, edge of the tram lines there. He steps out, probably makes it look wider than it is, but it's right off the edge of the bottom edge of the bat, or the toe of the bat. DeLanga probably should have got to that, but gets away from him and gets for 4. Yeah, so, I mean, the MCC don't really have to do anything about it.
No, but I'm saying, like, you know how they just changed the man CAD to just a run out now to make
Yeah.
a thing, so they might just change a bit of the wording or make
Maybe.
make it a bit clearer for people, because I think people were in shock with what they saw. And Vinny, is it my eyes or are the tram lines wide today? Has he been run out here? Don't tell me he's been run out here. Should have been a wide.
Surely gets back here.
Surely.
Unless he's put his bat down, not in the crease. We'll see this now.
No way.
Uh-oh.
I'll tell you what.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, he's going to be giving his
Oh,
march. Put
no.
your bat back in.
And yet the LRS was called. And look where he's holding his bat as well. He's holding it so far down the handle.
Well, that's going to take...
He's found a way to be stumped. And so DeLanga,
Was that run out?
nice. It's stumped because he came out of the crease to play a shot and he was trying to get back. So it is a cheapie, basically. And so it's going to be a wicket for Waheed.
So that's...
Sparta.
Is that definitely stumped?
Yeah, 100% stumped. Because he never goes to take a run. He comes out of the crease to play his shot. And then...
I get what you mean. I get what you mean, but I always thought that was run out.
No. Still.
Okay, now I know why keepers throw it. They want the...
I made a promise myself in 2002 I would never do it again, because most of the time you do that and you're wasting everyone's time because the batter puts his bat back and then everyone has to wait for the stumps to be set up again.
Yeah.
So that was a social contract I made with myself because I thought it was #village.
Here's Snoop the Loop, Vinny.
He's going to start with 1 to cover. So he's coming in at... Come in at 41 for 4.
That's a bit of a brain fade by the batsman.
Wasn't it?
All he had to do is put his bat back in. But on that tram line, I think we got to... Is the painter here from last year? Because we might need him back. That looks wide to me.
Well, at least it's the same for all teams.
Well, no, consistency is important. So that's hit extremely hard. And what a nice catch that is by Shariz Ahmed. Well, you count yourself a little bit unlucky there if you're Sana, because he got a half volley. He hit it well, but he picked the fielder out, and you love this young man, don't you?
Yeah, I did say he's a player I've got a lot of time for. He's good field as well, and that is pretty much drilled down the middle of the bat. Now, how's your luck? Sure is Ahmed. Takes it clean as a whistle. So another wicket goes down. That was Sada that was making most of the running. He was there the whole way through, but he's the 5th wicket to fall. He goes for 20, and it's 42 for 5.
He didn't go on the ground and he didn't go over, sort of caught in between the two. So loses his wicket. He'll be a little bit disappointed, but like I mentioned, good to see Sparta throwing the long handle a bit more as we take a look at the bowling figures. And well, are we on for everyone bowling 1? You ever had that?
We've never had it. I think the most we've had is 8, maybe 9. But to do that as well, Warburg are going to have to maybe slow down on the wickets because they may bowl them out before the end of the 10th over. I don't think we ever had 10 bowlers. I think that 9 is the most, just top of my head. I know we've seen 8 a few times, but
that's the complete licorice all sort.
Yeah.
When you go all opposites of 10,
yeah,
that is good. I think we'll talk a little bit more about their bowling options as the week goes on, because I expect that you'll see Buster later and Vivian Kingma start coming off the long run later in the week.
Well, here's Amrit Singh coming back for a second, so there goes the 10 bowlers.
That was fun.
Of course, you've got 2 guys that have just taken 2 wickets and over. You might have to pry the ball out of their cold, dead hands at the moment after a good over like that. Speaking of options for VCC, I mean, they've got quite a few options this season to call on that I think are going to make a big difference in top class competition.
Yeah. Have you heard about the signings that are coming to VCC?
Yeah, well, I have heard on the grapevine, and the news is true.
Pushed into the offside. Well, actually, it's found a bit of a hole here, and it's scooting away. It's not as quick as Portugal, so they should get back for a second.
Well, he doing the fielding. Yeah, I mean, they've really gone shopping, haven't they? To use your vernacular.
Mate, I would love to know the finances behind this, but talk us through the big one, the #1 signing.
Yanaman Malan. And he is a cricketer.
Let me look on the ODI rankings where he's at.
I think you said 32.
As a guess.
I'll take your word for it. Okay. Corey making up statistics. But I know to get that kind of player in the top classes, it's a huge
That must
signing.
be one of the biggest. I mean, they've had some extremely high-level cricketers here. But this is someone almost probably at the peak of their powers. Let me see if I can spot his name.
But also Andre Milan.
He's 38th best batsman in the world at the moment, ODI cricket.
So he's gone down 4 places in the last hour since 6 places in the last hour since you mentioned it.
I'll still back myself in.
I like it, you had a guess. This is driven. And Snoop will just get 1 here.
Yeah, and then apparently his brother, Andre Milan, is coming as well. An astute cricketer in his own right, playing a bit of first class and provincial. And then you've got Logan Van Beek, who's already in the Dutch setup. He was here last year. He'll be there. And one more name. I'll let you try and read it out.
Yeah, Delano Bontkeser.
Good from you. That's a play and miss. But yeah, that's 4 huge players. And then you add Musa and Shariz to that squad as well, who have moved this year as well to the club. They are playing in the 50s as well. You had a bit of Vivian Kingma and the Basta later, the Prince of Vorburg. I tell you what, and that's not even talking about Floris Delanga and some of their other fringe players that are good. Yeah. That is an incredible group. That might be one of the better teams that's ever rolled the parks in Holland.
Yeah, fair analysis from you. Of course, you know a lot about it. This one will be a boundary. Yakub, nice to get going here. This hasn't been easy so far, especially those wickets falling in the middle of the innings. This one just shapes in. He takes it from just outside the off stump. Again, I do like the attacking intent. That actually brings up the 50 as well for Sparta after 7 overs there. 51 for 5. Just a reminder that you can reach us on our social media. I'm at Mr. Maximo. You also get Corey on Instagram at @CRutgers_28, or also Corey Rutgers on Twitter and Facebook. And our social media at European Cricket is, there's a lot of things happening with it, including a partnership with Cricket District called The Big Shot. And every week you'll get to see some of the highlights and interesting moments from all around the European cricket scene. So I'm looking forward to that. Here's Navjot Singh. He gets drilled down the ground. This is Vogala. Will make the stop, just 1. Yes, I mean, there's a lot going on. If you do have any questions as well, get them in the live chat. ECN European Cricket Network. I see Conrad Greenshields has popped into the chat. Hello, Conrad. Hope you're well. Hope you're not too sore and sorry after the week of cricket. I know your body was put under immense stress. This one's in the air, and I think it's going to fall safely. And it gets away from the fielder, but does well to make the stop. Ghani, that is.
I know there's been a few opinions on the signings and whatnot, but I think in Dutch cricket, especially Dutch cricket, you can only benefit from having such big names come across and represent your club, especially if they're offering something a bit back, a little bit of coaching here and there, and players playing with them. You're only going to learn.
That's one thing as well. You talked about getting the checkbook out. It's not just kind of money, it's also some other things, some opportunities, and
it's all money, Vinny.
Yeah, it's all. No, I won't say it's things of value.
No, it is
right?
things of value.
It's things of value. So not everything's cash, I suppose. Is what I'm saying. It's you know some opportunities to help out here and there and try and improve the structure of the club, which I think is healthy.
Well, with the 12-team top class, there's a lot on line with 3 teams potentially going down, and you don't want to find yourself in a sticky position as Shariz Ahmed does the mopping up there from cover. Yeah.
The other thing is, from our point of view, of course, we just had the European Cricket League, and don't forget the Dutch. They've been spoiled because the last couple of years that we tried to hold tournaments, there's always been 2 spots up for grabs. But right now, there's only 1 spot up for grabs.
Yeah, T20. So the winner of the T20 competition here, I believe, will get the ticket again to the ECL. Obviously, VOC and RBS don't get free passage back as that's high in the air. And this is your man, Shariz Ahmed.
Yeah,
safe catch.
Not going to drop it. He had to go back and judge that one. And he judged it perfectly. So Yaqub, I liked, again, the way he was approaching his innings there, but he's going to have to go for 9. As we have just 13 balls left in this innings now. Sparta, they're 56 for 6.
Yeah, nice smart catch there. It balloons right in the air, and he had to track back maybe 3 or 4 metres, and he did it pretty safely. And for a young man, there's a lot of composure. Safe hands, and his second catch of this game. But yeah, what were we just mentioning, Vinny? I forgot.
We're talking about ECL qualification.
Oh, yeah, so
and imagine having someone like Yaneman Milan at an ECL, depending on what the other commitments are. Maybe some national team commitments or first-class commitments. But I mean,
well, they've got to win the T20 comp first, Vinny. And I know there's only one team that's. We don't count the VRA year from Corona. VOC don't lose T20s, so we're coming back.
All right.
See you there next year.
Okay.
I'll be in the commentary booth with you watching VOC play again.
You made yourself at home in the commentary booth this year. Here's Navjot, fresh off a wicket. Now we do get to see Sawan Sarda. He's coming out at number 8. It's the end of the over. And Navjot, I should say, does finish with figures of 1 for 11. So 8 overs down and 56 for 6. And look, Sparta, even though they haven't quite got runs on the board, they're looking a little bit, I suppose, thin and like they're kind of struggling for options with the bat. But at least they have tried to make the running a little bit more in match 2.
Well, I know Sparta as well have made a few signings for their cricket year. Just a few of them aren't here just yet. But I know Khalid Amadi, and he's playing for them this year, and he's a really big pickup. We've seen him in the ECS before, the Belgian international. And Ashan Malik, the ex-Dutch international, he'll be playing for Sparta as well. He's left VOC. We used to nickname him the package. No, not anymore. He's lost a friend here. If Ashan, you're listening, which I know you are, I'll never forgive you. And good luck to those gentlemen at their new club. And they've also signed Samik Golia. Samik Goli from India. Ranji Trophy.
Yeah, I know.
Big Samik Goli is playing for Sparta this year. He'll be here, so maybe some of our viewers know a bit about him. I actually don't know too much about him, but apparently his cricket pedigree is massive.
Yeah, I did hear of that signing as well. So it was none other than our own Rob Kemming that was telling me about that.
Oh, yeah.
Same when we were travelling up.
Big signing. So yeah, you sort of see that teams in Holland always try and bring maybe 2 or 3 overseas players in. There was a few years ago, it used to be 2 max, and then we had this issue where the Belgians wanted to play in the league, and then there was a bit of a argy-bargy with the KNCB between them and Punjab, and now the rule is let it fly.
Yeah.
Let it fly. If
it's good for the comp.
If you want overseas players, get them in.
Especially because you already have a significant amount of kind of homegrown talent here as well. And I just think that raising the standard of the competition overall and getting whatever teams thinking their best players are in there, it's good, especially, connecting European countries as well. Like having the Belgians playing a competition, I think that makes it stronger as well. So yeah, just a slight technical issue here, I think.
Well, everyone benefits from it, don't they, Vinny? I think it's always a good look, and it's always exciting as a cricketer as well when you rock in and you know that you're going to come up against someone of a high pedigree. And there's been some sensational players that have come over the years, obviously, and yeah, I think we'll see a few more this year that are going to be pretty sensational as well.
Yeah, for sure. So it's been an exciting time for European cricket. And I suppose the Netherlands, for me, it always sits kind of in a strange spot compared to some of the other countries that we have. Because, okay, they've got ODI status, but they're not quite a country with the infrastructure of somewhere like a Scotland or, of course, Ireland now. They've got test status, right?
Yep.
So they kind of sit in this kind of floating zone.
Let's say the grey area.
Grey area, like Twilight Zone, we call it. But it's great to be here. We know we're going to see some high-quality cricket, some high-quality cricketers. I mean, those of you, of course, would remember the Netherlands 11 from the ECC as well. Some of the cricket we saw, it's kind of an A-team they had back then.
No, we're going to see some cricket royalty this week. I know Punjab didn't. If Steph Myberg comes out, he's just retired. I mean, Buster Later's playing this game, and to put it in comparison, 2 weeks ago, he's facing Kyle Jamieson at Sendon Park in New Zealand. Like, it's pretty phenomenal to go playing.
That's what I mean. Like, it's the Twilight Zone. You know, they're like at the...
It is different, isn't it?
Hey, trust it. Trust me.
Trust the process.
I'm somebody that knows a lot about what it's like to be living at the bottom of the top. As we head to the 9th over finally, and it's Waheed that will bowl it. And he starts with one that gets hit back at him.
But yeah, how exciting it is for the Dutch. I mean, with the internationals they just played in New Zealand and Afghanistan. And I mean, have you heard about the home summer they have this year? Ridiculous.
Yeah. This
is the year you want to be living in Holland if you're a cricket lover. It's nice batting flicked into the leg side.
A bit of walkie-talkies down. Oh, the throw goes to the bowler's end there and smashes the walkie-talkie. Look at this, Corey. Walkie-talkie's gone.
Oh, no.
And luckily the throw went to the bowler's end. Otherwise, that was right in the danger zone.
Don't feel like we've got backup walkie-talkies either.
Yeah, we have to go to the old shouting method. Anyway, it all happens in the 9th, as Rico would say, and I'll be hoping it all happens Sparta. Again, this one won't leave the infield. It's just one. So remember in the first game, we saw them end up at 67 for 4 off their 10 overs. And at the moment, it looks like it's heading for something similar, maybe a few more. But
just a few men short today, apparently, and lacking a bit of batting. Hit high in the air. Could be another catch. Yeah, nice safe hands, and that's Harold Volliger out there. Moved pretty well to his left, and that's the standard we expect to see, isn't it, Vinny?
Yeah, excellent catch. He judges it well, and I like the way that he shields the ball from the impact when his body's hitting the ground. So, yeah, Vogler, a player that I've enjoyed so far watching this morning as he takes the catch, which is the 7th wicket of the innings. It's 59 for 7.
Yeah, so just expanding a little bit on that summer of cricket in the Netherlands, the big summer, so to speak. You could they've got obviously New Zealand's coming over for 2 T20s. I believe that's in August. Pakistan are over here. That'll be huge, and really excited to watch that as we see the catch again.
Pretty good catch for someone that's 46 years of age.
He's a young 46, if you tell me.
A bit of a baby face and a key position, holding on to a really good catch.
Yeah, very good indeed. It's 59 for 7 now. Tries to hit it hard to the leg side. But yeah, so you've also got, to kick it off, you've got England in Amsterdam. And coming, I'll tell you what.
That's be huge.
Now, I'll tell you what, I met the guy that's running the Barmy Army in Spain. They sold out like hotcakes. Imagine if you're in England, you're thinking a little weekend in Amsterdam, I'll watch a bit of cricket. Not a bad package, that.
Not bad at all. I remember some of the 99 World Cup, I think, was played in Amsterdam. Was that VRA? Another wicket, though. Well, bad news. And Snoop Dogg's going to have to trot off here. So Waheed, he's going to finish with a Bridie. It's a 4 for.
Oh, I'm not sure.
4 for 10. I know that you hate it. That's why I like saying it. And it's going to be yet another wicket. So, unfortunately for Martin Snoop, he's got to go for 6. 9 overs down now. It's 60 for 8.
Yeah, well, good bowling. That was the off cutter. He gets a thick inside edge, and he's bowled. But at least they're trying to get on the runs. And then, yeah, one more team I haven't mentioned. The Windies. The Windies will be over here as well. So you've got four full member nations travelling to the Netherlands for series. That must be a first for the country. How exciting to be a player in that system or coaching staff at the moment. As we look at the fixtures for the rest of the day. Salond and Clampott, that'd be exciting to see, especially Salond.
Yeah, so Salond, see the first time I think in an ECS. Campbell we did see last year. All right, time for the 10th over. There we go. We didn't miss much. It was a swing and a miss. 60 on the board.
Yeah, so Salond, someone in the chat will correct me because I'm taking an absolute stab at this. Hour 45 away, maybe hour and 30 minutes away from the east of Holland. And
Depends how quick you're driving, I guess.
yeah, pretty quick.
Hit down the ground. Vogelar should be able to cut this off just the one.
They've been promoted from the Hoofed Classer. They're in the top classer team this year, and so I'm great that they've accepted the ticket to play in this. It gives them a bit of exposure, and we can learn a little bit about their players. They'll be more than fizzed up, I'd imagine.
Yeah, Victor Lubbers in there.
He'd be captaining, I imagine.
Yeah, and another name I saw in their squad, Hamid Wardak, who
German.
he's German.
Left armour, right?
Yeah, and actually you played against him
Well,
in the UCL final for SG
I've got a
Findorf.
flashback of Scotty sweeping him about 42 times.
But the first over, he actually only conceded about 6. Not a pretty good first one. Anyway, we could see him once again. As we're going to see another swing and a miss.
That's the fun thing about this ECS stuff. We're just we can get these memories of players that have played around and they're representing their new clubs or teams. It's pretty exciting for everyone. 5 top classer teams. That's what I'm really excited about.
Ali Kasim's only conceded 5 in an over and a half. He's not going to concede anymore now. So things have really ground to a halt, haven't they?
Yeah, they really haven't. And also, I shouldn't discredit it as well, Kampong have been promoted as well. So Salond and Kampong were the 2 teams that won the ticket over Hermes last year, who were pretty devastated not to make it. I think both of them will do quite well in the 50-over format this year.
Swing and a miss. So Power struggling to get going here. So hope he can get 1 run here.
Well, he can't, Vinny, because they've flipped the bails off.
So, yeah, it is. Well, I thought there was 1 to come, but probably right. My computer's a bit slow getting up to speed. It will finish. Well, I think that'll be it. I mean, remember that last time we thought we were done and we weren't. So I'm going to still just wait. There we go. Now it's clicked over for me. So I've got 61 for 8. So Power will finish none of 4. Once again, keep the comments and the questions coming in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. But they only made 67 this morning. It wasn't nearly enough. And right now, they have the unenviable task of trying to defend 61. And once again, VCC, but they're a galaxy of stars this season. You mentioned that already, Corey. And at the moment, they're doing the business on the opening morning in Holland.
Yeah, absolutely. They're needing of their overseas players to come because this unit here is doing a sensational job and they shared the wickets around, and even more impressive was their fielding. It was pretty calculated, pretty clean. They didn't make too many errors, and that was the first of a couple catches for the young man, Harold Vogelar, out there at mid-off and fielding in a hot spot. We see a lot of catches in mid-off at T10. This was the only one that really went down. This was off a Vivian Kingmar leg spinner. Not something we would have thought we'd see in our lifetime. Came in bowling the little wrist spinners. You could see how devastated he was. That was a nice shot over wide, extra cover for 1 bounce 4. And the boundaries are still small here, but you expect that the scoring rates will pick up as the week continues. Still that Monday feeling where teams are trying to find their T10 form. That was absolutely plumb as the umpire crouched his head down just to make sure it was in line with the stunts, but that was 3 reds, all she wrote. And now he was the batsman to depart, young Noor, and he's had an okay day with the bat, but he would have been disappointed to get out there. This was another wicket, the slow right arm in swing. You miss, I hit, and that was a pretty loose shot by Danish Umar. When he looks back at the footage later, I'm sure he'll be a little bit disappointed with that shot. That brought out Wahab Umar to the crease, and he showed plenty of intent. Got a little bit of luck with an underneath edge that Floris Delang might be a little bit disappointed he couldn't get a glove on it because that trickled away for a much needed boundary. And Sparta Cricket, well, they were trying their best to get some energy into this innings, but unfortunately they couldn't. That was another catch for Shariz Ahmed at cover. Hit pretty hard. When it's not your day, it's not your day. If that was left or right of him by a metre, that would have been another boundary. This one was whipped into the hole in the leg side and ended up scooting away for 4. And, well, Vorberg, they just kept taking wickets. So Shariz Ahmed, another catch at cover. And for Sparta Cricket, plenty to reflect on as they just couldn't get boundaries away. And unfortunately, it got down to that lower order, left with a lot of work to do, which is never easy. Some good fielding off his own bowling there as the captain, Joost Martijn Snoep, was trying his best to get his team up to a competitive total. Harold with another catch at deep mid-off. And well, the lower order probably weren't expecting to be out there so early, but they were giving another bat. Martijn Snoep chopped on there with his leg stump being uprooted, and the wickets just kept coming at regular intervals, and unfortunately, when that happens, it's very difficult to get your team up to a competitive total. And what was good to see, I guess, from the Sparta team, though, they did show more intent than this morning. They tried their best to score quickly. Unfortunately for them, it didn't pan out. let's take a look at the scorecards quickly, and we'll start with the batting scorecard here. And there was only one man to get into the 20s. No one else even got into the teens. That's Sandeep Sada. He made 20 off 15. Everybody else 8, 6, 1, 4, 6, 9, 1, 2. Not too great. 4 extras this time. It wasn't the clean slate, the perfect game that VCC bowled this morning. 2 wides, 2 leg byes, but 61 for 8. You imagine that they're probably 50 to 60 runs short of where they want to be, and this is going to give VCC a good opportunity to really boost that net run rate again. Take a quick look at the bowling figures, and this is going to be pretty. Economy of 2.5 for Ali Kazim. Let's not forget about him. 1 for 5, but 4 wickets at the bottom. Rehan Wahid, well done. Economy of 5, 4 for 10. I don't see 4 for too much in the T10 format, and 2 for 14 for Amrit Singh. Everybody else doing a job and chipping in on regular intervals, as you can see in the partnership column there, just in the middle of your screen. They just couldn't get going at any stage, 21 being the best partnership, and that was from the opening pair. So, VCC, they take complete control of this doubleheader this morning. Join us back, 62 required in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello and welcome back, everyone. We're at the second half of this T10 match, VCC versus Sparta Cricket Club. And, well, VCC have made a pretty good start at this game as well, bowling them out for 61, and they're only going to need 62. And here's someone we're excited to see, Prifty Balwat Singh. He's got the new ball in hand. He's going to be bowling, it looks like, to Buster later. Well, I think Vinny Sandhu was pretty excited about watching him play. And it is Buster later on your screen. So, Vinny, welcome back. I heard the steps there. You're excited.
Yeah, had to get back here. And could be another one of those innings, blink and you'll miss it. And we know that last time they chased down a target. There's a few more than this, and it only took them 5 overs. They kind of laboured at the end of those 5 overs as well. Yeah, but VCC putting down a marker here on a Monday morning in the Netherlands. Almost ready to get going. Just waiting for the clock to tick over. Probably a good time to realize that my laptop's still on Portugal time. So we've got ahead an hour.
We've gone ahead an hour, Vinny, so please stay with me. But yeah, this is exciting to watch young Buster later, the Prince of Vorburg as he's nicknamed, and obviously a high quality player. He's almost a stalwart now in the current Dutch setup at number 4.
Yeah, and I mean he's made the big journey back, hasn't he?
He just got back from New Zealand.
I mean, it's not a short journey, put it that way.
It was a month trip for them, because they actually left early, did the Dutch team, because they were meant to quarantine for 10 to 12 days, and then that got dropped as soon as they got there.
Yeah.
So they were enjoying themselves, I heard.
All right, isn't it?
It's a pretty good tour, that.
Bit of a bonus time. Okay, here we go with the first ball. And it's Balwant Singh. Gets one up in the block hole. And later. It's, not sure if there's any bat in that. Maybe a little bit of inside edge on it.
Dutch umpires will always give the batsman a couple extra runs here and there.
I mean, if it gets caught, you might see the batter making a bit more of a protest about that one, but still, does get them off the mark.
Well, it looks like Floris Delang's going to be opening with him. Heard a lot of good stuff about this man. You know, Piers Fletcher's told me some good things, so looking forward to watching how he plays.
We saw Delang at the end of the last game, and we'll see him at the start of this game. Touch and go. Good little flick back, though. And we'll get back for a couple. Good fielding. That's what we like to see, that kind of commitment.
I like that. That rhymed, Vinny. Touch and go. Good little flick back, though. Not bad from you.
Not my first rodeo.
It's good fielding, that. Saves a couple extra runs. Well, they're going to have to be almost exemplary, perfect. Put together the greatest 10 overs ever to get back in this game, because VCC are very strong with the bat.
Goes after this, but slides into him. Let's see if we get a signal here.
Please give it a leg bite.
There you go. I can see him loading up.
Yeah.
He's just stretching. It's a little half leg raise.
Well, I've got one for you.
Okay.
I was just sitting here and I was thinking about young Buster later. He's just in New Zealand playing the Kiwis, our brothers from across the Tasman.
Of course.
I think this is the biggest. I'll say it after this poll. Shot.
Next few words what you're going to say were game in cricket history.
I think this is the biggest differential a player has gone almost ever in such time. New Zealand right now in ODI cricket are ranked #1 in the world.
Yeah.
He was just facing Kyle Jamieson, Matt Henry, and now you're out in Sparta cricket. That has to be one of the biggest drop-offs ever.
Oh, you say that. I mean,
in a competitive match, mate, #1 in the world. We're not just talking about number 7. We're playing. You're facing Kyle Jamieson, and then you're facing Prifty Balwat Singh a week later.
You got to remember that in a different era, back in the day, all the Australian Test players would come back from the Ashes and play for their clubs. I know.
Yeah, but if you played for your club in Australia, you're playing pretty decent level still back then.
Okay.
There might be a record.
Goes after this down the ground. He's on the charge, on the march. Maximo! The Prince is holding court. He gets his first 6 of the series. End of the first over. It's 12 for no loss.
Yeah, nice shot. But yeah, can you imagine going from 6'8" Kyle Jamieson, who's bowling just ugly lengths at your ribs, so you're then coming out and playing? You must have so much more time. You must come back with like a time or with 10 extra seconds.
Look, the only way I could compare would be if I came back from playing elite indoor cricket where we'd have...
Can't compare it.
No. But when you do that and the brand new balls swing around all over the place, some of the bowlers are in the high 130s, and then you come back and play like a social Division 3 match.
I like it.
And you know what I mean? And I couldn't hit the ball. Like I couldn't because it's just completely different. The timing.
This would be the biggest differential in our competition.
Yep.
ECN. There's no one. I know Scotty and Maxie played in thing, but they didn't go on. They didn't come back a week later and play in one, you know.
All right, so here we go with over number 2. It's Ibrahim Keel who's going to open the bowling, but he gets a little bit short. And it's a nice shot by Floris Delanga, who plays a pull shot. Wasn't super short. He just kind of opened himself up. It was probably stump high, but still gets plenty of contact and another boundary to VCC.
Yeah, they're off and motoring, and well, already on 16, only chasing 62.
Mandrake's already saying that Corey's eyeing off a quick second innings and an early lunch.
Huge
I
fan.
know you're all about that. Next one is played to a kind of backward point fielder, just a single.
But yeah, he did well, Buster. I think he's looking better and better over and against these major nations. Plenty of time on his hands. Young man still. He's been around the Dutch cricket traps, and his family pedigree is absolutely massive for years. And bowls pretty decent, medium fast as well.
On the charge this time, but he hasn't got all of this. It should be caught, but it's not. And it's a worst case scenario for Prithvi Balwant Singh.
Oh,
he
no.
just jumps, and I think this
This
clocks off the noggin
This
here.
isn't a worst case scenario because that skimmed off his head.
Yeah, how much head does it get?
Oh, there's a fair bit of head on
a little
that.
bit of a deflection.
That's an early morning Falcon,
He
Vinny.
just seemed to jump, and he didn't need to. He wasn't set, and it just went through the hands.
Well, to be honest,
He's going to end up with a reverse mohawk after that.
I'm glad, honestly.
He's all right, though. That's amazing.
He's about an inch away from that being bad. So, thankfully, he's okay. But I mean, if you're Sparta right now, you think you've just dropped the Prince.
Yeah, that's not a great result at all. Delayed up, faces up again, and this time he's going to
that's huge.
blast one. That is a big hit. He's actually put that in his own tent. Oh, that's in the opposition tent.
The 12th man's misread that by a mile. He didn't have to move. It was going down his throat, and he's run down the hill. That is big.
Maximo time here in the Netherlands, and that was large. Super Size Me. The Prince has gone over long on.
I tell you what, if VCC had a bat at first in one of these games, they could have hit maybe 200 today. They look good. I mean, these two didn't even really bat in the first game.
Ibrahim Keel.
Oh, yeah.
Slower ball, and this gets drop kicked away. It's going to be 6 more. Maximo back to back as Delata putting on a show.
Yeah, bit too easy. You don't drop the Prince, otherwise you get sent to the guillotine. And that's exactly what's happened. Back-to-back sixes. And Vinny, I'm going to make the signal. Making the L signal for early lunch. It's on.
You're making another L signal. I don't mind that ball from Ibrahim Keel, though. You know, trying a slower ball, trying something. Just that Pastelata picked it, and he sent it high and handsomely over leg side boundary. Now, a little bit short. It doesn't get as much of this, but it's still going to go the distance. Maximo, 3 in a row. Bang, bang, bang. Well, let's get organised because it looks like this one might not last too long at all. That's 2 overs down. It's 39 for no loss.
I don't know where VTC have to be today. Maybe they've got a midday appointment or a 12:15 appointment. But, yeah, 39 off 2. To be honest, as a cricket lover, I'm gutted they didn't bat first in one of these games because I think we might have witnessed something violent.
I think there's just a compactness and efficiency to Basilita's batting there that I think is going to be causing some bowlers in this competition to be stressing out a little bit.
Oh, it's the Silver Fox coming on, Vinny. Oh, look at that. That is a head of hair. That's better than the Narian from last week in Portugal. That is flourishing. Look at that. That is bright. Oh, yeah, I'm a huge, huge fan.
It is. It's shining in the midday sun at the moment.
When you've got hair like that, it actually doesn't matter how well you bowl or not bowl. You're going off with a great head of hair anyway.
We could have another modelling contract.
I'm honestly a year away from having that whole beam.
Yeah.
Another year, I'm pretty getting there. It's been a stressful few years, I tell you that.
All right, so Delanga will face up. Third overtime. Power with the ball.
Oh, he's that good, Vinny. Tell you what, don't underestimate him. Power.
That's a nice one.
Silver power. Nice little action.
Yeah. Just plays down the wrong line there, doesn't he?
Tell you what, it's not far from flicking the bails off there. I don't think he was expecting him to get through that quickly. He's got a good little run up. I don't know too much about him. Not seen him in the Dutch cricket traps.
Morris has had enough, and he almost picks out the field. It was a really good effort from Azradullah Ibrahim Keel. He does block it. That's not easy to do either when you're kind of hunting the catch and then it's an awkward kind of a bounce, awkward kind of distance in front of you.
Have you had a 50 off 11 balls, Vinny?
We haven't, but
Okay.
I'd like to see one.
4 balls.
Needs 20 off 4. Still needs 20 off 4.
Oh no, surely we've had a 50 off 10 or 11.
I think 10. Chris Gale did once.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
in ECN cricket, we've never had a 50 quicker than 12 balls. It's been done 3 or 4 times.
Okay, well you never know. If this next one goes for a boundary, we're on
20 off 4. 2
yeah.
6s, 2 4s.
Yeah, we're on 50 watch for speed. That's going. Oh, he's only going to get the
See,
one.
the other thing is, every time you think you see it, something like that now, it's impossible.
Oh, here we go.
Unless we get a 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's one team we haven't talked about in this comp, Punjab. We
Yeah,
haven't
let's
spoken
talk about
it.
them. We won't see them today. We'll see them tomorrow. What can we expect from them?
Yeah, good players. The Zulfikar brothers, obviously everyone in Dutch cricket knows about them.
Triplets, right?
Triplets, and
All 3 are playing this week.
and Remit, the older brother, is also in the team. I hope he is right. I'm pretty sure. So you've got 4 Zulfikar brothers.
Yeah.
You've got the recently retired Stefan Myberg. You've got Suleiman Tariq, the captain who looks after them, who's great. And then I believe they've picked up Ashikullah Saeed.
Yeah,
He's
I
my
saw
boy
that.
from Belgium. He's a great bowler. He's
And your teammate for VOC in the 2019 ECL.
who?
Ashkullah Saeed.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Don't worry, I'll remind you.
wasn't-
There we go. Hello, Ashkullah, if you're watching. This one is whipped away. It is outfield, not quite as quick. It's a bit more lush. Part of that's because of the snow that was here not long ago.
So yeah, so they're pretty stacked. And I mean, last year in the 50 over comp, it was VCC versus Punjab, and Punjab got the chocolates. So you've got the number 1 and number 2 from last year playing in the T10 format now. So that's pretty exciting for everyone involved.
Hit hard. Should be stopped. And it is. At the end of the power play. So it's a pretty good over from Parwa. He actually doesn't concede a boundary. Didn't see that coming. And that came after 3 consecutive 6s to finish the second over. Anyway, at the end of 3, it is 46 without loss.
Yeah, tell you what, this is one of, you don't often get Monday morning early games, do you, Vinny? And we're going to get 2 on the trot. It's just a question of how quickly they'll finish it, and if Sparta can pick up a consolation wicket or 2.
A constellation wicket would just be a really bright.
Yeah,
So when all your stars are involved, maybe in a team catch. I do like the way you make me think.
Oh, just putting it on you. It is a Monday morning for myself as well.
So, see how long we can keep this game going.
But yeah, do you think that is the biggest drop-off we've had? Like Carl Jamson?
It would be
Matt
the
Henry?
highest caliber a player has kind of
Can't go higher.
has gone. Yeah.
ODI cricket, number
To
1 in the world.
ECS, for sure.
Away from home.
Thing is, I would say if you had like an ECS in it, say a weaker country, that would be a bigger drop. But
You can't. Because the weaker countries can't play at a higher level like that. Oh, I tell you what.
oh dear.
That would have been a fun little hospital trip for everyone
That was
involved.
almost a double murder because it almost took out the bowler and it almost took out the umpire as well. Let's have a look at this. They had almost no reaction time.
Oh.
That was almost lights out for a couple of reasons.
Well, match abandoned might have been the best way for him to get a point.
I was going to say, though, the only way you could say that he did play for in another ECS in another country, coming back from playing out for the Netherlands. This one is
Shot.
up, and I think it's going to go. I think it goes all the way in the end. We'll have to wait on the signal, but it is Maximo Talanga. Just liking that leg side, and he makes it a bit easier for himself by getting outside off. And so that one also will bring up the 50 for VCC. Down to 53 now.
Yeah, are they getting through this over, or is it going to end here, Vinny?
Can't see them getting through this over, to be honest. Maybe. Chop down for one.
Yeah, it's going to be a learning curve for this Sparta team, but we are pretty certain that they will improve over the week. They're going to have a bit more cavalry available. A few people can't get off work all the time, understandably. Still a nice experience for the players that are out there.
To be honest, this is where the wickets tumbled last time. This is where they're a little bit suspect, I think. As this one will just be a one hopper. And I'll tell you what, no one's taking their pads off just yet.
Yeah, well said, Vinny. This was last time earlier this morning. They ended up losing 2 late wickets, and we almost had it timed out. I can't see that happen again. Surely these 2 will take them over the line. Good little practice for the VCC batsman this.
Yeah, it's pretty well bowled. Just taking a pace off it. So, this ball coming up of the fourth. So, boundary's drying up a little bit. Just the 1-6 in the last over in 5 balls.
Yep. Let's hope he gets a piece of it. Let's end it here and get that early lunch in, Vinny. I'm thinking a little 45-minute siesta.
6 to win. Won't go for 6. We'll go for 4. And so it will be Delata that moves to 40 off 13. He certainly announced his arrival back in his home nation as we get to the end of the 4th over. It's 60 for no loss, just 2 runs required now for victory. And look, coming up this afternoon, we've got more cricket coming your way. And we're going to see a team on debut in ECS cricket. Sulland, who are captained by Victor Lubbers, and they have won the toss and they'll be bowling first in match 3 against the champions SV Kampong of last year. So that is what the bat versus ball wall is predicting, 107 to 78.
Well, one thing about Sulland that people might know, in the T20 comp in Holland last year, out of all the teams, Hoofd class Chocolates, they made the final 4.
Yeah.
So they could play the short form all right. So it's hit away, and that'll be 1.
And will just be 1.
Yeah, so they're
Corey,
obviously
you're edging towards the lunchroom at the moment. How hungry are you?
pretty hungry.
Now that
Vinny.
you're having to make your own breakfast, are you actually making one? Or
I didn't make breakfast. I woke up late this morning.
No,
I was
I was gonna
pushing the
say,
clock.
Because you don't get the hotel breakfast. All right, scores tied.
Oh.
And this one, well, don't bother, because you can send out the search party. That's gone a long way. Maximal Delata will finish 46 off 14. Delunga on 19 not out. And once again, we've seen VCC taking apart this Sparta attack. They're going to finish even quicker this time. 67 off 4.2 overs, defeating Sparta 61. Pretty one-sided start to the series, but I'm sure there's a lot of competitive cricket ahead this afternoon. And of course, moving forward in this series, still, we've seen VCC. They've certainly sent a message, I think, to the competition as the season essentially gets underway in Holland today.
Yeah, basically they've sent a big message, and well done to the batsmen there and VCC as a team. They were pretty spectacular throughout, and well, I think that must be the 2 quickest games of a morning Monday we've ever had.
Yeah, well, don't pretend you're not loving it either. But Sparta, they weren't. There's some good intent here. I mean, in the end, they were kind of blown off the park, but you can't really doubt the efforts and the attitude of the Sparta guys. A few of them coming in for the first time. And this is the one that really could have gone even worse, as it was a centre parting for the fielder, Balwant Singh at deep cover. That went for 4. And then the Prince took over the show, didn't he, Corey, here in match 2?
Yeah, well, the Prince just exploded in some pretty cordial hitting, and it was structured, deep in the box, good feet movement, good head position, and there's a lot to like about Delata, the cricketer, and that one almost decapitated him.
Yeah, maybe all the fielders and bowlers and umpires will be wearing helmets if Delata keeps hitting them like this. And it was almost time to go. Delata as well hit some nice shots in his 19. Delata, he showed the kind of timing you expect of an international player. Now just look at that Kookaburra fly, and that was the one that finished it off. So just 26 deliveries required in this innings, not even half the time. So barely breaking the sweat. And congratulations to Vorberg as they get off to the perfect start. Coming up, we have match 3, and it's Sulland on debut. Victor Lubbers will be leading them against the reigning champions SV Kampong, who came from the Clowns last time. And that's what the bat versus ball wall is predicting. I can tell you at Kampong they will get the chance to bat first. And Usman Malik will be leading them. He was their successful captain in last year's series. Join us. There'll be a bit of an extended break, but we will be back in about 45 minutes to take you into the afternoon session. Let's have a look at the scorecard. It makes pretty easy reading. Just 2 batters required, and Delata really lit up the ground, didn't he? As he was able to hit 5 6s and 2 4s, only using 14 balls in that 46. And Delata with a 4 and a 6 of his own with 19 not out. And one thing that has been pretty good from most teams this morning has been that there haven't been too many extras conceded, and so just the 2.
Well, Sparta won't concede many extras if they're only going to bowl 25 balls a game, Vinny. But the bowling figures, well,
Silver Fox, Karan Pawa, number 7, best of the bowlers for me. He came on and he stopped the bleeding, but he knew it was a matter of time. It was a lost cause. It's unfortunately for Sparta, they'll have to will have to recover and maybe look at this performance, and obviously they might have a bit of personnel changes as the week goes on. So we're going to take a bit of a break, but we will be back in 45 minutes to take you into match 3, Sulland versus Kampong. I hope you can join us for that. Until then, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers, who's back on home territory, and you're at home here with us on the European Cricket Network. See you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Capella in the Netherlands, and we're halfway through a very interesting first day of action and the sun is out. We're loving the conditions, and now we are going to see the third and fourth teams to appear in this series, and it's Sulland on ECS debut. They're taking on the reigning champions SV Kampong. I'm sure this will be a very interesting matchup. Let's go over to Sir Rob Kemming, who's with the two captains, for the coin toss.
Jij mag roepen. Helemaal. Head. Kop. Munt. Mijn bowler gaat eerst. You can't bowl it.
So it is Sulland that have won the toss, and they've elected to bowl on ECS debut here in match 3 of the series. And look, their captain Victor Lobbers, you might remember him from the ECC where he represented the Netherlands 11. So he's a player I'm really looking forward to seeing at ECS level. And they do have the services of someone that I saw a little while ago in the European Cricket League. Back in 2019, Hamid Vordak is here, and he has made the trip from Germany for the series, so I'm really looking forward to seeing that. And as far as SV Kampong are concerned, I think that their captain, Usman Malik, he won't mind batting first too much. And they kind of came from the clouds to win the last series we had here back in 2021. So he's a very key player for them. Very experienced as well, very talented, and seemed to adapt to the format pretty well. Also, another player to watch out for Kampong is Ratha Alphonse, the keeper, who impressed me as well. He was another one who we saw representing the Netherlands at the ECC last year. So plenty to play for. Both these teams, I'm sure, want to start on the right foot. Match 3 is on the way, and it is Sulland who won the toss. They're bowling first. Let's get over to Corey as we get ready for the start of this game. Match 3 is on the way.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu, and welcome back everyone around the world for some more T10 action. 2 new teams entering the fray in the ECS Capella, and it's a gorgeous day for cricket here, as you can see on your screens. Absolutely beautiful, and there's the backdrop, and what a beautiful part of the world, Rotterdam, and an exciting place to bring you more cricket. And yeah, that is a gorgeous, gorgeous view. And, just to the left up there is Hillegersburg. Keep going, you're going to Rotterdam city centre, and right now we're in Capella, Mount Isel, and here are the 2 lineups. It's Sulland versus Kampong. Should be a good game. Sulland, a little bit of a mystery for a lot of people in Holland. They're back into the top class of this year, and so are Kampong. They've come back after quite some time out. Golness here for Sulland at number 5. Like the looks of him. Akil Gopinath as well, and Victor Lovers, of course. We know what he can do for Kampong. Look at that top 3. Usman Malik, Ratha Alphonse and Sherry Butt. Very dangerous. And then looking down more the bottom order, who they've got down there. And Curtin Nana, he'll bowl pretty handy. And Zahid Abbas Chowdhury, very good as well. So this should be an interesting contest. And I think both teams a lot to prove to everyone in top class of cricket, because they've both been promoted. So an exciting time, and a bit of a pre-season competition this for them. And good to get the players out in the competitive format and seeing how they go. So we're almost ready for the very first ball in this match, and gives me a great opportunity to welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially everyone in India via FanCode. Hope you're doing well out there. Hope you've got your Dream 11 teams in, and hopefully they can give you a win. And to everyone on YouTube and via the YouTube chat, hope you're doing great. And it's been always fun interacting with you. If you've got any Dutch cricket questions, or you want to get anything in about the game, please let us know and we'll answer as much as we can. And Rynder Lubbers, the tall man, he must be about 6'8". He's a big, big man. He's going to start off. Ratha Alphonse on strike. Here we go, ball 1. And that bounce comes straight into it. And Ratha Alphonse came down the wicket. Ratha is an interesting sort of player. He's more a touch player. He likes his ramps, scoops, flicks, deflections. And Usman Malik more conventional and hits it pretty hard. And I do like the look though. Rynder Lubbers, I had the pleasure of facing him a little bit last year, and he has a lot to offer. He's a tall, strong man. He hits the deck hard, and I think that height definitely gives you a little bit of a chance. So it looks like deep cover and deep mid on are the 2 boundary riders to start. That's well bowled, pushed into the offside, and that'll be the first run for Ratha Alphonse. Always nice to get off the mark. Just a single dropped into the offside. And yeah, Andrew File saying this bowler looks like he should be an Olympic rower from 2008. He is huge. Look at that hairdo as well. One of the better hairdos you'll ever see. Cool, calm, collected. Tell you what, I think a few women viewers might be tuning in right now. He's a good-looking man. I like even more what he does with the ball. Here's one of my favourite players in the ECS history books, the captain, Usman Malik, he might be one of the best players I've seen in T10 format. He opens the bowling, opens the batting. He's a gun in the field, absolute weapon. It's wide down the leg side, so losing his line a little bit there. But yeah, he's an absolute weapon of a player, probably an even better leader. Really takes his team to new heights. And last year in the Capella T10, the Kampong boys caused a few upsets and got their team over the line to win the competition, stealing it from VVV, who hadn't previously dropped a game. So play and miss outside the offside. Good response from Lubbers. He'll have a big year on his hand. With the big man Rinder. I mean, he's going to be bowling to some seriously good batsmen this year. And Kampong, Salond, if they're going to stay up in the top classer, they're going to rely on his 10 overs and what he brings to the table quite a lot. So a pretty exciting year for him. High in the air, huge opportunity. Someone's got to hold on to this. It's a tough one. Oh, not tough at all. That's Hamid Waduk, the German international. The big first wicket. And, well, just tooting his horn, saying he needs to have a big year. And he picks up a wicket straight away. Good bowling, good length, little bit of movement away. And that's a really nice safe catch by Hamid Waduk as well. Salland, they get the early chocolates here. Usman Malik trying a little bit adventurous sort of shot that, but that's what the T10 format can do. And not an easy catch. It's steep low, and the breeze has picked up a little bit here, but he takes it in the end. And that's the first wicket in this clash. The score 2 for 1. Brings out Sherry Butt to the crease. He'll partner Rather Alphonse, and well, that's what you want to do if you're a Salland team. You want to try and bring that number 3, number 4 to the wicket as early as possible, especially while that ball is new and maybe swinging just a little bit extra in the first 2 overs. Really nice catch that as well. You see us in the commentary crew. Yeah, I am next to Vinny Sandu. Just give him a little tap on the head and a little rub just to make sure he's okay. He's just finishing up something. Well, it's very smooth actually, very nice indeed. I'm sure he'll remind me of that after. Anyway, Sherry Butt's first ball of the competition. Pulled away down into the leg side and just the one. This format definitely suits Sherry, definitely more a T10 player. Small boundaries, big man, and very suitable for him. He'll Rather Alphonse, who's more deflection sort of player, loves his ramp shots. Might think about it with the height here of Rinder, but losing a wicket makes it a little bit more risky. Yep, pushed into the offside and just get a single there. So respectfully played, and what a good start it is for Salland. That takes us to the end of the first, and the score is 4 for 1. Good opportunity to welcome back good friend, co-commentator, blue suit wearing, Vinny Sandu. How are you?
Yeah, I'm well, and thanks for that. Thanks for rubbing my head. Felt good luck. And both these teams will want some good luck. Pretty big wicket to be out already, Usman Malik. And he is really impressive, like you said. And also I think it's great to see Salland in the competition. So you mentioned both these teams recently promoted. They'll be wanting to get the season off to a good start. So I think it's very fitting that they meet each other on the opening day of the season, essentially, here in the Netherlands.
Well, yeah, it's exciting for both teams. I mean, getting promoted from the Hoofde Classer, and we're having a word to a couple of the boys on the side. Just for Kurt Nana, just remind us, there was a 25-year wait for Kampong to get back to the top class.
Here's Wardak, the left armour.
It's a good ball. German international.
I'm really excited to see him live again. Like, I don't think I've seen him play live since 2019, so 2.5, almost 3 years. And yeah, I like what he brings to the table.
Got to play him last year. So as I mentioned, Salland made the final 4 in the country for the T20 comp, which was massive because they were from the division below. So it's blocked into the offside and down a third man just for a single. So yeah, Salland really surprised a few teams out there and made it to the final 4. And one thing you know about this guy, he goes hard.
He's a competitor.
He is.
Yeah, he's a real competitor.
Remember, he was given a bit of chirpy chirp. He really gets into it. And I respect that sort of player. And he offers quite a lot. This will be a tough contest now.
Looks fighting fit as well.
He does look strong.
Looks in really good shape.
That's well bowled. Just blocked down to third man again. They might think of it too.
And look, we remember Findorf, obviously, for the final, but in 2019 where they went for a record score. But let's not forget the run they put together to get to the final. I mean, they knocked off Svanholm back then, and he was instrumental in that.
Yeah, he had a big game, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, probably crossed the board in 2019. ECL didn't show what he could do, but excited to see him here.
So that's a great delivery. Actually, I can't believe that hasn't taken the stumps out. Watch this, Vin. That was a bee's whisker away. Pitched and just left. Oh, I tell you what, on another day, that's the topper off.
Yeah, I mean, does a bit as well.
That jacked.
See, it seems. That's why you can understand why the batter is trying to go leg side. Alphonse. I see Rather Alphonse as well, another player I like.
Well, no one deep on the leg side, so he's going to favour that area. And this time he does get the edge. That's really good bowling. Taking it across him with a little bit of nibble. Thin edge, safe catch. What a start from Salon.
Yeah, Wardak has just given nothing away here at all. And once again, a little bit of seam movement right to left. See, healthy edge. And flies through to Pasan Piarunga behind the stumps.
Nice catch.
So Salon get another wicket at Kampong. Now, that was slow starters last time when we were here. And at the moment, it's a bit more of the same. It's 6 for 2 now in the second over.
Well, every now and then you have to just say good bowling. And here comes someone that we need to speak about exclusively, Hamid Butt, Mr. Bonsai himself, creator of the Bonsai cricket brand. I'll tell you what, that's taking most of Europe by storm. I think 4 Dutch internationals were using him in the New Zealand series. And also, he sponsors my coaching gear. So if you don't want biased commentary, I should get out of the box because I'm going to be biased.
Well, we already know you're biased and disclosed all of those things.
No, Hamid's done a lot of good stuff for European cricket and helping facilitate with a lot of the equipment around there. And good on him and good luck for his brand.
Yeah, so this means that we're going to see Sherry Butt out there.
Oh, Benny, I've caught the cube.
The cube's off. All right.
What a catch. Did you see that?
I didn't see you. No, what I am watching is Wardak coming in and getting one past the outside edge.
Operations.
All right, so we almost had a cube take off. It was a matter of time. Now, those of you that have been on Cube Watch in Portugal would know that pretty much a lot of the day now is based around the cube situation.
Arguably, the cube's more important than the cricket. Because if I didn't catch that corner then, that was gone.
Yeah. Well, what's the next country that way? Anyway. Good news is...
Oh, well, here comes Fletch in the back of your screen.
Fletch will know what to do.
And if he doesn't, we're in a lot of trouble.
He's done his 12-week cube course. So, anyway.
Back to the action.
Let's get on with it. Here's Rinder. Jeez, he's good so far. He does look the kind of guy...
Look how big he is.
He could move mountains, couldn't he? He's a man mountain. This is another one that goes pretty close to knocking over the stumps.
Yeah, good bowling. I mean, I'm not... A little bit of a man crush on him. He's big, he's strong. Bowls a good heavy length. What else do you want in a man?
Yeah, maybe good back of the hand slower ball as well.
Oh, that would add to it.
Flexible wrist.
Well bowled again, and Sherry Butt a little bit at sea there, just fishing. Sherry always looks better when he's just being aggressive. Whenever he tries to sort of play those nurdle shots, it's not really a shot, it's just fishing. But when he's aggressive,
yeah,
he can whack it.
That's the thing about coming out at 6 for 2, and now we're in the third over. The issue is sometimes these kind of players, they don't just stick to their all-out attack game, because that is what he likes to do in this format. We saw Sherry Butt playing for Belgium in the ECC recently. This is a misfield. We'll allow a second. He'll have to hustle back, but he'll get there.
Can safely say the cube has been reinforced,
Yeah,
Vinny.
that's good. Good to know. Here's Fletch. Fletch is doing about 3 jobs at once here. So, should be on the triple pay, I reckon. He's done well there. Yeah, almost decubed in game 3.
Didn't take long anyway. He comes again. It's just cut down and should just be a single to third man, and it is. And yeah, well, great start this from Salem though. I mean, they've been promoted as well. They come from a long way away in the country, and I know they're pretty excited about the challenges of coming into top class next year. Haven't heard if they've got any overseas signings or anything like that just yet, but I'm sure they've got something in
They'll have a few tricks up their sleeve.
They're
Newly promoted teams always do. They're a team on the up and up.
Well, teams are stacking up. There's going to be 3 relegations this year. It's unprecedented.
Found it hard to get after Randa Lobbers. He's got 2 balls to come.
Oh, high in the air. That's going to fly, though. And yeah, she's going to go for 6. So Mr. Bonsai, well, those bats must be pretty good because that's 6 runs, Vinny.
They must have some good edges because that's what this is. It's off the top edge. And Lovers, he's bringing a bit of power of his own. Bowling thunderbolts. This one flies away over fine leg. Maximo. That's all he needed for Kampong, who move up into double figures.
Well, if you're using your own gear and it's your own brand and your own company and you're out in the middle, you'd probably be wanting to top edge a 6 because that gets you a few more sales.
It probably does. All right, so Cube is back in session. Here we go. Last ball of the over.
Oh, well, he's got every piece of that. Mr. Bonsai himself. Tell you what, 20% off for everybody now. 6 runs, what a shot.
Unbelievable strike. It wasn't that short, you know. But he just turns on it. That was right out of the middle of it. And plenty of wood behind it. End of the power play. And it ends with a couple of big strikes. It's 21 for 2 after 3.
Oh, Bonsai. And he's great batting. And, 2 big 6s. Just helped Kampong get a little bit of a settler. But yeah, 25 years not in the top class. That's a pretty long
time. Long time.
It is in club cricket, isn't it? I mean, there's only really 2 strong divisions, I guess.
Yeah, that is a long much mobility. I mean, I think of like, you know, in
football when you can get stuck down for it. But I mean, yeah, they never got back. 25-year long wait.
Here's Victor Lubbers, who's going to take over.
Oh, that's cannon into his pad, and that is absolutely plumb. What a ball that is. And yeah, there's a big wicket as well. Have a look here.
This is a seed first up. I mean, first ball of the season.
Pitches on middle and leg. Oh, yeah, he's so late on that. That is canning it in. Where's the umpire's head going, though? Just making sure that it was out. And that was plumb. What a ball. He got that to swing late.
He really got that to go late and quick. You know, he skids off the pitch. Let's watch this one here.
So pitches on middle and leg.
Pitches on middle.
Oh, yeah,
pitches on middle, hitting middle, I think.
Oh, he had to move his head just a little bit because Victor's sort of left hip was in the way. But look at the nod and look at the double point. He knew as soon as he bowled that was going to be out. So
it's a great ball.
It's a good ball.
Rock out first ball of the season.
Well, that's going to give any bowler a bit of confidence. But the score now, 21 for 3 here, Vinny. And Kampong, they're under the cosh a little bit.
Sure are. Kampong came from 3rd to win the ECS last year. And they got over Sparta in qualifier 2 for the right to play against Veni Vidi in the final. Well, here's Victor again to Curtin Nana.
Oh, well bowled. Inside edge this time, and that's going to go 4, and it's going to hit the helmet. It's a 9.
It's a 9,
Vinny.
Yeah.
Well, I've not seen that before. Well, that's 9 runs, one of the better shots.
Of course, the ball's dead once it does cross the rope.
Shouldn't be.
I think if you leave a helmet anywhere within 500 metres of the field, you should get an extra 5, because that's super hard to do. So
pretty good placement,
it'd be the best French cut ever.
I'm liking what Victor's doing. He's bringing it back quite a way.
Got it on a string at the moment, doesn't he?
And then that one goes across him and gets the 1. So
I think that's natural variation. You know, I think that's one that doesn't really swing back, but that's also a dangerous delivery, right?
I'm telling you right now, left armers in the first 4 overs of T10, their numbers would be extraordinarily better than right armers. I'm telling you, because there's just so much variation to their bowling if it doesn't hoop back.
I think what it is because most batters are right-handed. Right?
Yeah,
if most batters were left-handed, then we'd say right-arm bowlers were.
Potentially. Yeah. Mr. Bonsai back on strike. And gets been what that ball there was. Victor's very good at this rolling left arm off cutter.
Yeah.
So he bowls that there. He takes all the pace off. There goes the signage in the background. Well, I'll tell you what, it's not a good day if you're an ops manager on the team. Look, you can see Fletch and Sam.
Look at this. Timber.
Hopefully that's not a sign of things to come.
We are back to live action. I gave priority to the banner folding out.
Tell you what, everything around the ground's going down this game.
Nail everything down. These are the days where there's not a lot of wind, and then it does come up quickly. It surprises everyone. But yeah, I'm liking this start from Salant. No doubt about that.
Well, this man, Victor's going to have a big year as well if they're going to stay promoted. He's so important. Integral part with bat and ball. Full wide. It's in the air. This could be half an opportunity if someone tracks back. Oh, lands a bit of no man's land, though. It should be 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, that was the rolling cutter, like you say. That's the one that provides the variation to that in-swinger that he bowls. Just a bit lucky to get away with that. And it does run away for 4. So I've got to say quick hello to some of our friends as we get to the end of the over. It's 31 for 3 after 4. And yeah, the cube has been secured. I want to say a big hello. Bruno Cavalieri's in the chat. Diesel. Well, I know Corey never got the chance to say
Well,
goodbye.
hold on. Who's
So-
this special guest?
There we go. We know he hates being on camera as well. Pull him out again.
But no, thank you, Bruno. Miss you, and thanks for all your
He's
help.
out
in
the other
Portugal.
side now. Hello, Fletch. Fletch is here. Of course, he went viral. Oh, there you are.
Hey, Fletch, say hello to the thankful
You
viewers.
went viral in Carter. I was trying to say hello to Diesel and everyone in Portugal. Thanks for looking after us so well. We had a great night Saturday night as well. You did miss out on it. I know you went very well, but
Shame.
I had a few games we were playing there. A few fun.
They were very good hosts.
Games?
They were very good hosts.
Some accurate throwing contests as well. So, Conrad, if you're watching, that leg side. This will be a wide.
Yep, wide ball. And,
This is the difference between Kampong, for example, and the way Sparta approach their innings. Okay, Kampong have lost a couple of wickets, but you just know they're going to keep attacking.
Yep.
You know, they're going to say,
But
well, that's the way it goes.
They did lose the big three. I
Yeah.
mean, that three for them, it's not very often that they fail, and they're a very good side, but Kampong don't usually get too much. I've just said that.
Corey's front of me is button saying thank you for the drink, which is not going to help here because this is middle stump out of the ground. And so Hashim Khan comes on, immediate success. Well, I know that the gear is good, but he doesn't use it this time. Hamid Butt is going to have to go. Now that's the fourth wicket. It's 32 for 4.
Yep, straight through the gate and 4 down. And, well, if anyone thought that Salond might be easy beats in this competition, I think they're getting a bit of a rude awakening. There's 4 wickets down. I mean,
They've looked a unit so far, haven't they?
well, they haven't even brought on. I know that for them, they've got a couple of German international left arm offies. I watched them in the Hufter class last year play game versus Hermes, and they bowled maybe 32 overs of left arm spin. So they know what they're doing. I know they're coached quite well. They might be a surprise packet this year in Dutch cricket. I mean,
they just there's a professionalism about their squad in the field, even though they're jogging back. They look like they mean business, and that's a proper middle stump ejection. Hashim Khan. So Tushar Sharma comes to the crease at number 6, and we're not even at the halfway point of this inning so far.
yeah, absolutely.
Let us know where you're watching from, of course, in our YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Yeah, it's really good bowling performance so far that set this up.
It's impressive, isn't it? Really impressive.
Asking all the right questions, aren't they?
Yeah, third man and final leg in place. Not many 2 teams do that outside the power play. Interesting decision not to have a sweeper cover on the offside. Obviously going to try and bowl a straight line and given a wide
I
ball.
don't mind that,
Yeah,
especially to a new batter. I think the pace is on the ball. They are bowling at a good clip. And so at least if balls get hit out to deep point, batter's got plenty on it. I'd think if I was a new batter, I would prefer to have someone out there. That way you can kind of dab a bit and maybe use the pace a bit more.
Yeah, that's fair. Well bowled, well played. Slight misfield, but they won't get through for one. But yeah, I mean, Kampong, a little bit more about them. This year, 2 signings. Cole Briggs, he's coming in from New Zealand. Apparently played New Zealand A's or Auckland A's or something like that, and played for them 12 years ago, and he's coming back. So older overseas player. And Pete Van Biljon, playing for the Knights in South Africa. So he's coming as the other overseas for Kampong. Yeah, pretty exciting. More good cricket pedigree. Hit hard. That's where mid-wicket would have been. It's got a plug, though. And that should just be a signal. Oh, he's probably got a cannon of an arm.
Now it's 2 there. It's a long way down for him, though. Grinder.
But yeah, so more cricket pedigree coming for...
I think, do you agree that them throwing away the restriction on overseas players has been a good thing?
It was proper contentious when it happened.
Yeah.
It was it was because Belgian players actually wanted to come play up in Holland. I think it's a good thing. I've got
to say I agree.
There goes the umpire's hat. Well, that's going the wrong way. Imagine if he went and whacked the hat with the bat and hit that for 4.
Here we go. And he's just saying, well, hold on. If the fence is blown over, it's probably not a good sign. And he was completely oblivious that the hat was about to disappear.
Well, it's the second hat as well. This is why you don't wear 2.
Well, I think he's tried to get it tighter by wearing multiples, but it's not helping.
Well bowled, well played. Just the single. Yeah, maybe you'll see a little bit of a settle period here because another wicket goes down here and they're right behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, at the moment they're on at 77 pace. And, that's probably one of the first mistakes they've made in the field as the ball gets airmailed to the bowler to go and fetch it.
What's happening here is important because I think we're seeing Kampong's middle order and lower order that are going to get tested. They might not bat much this week. They're so strong in that top 3. So it just shows the club's depth, and it's going to be interesting to see how they go. That's really well bowled, and he goes for the cheeky run out and he misses. Well, they'll get a 1, but it's actually intelligent cricket from Khan. If he had a hit, I think that's out.
And I think the value of a wicket is pretty useful here, and I think he would have been out. He does have a go at it.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, he's just missed well with the backhand flick.
Yeah, I know it gives away a run, but I tend to agree with you. It might be worth trading a run for a wicket, and maybe you're like 50-50 from there to hit.
Oh, I reckon you're 80-20. He missed from 2 metres, Vinny.
2 metres.
That's a nice looking cricket shot, but should just be a single.
Most people aren't that used to doing that backhand skill either, right? So,
well, it's definitely not something you practice. Takes us to the end of the 5th, 38 for 4. But you're touching on your point. I think more overseas national. Of course, you want to grow Dutch cricket, and Dutch cricket kids and the community here. But having star players does that.
Thing is, you've already got a pretty healthy Dutch contingent of players, right? So, I think it just exposes them to more perspectives, more experienced players.
I guess if a team,
more talented players.
I guess if a team bought 8 or 9, then you start going, well, hold on, you're losing perspective. But we're talking about 2, 3, or 4. And
yeah, exactly. And yeah, if it was 7, 8, or 9, you'd have to say how and why.
Yeah.
So, you know, I just think.
Yeah, I'm not going. I don't think there's big prize money for winning, so I'm not too sure if you do it for that reason.
Sitting in the back streets of Mumbai, saying, "Right, we've got to pick our best 11 and get them over to Amsterdam." You know, I just think it's, I just think it's good. The more players we see that are picked that have the ability to impact competition, I think it's good. All right, going to spin now. This is up in the air, and it is. Oh, well, it's a really good effort is what it is. But it's going to be 6 Maximo time. Lubbers gets a fingertip on it. So spin comes in, and it's Gopinath. Gets met over his head. 6, but it could have been a stunning catch if it was just a little bit lower towards Victor Lubbers.
Yeah, he's one of the better fieldsmen as well. Gave it his all, but just couldn't rake it back in. Nice shot. Gopinath, that was a little bit of air. I dare say this next ball's an arm ball. I'd be banking on an arm ball and going with it because I don't think he'll want to give it a little bit more flight. Short boundary straight. Much shorter, and just hit away for a single.
I mean, good challenge ball. I mean, the first ball, I know it went for 6, but I mean, it could have been out.
Have you seen Gopinath before?
I don't think I've seen ball.
I haven't seen that name?
No, not live.
Feel like I've seen it somewhere.
Michael saying our seats look very comfortable. Hello to you, Michael Daub. I'm sure he's watching intently from Germany.
Oh, the ball flighted outside off. Nice traditional cover drive, but should just be a single.
So yeah, our seats are pretty nice. We're up and down out of them, mate. Trying to get up.
I like to move. I like to move.
Yeah, I know you do. I've got you there just so it matches. Sharma on strike now.
Short, wide, and misses out on that one. That one could have gone. But yeah, I mean, how big's the bragging rights on this game? I mean, you both get promoted in the same year. Yeah. Bragging, you want to win the first one against each other, don't you?
For sure, for sure.
They'll be in different groups, obviously, because it's split on the seeding, but... Oh, that could be stumped. It could be the old wide stumping.
I think he's okay here.
We're not going up to the limited review system.
See, well, he does come out. Just sneaks back. I think he's okay there. That's good flexibility. Sometimes you are better to go back.
I'll tell you what, I'd probably rather be stumped than split that
I was
wide.
going to say, you're better off if you think you can slide your foot back to do it. But it's a bit like that old board game Twister. And he's only just back, but I do think he is back.
Great game for doubles, that Twister game. High in the air, that's to us in the commentary box. Oh, I tell you what, if there wasn't a long barrier, I'm probably catching that. 6 runs, good batting.
Yeah, takes it on. That is the approach which you need to have in this format. That one actually brings up the 50 for Kampong. He certainly had a few wobbles along the way. That's a good, straight, long blow from Tushar Sharma.
Well, if Gopinath hasn't played T10 cricket before, I think he'll soon realise you can't really outfox batsmen too much with too much flight. Not full. You can flight it on a length, but not full.
It's like flight is a variation, isn't it, in this form of the game?
See, that's much better. That's a big appeal. That's got to be close. I reckon he's going to... Oh, tell you what, I thought he was nodding his head at the moment. His floppy hat was going everywhere. Let's have a look. height, but he's right back. Is that hitting the top of leg, Vinny?
Not far away. He is a long way back. I think maybe it's
Height.
Yeah,
That's fair.
over the top.
I thought he was nodding his head. 2 floppy
I
hats
thought he
always
was-
throws me.
He's just, you think he's nodding his head, but he's just trying to stop his hats falling off, basically. But anyway, it does take us to the end of the 6th over. 53 for 4. I'll let everyone in the chat. No sign of Corey Fangirl at the moment, or Vinny Fangirl.
Pretty disappointing, really.
Haven't made the journey, obviously, to the Netherlands. But hello to everyone that is with us in the live chat, including Abhishek, and I mentioned Michael, the Helix, to Shrubon. Wazza's in there as well. And Mandrake, Andrew File. Good to see you in the chat, Andrew. Missing you here so far. And of course, we'll be continuing through the afternoon session. First of 6 days here in the Netherlands.
Here we go. And new bowler coming into that attack. Okay, watch this guy. I'll give you a little bit of a fun story after his first ball. Big run up and a lot of heart. Gul Nasir.
Okay.
Have a look. Tell me what you like about him, Vinny.
Oh, first one comes through. Is this out?
Well, he might be run out, I think.
I
yeah.
think, again, we'll see.
It's not out by the standing umpire because it flicks his back leg. This is the right decision. It wasn't out caught behind, definitely.
But he's on the walk and it hits the back strap. You actually see it unstraps his pad. Where is he? He's better come back soon.
Oh, no.
He better come back soon.
He's gone.
He's going to be stumped here.
He's out stumped.
So Gul Nasir is going to get a wicket off his very first ball, and it's going to be stumped. And so, yeah, actually,
Well, what's it? You know what's happened there, Vinny? It's hit his back leg. And you know, sometimes when you get hit as a batsman, you think the ball's deflected, but the ball went straight to the keeper.
It actually blows his strap off. It unstraps his pad. And then the keeper comes in and just throws the stumps down. So he's going to be stumped because he dances at the...
Is that out stumped?
Yeah, because look, he runs out of his crease here. And look, watch the strap go. Strap's gone.
Where's his strap?
And then...
Ball's still alive. Yeah, he's out by a mile. So, yeah, a little bit of a brain fade. And fortunately, that's another wicket. And for Gul Nasir, it's a bonus wicket.
It's twice we've seen that today. And, yeah...
he would have known there as the ball hit the stumps that it was all she wrote. And, it was a little bit of a mistake. And, unfortunately, another wicket goes down. But good awareness from the keeper. And, that's Pasan Paranga. That's good keeping. I mean,
he's been given run out. The only reason I could think is maybe then took off for a run.
Well, that's true because it hit his pad. He's probably thinking, can we run one?
So, I didn't really look at it again from the main angle. But regardless.
Anyway, it's a wicket. I don't care if it's stumped or run out. But it's a wicket nonetheless. And Kampong, 53 for 5. What a good start this is from Salland.
Oh.
What do you think about Gul Nasir?
Bit about him, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Getting that big, tall, bustly bowler. We've seen some heat this morning, haven't we?
Yeah, he gets it through. He gets it through, Vinny. And he's a bit bumbly with his action, but he's a big, strong, strapping lad. Salland show they've got depth in their bowling attack.
Just going back at that. Did take one step to kind of look for a run before he came back. That's why it's been given out, run out.
So that's well bowled.
Well, Gul Nasir might care because he would have had a wicket.
Oh, I don't think he matters. It's a team game at the end of the day. Run out, stumped, whatever it might be. A wicket's a wicket.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, a lot to like about him. He bowls a heavy ball and he's got decent pace.
He hasn't conceded a run yet off the bat.
So I'll give you that backstory in Gul Nasir. So I told you we played them last year in the semi-final.
Yeah.
And I was out there in the middle. I was having an okay day. I'm on about 30 odd. I'll decide to bat a metre outside of my crease.
Okay.
With a jockey lid.
Yeah.
Gul Nasir dinged me right in the head. He said,
told me
don't
about
you
this.
dare, and he dinged me good. So I respect it. He thought, you can't do that. I like that mentality.
The effects of that blow still being felt, perhaps,
Well,
after listening to some of your commentary this year.
That's the jockey lid surviving.
Yeah. And how about your new helmet? Because now you're home. Does that mean you've seen your new helmet
Saw
for
it
the
this
first
morning
time?
walking out the door. Tomorrow she'll be coming down. We might get her on the Comcam tomorrow.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, a lot to like about him. A lot to like about Solent. See how well they just know what's going on. Very much a team unit. They've obviously spoken. They've got their tactics down pat. And the bowlers are really accommodating what the captain's trying to do.
Last ball, the 7th, coming up.
It's well bowled as well. So brings an end to the over. 54 for 5. And sensational start from Solent. And yeah, pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah. Well, seeing some of these players, it cast my mind back to the ECC, which will be coming up again this year. And you can see that the Netherlands have been drawn in Group B.
Yep.
With a few northern nations, with Denmark, Sweden and Finland in there, also Hungary. What kind of a team do you think the Netherlands will be sending to that this year?
That's during, well, it depends on how their national team goes, because they have a global qualifier and they might go to the World Cup at the same time. So if they're, let's say the national team's at the World Cup, we'll probably have a similar sort of A-team sort of vibe, sort of some fringe players and maybe a couple of like people that are close to that national team playing. That would be my best guess.
It came third in last year's tournament. I'm sure they'd be hoping to improve a notch or two up there. Again, it's a great experience for some of their younger players as well, I think.
Oh, well, yeah, absolutely
Question
right.
in the chat as well from Michael. We'll come back to that in a second. First, let's look at Hashim Khan. Coming back for a second over.
Underneath edge and the keeper's alert as always. And goes the long journey. And brave, but just the dot ball in the end.
Hassan Piaranga has been in everything so far. Michael asking, well, Corey, how many semi-pros, how many full pros are there taking part in the ECS here?
ECS, this one?
Or even Dutch cricket in general. Give us an idea.
Okay. Give me a moment.
You got more than a moment. I'll do the next ball as Hashim Khan comes in. Has hit nicely. Has gotten away from the fielder in the end. Well, we haven't seen too many fumbles. This is one that Jarek Ulla, he runs around. Basically what happens here is the ball actually loses pace when it bounces. And so you see, actually maybe even spins a bit back to where he was. So he overruns it and Kampong get a boundary that they didn't probably deserve. Nice shot though.
Do you mean semi-pros as in people that are
getting some sort of financial compensation?
Let me dive into the mind of these teams then. Well, I think that from VCC Voorburg, I mean, I know Vivian Kingmar's professional. He's on a Dutch contract. You got Buster Later, Musa Ahmed, and Shariz, I think, might be looked after a little bit.
Yeah.
But these are just guess. But Punjab, definitely Myberg, the Zulfikar brothers. They're the ones that stand out that I would assume so. Be interesting to see who their overseas are this year as that's pushed into the offside. But these teams here are, I'm not too sure. I think a lot of them have been at their clubs for quite some times.
Yeah.
And so you've got a lot of players here that are actual locals.
The thing is, even in quote-unquote amateur cricket in, say, Australia or England, you still get people getting paid. You still get, you know, some sort of...
a little bit of help.
Yeah, in different situations. I'm going to stop the presses right here because Vinny Fangirl's in the chat saying, hello, Vinny. How well is Corey treating you at his home? Very good question, Vinny Fangirl. Nice to see you. And I've noticed that you have stuck around. Corey Fangirl,
I ghosted her.
No mentions from her this morning. Come back to that in a second.
High in the air. Nice shot that. No deep mid-wicket in play, so that will probably go for a 6. It does. Well, this is the gamble you take by having this field. If you do end up deciding to have third man and deep cover, that means you have to bring one up. So he gets 6 for it. It was a gamble by the captain, and it will go for 6 in the end.
It wasn't that far away from the fielder either. Ends up carrying the boundary.
Hot news off the presses.
We are planning to have maybe a game night at your house later in the week.
Yeah, Thursday evening.
Thank you very much for that. Looking forward to that.
Thursday evening. Hot news off the presses. Piers Fletcher's listening, and he's a cricket nuffy. Punjab not getting overseas this year, so they won't have overseas players.
That is the old EFIS slower ball where the arm actually comes over slower. Have a look at this.
Oh.
And this is how slow it was, but I'm going to show you. He really loads up, and instead of coming over full speed, just look at how his arm slows down here. See? So, right, obviously worked because it fooled the batter. And it's the end of the 8th over as well. 65 for 5.
Yeah, well, still, if they can have a good finish here, I mean, Sharma's got himself to 23 of 12, so with some pretty nice shots. Let's say they have a really good finish and they go 13 and 13 off. That takes you to 91. Considering their start, that's pretty decent.
Yeah, true. It's overtime. It's going to start with a single here.
So that's good batting. I mean, at least get something on it and get the hot hand on strike.
Abhishek had a question. Said, well, how come this one, it was a run out and not stumped, and the last game was stumped? The reason is this time, the batter does actually take a step towards running. So he actually stepped and kind of motioned, even briefly, for a run, and that's why this one was given run out. Whereas in the last one, the batter came out to play his shot and just immediately tried to go back. So it's not relevant where the keeper is. They can be back or up. It's pretty rare you get one back, but that is the reason, Abhishek. Hopefully that answers your question.
Oh, he's bowled him well. Goodness here, I like what this man does. He bowls a heavy length and he gets it just to talk both ways. And he's pretty pumped up about that. The almost perfect ball, top of off stump, uprooted. And this strong Salon team, well, they keep taking wickets at the right time. Look at this, perfect little length there. And well, maybe a little bit fuller than I thought. But takes out the off stump nonetheless, and he's pumped up, Vinny.
Yeah, punches the air, and why not? Well, watch the stumps fly out of the screen. And unfortunately, Tushar Sharma tried his best while he was there, but ultimately he will become the 6th wicket to fall. So he's bowled for 23 off 13 with 3 Maximos in there. 66 for 6, all the 6s on the board here for Kampong in the 9th over.
It's the Devil's number, Vinny. And why is it called the Devil's number? I've asked you this.
You asked me this last week.
You're good.
No,
You're good with numbers.
I'll give you one. That if you add up all the numbers on a roulette wheel, it comes to 666.
No.
Did you know that?
I'll be playing tonight then. A little bit of
0 to 36.
Really?
If you add them up, adds up 666.
that is.
I'll give you another one. If you were to multiply them all, actually you can tell me if you had to multiply all those numbers, what would the, one?
0 times 1 is
Yeah.
0.
Yeah, keep going.
So 0 times, like then 1 times 2, or
So if you had to multiply all of them together,
0.
yeah, very good.
Yeah, 0
That
then.
gets a lot of people,
Doesn't get me as that's pushed down the ground for 1. Maths was my strong suit.
I actually think. Did you get a B in maths as well?
No,
I actually think that when Gulnasir whacked you on the side of the jockey lid, he might have made you smarter.
I'm not going to lie. He was about an inch and a half away from a clear face and nose,
Is
and
that right?
would have been, well. There was a jockey lid. It could have been a lovely reconstruction. I'm sure VOC's insurance claims would have been met. And, yeah, no, he's a good bowler. I like him a lot. I think he's going to be very handy in the top class of this year as he comes in again. Oh, you put the kind word on somebody and then they produce an absolute shocker. How it goes as a commentator, I swear. That's a really wide delivery. Just loses his line. Yeah, it'd be interesting to hear if we've got any Salland viewers in the chat and how they're all going. And they must be pretty excited to see their team on the ECN big stage.
Of course.
That's a good ball underneath there.
He's been there for a while. He's there with Bilal Sadiq. So where are they getting from here? Over and a bit. Maybe they can push 80s.
I think minimum you'd want 80. I mean, they probably weren't expecting to bat with this strong batting lineup. They're out there now with plenty of time still. He sort of follows him. That's good bowling. Oh, he's gone for a walk. I'll tell you what. If you want a Sunday jog, that was a Sunday jog. He was so asleep
He
there.
made it look like his bat weighed about 40 kilos. It looked like me trying to get my suitcase up the stairs. Because he took a long time to get going. And then where was he going? He's
Pretty relaxed
taking
about
a
it.
hard left.
It is Monday.
Almost like one of his tyres blew out and the car started veering.
I'd like to know what he did on his Sunday evening.
Last ball of the 9th.
High in the air and should be caught. And it's a pretty smart catch in the end. That's Ja Ulla. And, well, good catch with the floppy hat. Huge fan of that. And another wicket falls.
Oh, Jarrett Ulla, you know that had a slight moment on the boundary that he wanted to forget when he overran one, but he gets this one just right. It's a full toss, dug out. You can see, plays it away from his body. And in the end, just kind of spooned, but Ulla does hold on to a good one. So the 9th finishes with another wicket, and now 70 for 7 with 1 over remaining.
That's probably a catch that we saw go down last week. So just you're seeing a little bit of the different levels. But yeah, 70 for 7. And well,
Question in the chat for you, Corey, from Raja Saklane Tassawar.
Raja, how are you, buddy?
Oh, I hope I'm going to say he's well. But he wants to know, how is the preparation going with the Spanish national team for the series, which is only, what, 2 weeks, two and a half
weeks away.
2.5 weeks
Yeah,
away?
it's going good. It's we had the high performance camp, which was good fun. The weather made it pretty tricky, of course. And now, obviously, these are the quieter times when we're not with the guys. So, obviously, fitness programs, online stuff. So, yeah, it's going good. It's a bit tricky not seeing them every week, but that's just the geography's the geography. You can't.
Yeah, that's the way it is.
Can't get together. But all the guys are playing their cricket around the world now and preparing, which is great.
Here's Hamid Wardak. And he's going to bowl over number 10.
Oh, I'm pretty sure he must still have some ghosts about over number 10.
I was just thinking that. He wears 10 on his back. And last time you saw him bowl over number 10, it went 6-6-6, 6-6-1.
Yeah.
Scotty Edwards almost
That
hit
was
the magical 6
honestly, that was the funniest though, because he just started standing where he just swept everything.
Yeah.
I've never seen
It
anything
was a
like
real
it.
sweeping wind. It was a gale towards fine leg. It was Scotty's dream wind, wasn't it?
Imagine being a national cricketer and you've only got one stroke.
Don't know who you're referring to there.
That's hit hard into the offside. And good fielding there from Victor. He's a smooth operator as Victor, isn't he? He's a good captain.
Yeah, I don't like him as a cricketer. I liked him at ECC back then. He was kind of a specialist in the back square leg position back in ECC.
Yeah, he was very good there, wasn't he?
It was an important position as well. As Wardak.
It's not bad bowling. And I swear, I don't know if my eyes are a bit off to... Can you just tell me, is that tram line outside off just a little bit further than usual?
You're looking at. Look at the tram line at the bowler's end. And
Tell you what, it's a perfect ball.
Look at the distance between the return crease.
I think that tram line... look, we need the painter back because I reckon it's a bit... I'd say it's
Do
about...
you think it's the painter's revenge, maybe?
That far too wide.
Okay. The main thing is, all teams going to have to deal with it, right?
Oh, you've got to love that. This is going to be run out at the keeper's end. Guaranteed. Great fielding. I tell you what, it'll be close, but that's sensational fielding from Victor Lovers. And, well, this would be the limited review system.
Yeah, we'll get it out there. It did pull the keeper away. I'm not so sure on this one, but yeah.
Get your bat down.
One more frame, I reckon. Is that
safe.
bat down?
Yeah, I reckon.
Oh, no, the bat's not down. See, then it's into the ground.
Oh, that's tough. I don't know if the on-field decision's not out, I don't think you can overturn that.
Oh, see, I reckon that's out. Just because I don't think his bat lands here. See, look, it's in the air. We'll slot down out here.
Oh,
I think...
No, not out for me.
Do you think it's a bat bounce? No, he's gone. I think it's a good decision.
Yeah?
No way I...
Well, it's tight.
100% out.
It's tight.
Did lines on the pitch under his bat there, so...
Tough one. Tough call.
Does it goes.
Cost the...
To get to the 80. Here's Wardak.
He tries, can't. It's going to be half a chance if he throws. Decides not to with the fumble. That should bring an end to the innings, and we've got the score here at 75 for 8. And I'll tell you what, if you had offered that to Sunderland at the start of this T10 match, they would have taken it with both hands.
Yeah, but I mean, having said that, they have never batted in a T10 either.
True.
A bit like...
Oh, this game's
this morning.
This game's definitely still on. This will be tight, but I think if you said to Sunderland 75, they would have said yes, please.
I think they're very, very happy with that, no doubt about it. Well, we have got two teams on the rise, but they're chasing the ECS prize here in the Netherlands, and it was Kampong that were batting first after getting sent in by Sunderland.
They got Usman Malik early. Rafael Fons, he just went pushing at one a little bit outside off stump and got the feather edge through to the keeper. And nice clean hands by Prasan Perang especially. Doesn't try to overhit it, just times it, and you can see there right to us in the commentary cube. Another 6 to him. This was the run I was telling you about. Kernana, just all at sea. I think he hit his pad. He was listening to the LBW appeal. He got confused. He did an extra Hello and welcome back everyone around the world. More T10 action coming at you right here on your screens. We're at the halfway stage of this clash between Salland and Kampong. Looking forward to seeing how this one pans out. I think that there still might be a couple of twists and turns in this game as, well, Kampong, they only got themselves to 75 for 8. Maybe a bit stronger of a bowling lineup today. They're a very good team overall. We know how good they can be. And the pressure now on Salland, and I think the big question mark over Salland this year going into top class is how their batting lineup's going to stand up against some pretty good bowling attacks. Hamid Wardak, he's walking out there. He's going to be the opening batsman. And his partner Victor Lovers, under a lot of pressure on these two left-handers opening up. You don't see that every day. And, well, two lefties, maybe they might start with the right arm offer. You see that every now and then. But, yeah, two left-handers walking out to open the batting. But I dare say the captain, he won't want the ball out of his hand. Usman Malik, he's been exceptional in the power plays in the previous tournaments. He's going to probably bowl 2 overs at the top here and get that ball to swing. And do everything he can. It looks like 2 boundary riders, a deep mid-off and deep cover. And a pretty big ring on the offside. And he threw in the leg side now. He takes it right across those lefties. You imagine he'll be angling it in and angling it across, and just making sure nothing's in their wheelhouse. And gives me a good opportunity to welcome back co-commentator, good friend Vinny Sandu. Vinny, I've noticed something.
Okay.
Now, there's something.
The fact that news
this is big.
All right.
There's nothing more alpha than playing a club cricket game with your national helmet on.
Taped up?
And yet, no tape.
All right.
Oh, what are your thoughts on this? Wardak's got the German lid on.
Okay. I know that I don't necessarily subscribe to everything that I think of, these unwritten rules. For example, that I was a short sleeve keeper. But that's another story.
This is as...
Normally you got to tape it up to just kind of show you at least trying to make an effort to be humble.
No, he's got that German badge sticking out in the sun. And pushes that one to the short point.
Like, I know so many of the Sri Lankan players play in the Melbourne grade competition.
Oh, they wouldn't tape it up?
No, they would tape it up. They'd go the...
You got to tape it up.
You got to tape it up.
You got to tape it up. You can't be showing the badge. It's not national.
He's proud.
It's great,
He's
man.
proud of his...
That is as alpha as it gets. Oh, well, why not? You can wear any helmet you want. He's absolutely clubbed that. 6 runs. Nice shot from the German international.
Sure is. Well, it's not just the helmet doing the talking. It's the bat of Wardak who takes this one. Wasn't really a terrible delivery at all, but he sends it away over the leg side for 6. Maximo time. That's not a bad way for Salland to get their first runs in ECS cricket.
Nice shot. Good batting. I mean, it wasn't the worst ball in the world, but he made it look it. Well, it doesn't usually get the treatment either. Oh, that's a nice shot as well. Unlucky for him, he picked out 45. That's Mr. Bonsai. He'll get through for a single. Yeah, that brings Victor Lubbers on striking. I've been pretty impressed with his game. Fielding, captaining, bowling, and now he's opening the baton. So, a lot of pressure on him. Yeah, we don't see Malik get attacked too much in power plays, do we, Vinny? How good is he usually with the new ball?
No, zips it around, doesn't he, as well?
I mean, I think if they got through his 2 overs, none for 12, 13, 14, they'd be happy with that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they don't have to go to cracking pace. It's about 15 off every 2 is the pace they need to go. So just that one big shot has been enough so far. There's Lubbers on strike.
It's well played and does bring us to the end of the first. The score is 7 for none. And yeah, just a bit more about this Salland team. I mean, coming up into top class, obviously, such a big step. And I think their bowling and fielding will be more than capable. I think the big question is for a lot of people in Dutch cricket is, yeah, how's that batting lineup going to stand up against some pretty decent attacks? You need some really good cricket brains and people that can bat time. That's going to be their big challenge, but I'm sure they're capable of it. Good short format team. They've obviously got a bit about themselves.
Yeah, I mean, so far they've answered the challenge, haven't they? It's a bit of time to see this batting lineup settle.
The new bowler coming in, Sarib Zelpur. I'm not seeing much about him, but he can't bowl that. That's short. That's a long hop. 6 runs. Nice shot.
Well, what a shot that is. Wardak's all over it pretty quickly. This is a flat laser beam to the leg side. Just a little bit short, like maybe just over top of the stump height. And that carries by a metre or so. So, Sarab Zalpuri, welcome to the ECS. Gets whacked away for a very first ball.
Yeah, nice shot. It was back of a length and it got the treatment, didn't it? Can't be pitching it there, otherwise it's going to go square of the wicket. But Michael Dowb in the chat saying it's the only helmet that fits his head. Didn't realise that tape isn't. Michael, you can definitely put tape on the badge. That's all we're saying. A little bit of electrical tape down by the Gamma
Muhammad
down the road.
Isan had my favourite helmet. Do you know what he was wearing finals week?
Tell me after this ball because he's edged it and he's dropped. Well, huge moment in the game. That's an absolute goober. And the throw in wasn't great either. Big let off.
Yeah, not exactly what Amir Butt wanted out of this. Straight to him. You've already seen the guy whack 260s. He was never set there. Didn't really have to move out the way. It was pretty much straight to him.
If anything, he tried to move outside the line of the ball. That's pulled away. And this will be Victor Lubbers off the mark for the season.
So, Muhammad Isan in Paco Care.
What was he wearing?
He's wearing, it might have even been a Spanish one, but probably not.
No.
Yet. And he had the European Cricket Network badge on it.
Oh,
And I
yes.
think he stole it off one of the bricks near the ground.
Yeah, rate it. That's
I liked it.
great.
And he's keeping it as well, so we saw plenty of it.
It's great chat. Oh my word. Well, this has got to be signalled wides because anything down leg side is a wide in this format. There isn't any skerrick given to the bowler. But this, we need to go the first view.
Yeah,
This was that close to leg stump. I can't believe it hasn't taken timber.
Look at that.
Oh.
Yeah, half a stump away, if that. And Alphonse can't make the block either, so that's costly as well.
That's 5 wides. It's a cruel, cruel game.
Not the widest 5 wides we've seen today.
I'll tell you what, he might want to look at the ECN rulebook and change it himself. This one could be out, should be out, and is out. Well, poor shot in the end. It's caught from Bilal Siddiqui. And, well, it was an interesting shot. He sort of checked his shot, and he's gone. 20 for 1.
Just a slight bit of mistiming, and this is the nature of the game, isn't it? See, I actually think it seems a bit left to right. And that's what probably takes it to that half of the bat, and it just hung in the air. Bilal holds on to the catch, and so Salland lose their first wicket. And Kampong, they've got their first one of the series right now. It's 20 for 1.
Yeah, it was a bit of a nothing shot, and he was looking the goods. And well, this is where you want that badge covered because right now you can see it, and you're thinking, oh, I should have made a few more. And I'll give someone else an opportunity. That's Hashim Khan. Bowled pretty well earlier as well. He's got the old tradition at Kookaburra. We love a Kookaburra, don't we, Vinny?
We sure do. Love my Kookaburra wicket-keeping gloves, which still got several pairs. No gloves required here for Siddiqui, who takes a fairly comfortable catch. So Wardak survives, and I tell you what, Amir Butt is feeling pretty good about Wardak getting out soon after.
Yeah, that's always the nicest feeling if you drop a catch and someone else takes one not long after, so the batsman doesn't go on to hit 100. What was the name of the guy that dropped Lara before he went on to 501?
Is it a Smith? I'm going to say Chris Smith.
Sounds logical enough.
Maybe completely wrong. I just pulled that out of nowhere.
You've pulled that out. That was an absolute lie.
But
didn't he drop him on 21?
He dropped like on 18 or something, and he made 501 not out. Again, that's straight from a subconscious. So
how many beverages did he owe the rest of the team?
I'll tell you in a second.
He might still be paying. Anyway, back to the action.
Chris Scott.
Close enough from you. Oh, I'll tell you, it's not his day. That is missed leg stump by a whisker, and Rafael Fons is just watching the action. That was so... I think he thought, that's hitting the stumps. I don't need to keep here.
It's early in the season. It might go straight through his legs. We'll have a look at the other
No, it doesn't
angle.
go straight through his leg. It misses leg
beats him,
stump.
does it? Oh, yeah. And this is... one for Alphonse, and he'll look back. He's a really good keeper, but he's just made a couple of fundamental errors there. That one, you need to try and cover something. You can't bank it's going to hit the stumps or the batter.
Play and miss. And yeah, maybe if you... We've got some of these players might be a bit rusty.
It's one of the toughest ones. After probably... as we get to the end of the second over here, 24 for 1.
Well,
down the leg side's always tough because the batter blocks your view, but the next toughest one is between the stumps and the batter like that.
Yeah.
Because you find yourself sometimes just, if you're not concentrating 100%, you're just kind of going, well, that's going to hit the stumps or it's going to hit the batter. And then you see you didn't get in line with that one, so that's why it gets away for 4 byes. Anyway, Extra is doing okay that over. 24 for 1 after 2, and still, I think that Under a pretty good position, and this is a pretty good strike as well. It's going to carry all the way. Maximo. Well, Lubbers, the captain, now it's his turn. And another left-hander strikes a powerful blow early in the second half of match 3.
Yeah, what a nice shot that is. 6 runs over mid-on, and well, Malik doesn't get taken too much in the power play, but Salander's saying, we're going to take it on, and I love it. Good on him.
I know you love a behind-the-scenes story. I've got a behind-the-scenes toss story, which you can see in...
Whoa, Vinny, careful.
In match 4 toss coming up. Of course, we do kind of shoot the toss in the innings break. And Rinder was stepping in for Victor Lubbers, your man crush. And so this is some toss news as well as a story. So Salander won the toss and fielding first. And do you know what he said to Usman Malik? Accidentally.
Tell me, as that's a dot ball.
So, and Usman Malik said, again, he said, yeah, it's a winning strategy. But then the thing is, I reminded him that they actually haven't won this game yet because they still have to chase the runs down. But I did like the confidence from Ryan.
That's alphaing. Well, he's the only man.
He didn't even do it on purpose, though.
Oh, and that might have been... Oh, it was going to go up maybe for a quick stumping here. Yeah, they might be checking the limited review system because he drops it onto the stumps, which is pretty quick.
Close, you know, but I don't think he can give it out in that evidence.
Well, that's actually quicker than catching it in your hands and taking the gloves. That's the quickest way you could do it.
Had a little bit behind the stumps there, yeah.
Just trying to take him across the line here, and I think if Victor was smart, he might just want to see Malik out. He's a good bowler.
2 balls in a row.
He's having
Alphonse has gone with a human backboard strategy.
I'll tell you what, that was always good when you had the auto wiki playing backyard cricket because everything was hitting the stumps after you missed it, so it's almost the same. What a seed that is.
Oh, yeah.
Rafa's a little bit rusty behind the gloves, and that brings us to the end of the over. It is 30 for 1.
Yeah.
Bang.
Well, he might be wearing his gloves inside out or something at the moment because not much is sticking for Rafa, but I'm sure he'll get better as this week goes on. 30 for 1 after 3. Serious keeping tip, though, just watching Rafa there. He seems to go down very late, and I don't think there's any point where his eyes are kind of set. That would probably, if I was saying, is there a reason? He seems to be misgloving a few. I would like to see maybe just kind of go down a fraction earlier and get set. So it seems to me like his eyes are always moving. And so at the bowler's release point, which is when you first get information about what's coming towards you, I feel like it just may still be on the move. Anyway, head into the 4th over.
A good start, 30 for 1. Here's Curtin Nana. Now, he's a very good bowler. Really talented. Right arm medium fast or fast medium. I wonder if that makes a difference in what order you put that in, but he's very talented with what he does with the ball. And if Kampong are going to get in this game, he needs to have 2 pretty good overs. I'm going to ask Vinny, is there a difference from saying someone's fast medium to medium fast?
Medium fast is slower. I mean, they're all made up figures, though. Like, there's no real accepted... Because otherwise, Glenn McGrath, if you want to go on certain things, he's a medium pacer. Because the actual pace wasn't that fast.
Don't ever say that about Glenn again.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? As we see this one, through to the keeper. Yeah, but that's why it's kind of done on look. So, yeah, Glenn McGrath, I always saw him as right arm fast medium because that's what he was. But if you go strictly on the pace he was bowling, there were bowlers that were kind of actually bowling faster than him that were called medium fast.
Yeah, wow. Got some news coming in, hot off the press as well, Vinny.
Ooh, I like that.
No, you do. In comes Nana again, and he gets absolutely walloped straight. Will it plug? It does a little bit. That's good fielding out there. And just making sure that it's only a single.
All right, so you got breaking news for us.
Yeah, and well, maybe we can do it at the end of the over. But we've been talking a lot about overseas players and if they enhance the Dutch game and whatnot. I have the list of who's played in Holland, big-time players and international cricketers.
Oh, I know this list. We had this like 6 months ago.
So after
it's a great list.
At the end of this over, I'm going to get it out there in 30 seconds.
You did this last time.
This is good.
Remember?
This is good.
Yeah, okay. How's your reading skills? Got your glasses on? It's short, and it's going to be Adios Pelota, and Lubbers goes large. Now, don't get too short to him, because this is the penalty that you'll pay Maximo Victor into double figures, and he does it with a big one.
Yeah, what a shot that is. It's short, it's on the hip, and it's scooped away for 6. He's such a good player with the ball in the field as a leader and as a batter. And while he's there, Salem, they're on their way to victory.
Looking forward to hearing that list. Some big names. I remember dug it out 6 months ago.
Yeah, it's a good list. So this is all the people that have played in Holland that have gone on to play international cricket or represent their nation at any time. So it's a pretty astute list, isn't it? Anyway, Nana, how does he respond? He doesn't. It's 6 more. Victor Lubbers, tell you what, he's got more of that, and it's put down by the fan out there. Well, that's disappointing. And he had an opportunity to be a hero. He's not.
I remember last time we were here, we had Judith patrolling the outskirts of the field. Don't know if she would have held on to that one. Look at Judith if you're watching.
Oh, she'll be watching. Nice shot. Good batting.
Yeah, just too short from Nana.
What a statement this is from Salland at the moment. Oh, Vinny Sandu, that's the best of the lot for me. Over mid-on. Victor Lubbers, get him in the Dutch team.
Oh, Clubber Lubber does it again. And how much is he enjoying this? This was pitched up a bit more. And I just feel that Victor anticipated that after 2 short balls got whacked away. This time, he's pretty ready to come forward, and he's able to get under that for 6 more. So that's 6-6-6 last ball. The over coming up. 49 on the board. This will be a single. It'll take us to 50. That'll be the end of the 4th as well. Lubbers retains the strike. He's 26. And so Corey is about to read out in this over break all of these players that have played cricket in the Netherlands. Ready,
No,
set.
that played international cricket.
That played in the Netherlands. Ready, steady, go.
Chris Pringfield, Garfield Charles, Nathan Astle, Stuart Roberts, Peter Fulton, George Bailey, Xavier Doherty, Tim McIntosh, Colin Miller, Craig Cummings, Shane Thompson, Darren Murray, Lou Vincent, Tahumi Canning, Grant Elliott, Andre Adams, Merrick Pringle, Peter McIntyre, Brandon Parchment, Rob McCurley, Cassim Omer, Simon Dool, Mohammed Wasim, Rudy Bryson, Faf du Plessis, Stein Van Zyl, David Visa, Ed Cowan, Sean Kerry, Murray Goodwin, Yassi Hamid, Wade Seckham, Dave Houghton, Andy Flower, Grant Flower, Charles Covering, Tim Zora, Gary Kirsten, Neil McKenzie, Emerson Trotman, Jonathan Trott, Barry Richards, Lee Gurman, Shannon Stewart, David White, Heino Kun, Kruger Van White, Lone Howell, Matthew Sinclair, Gareth Hopkins, Dwayne Pretorius, Mose Hill, Gareth Deed, Mark Craig, Henry Nichols, Malcolm Waller, George Walker, Stephen Murray Lau, Nathan McCullum, Anton Devchik, Scott Krugerline.
We didn't start the fire.
Like
It was,
that
my
was
favourite bit of that was the first one. This next one, we'll put it with the rest. It's another 6. I mean, Corey's taking a breather in the armchair, but Lubbers moves into the 30s with another powerful strike. It's Sarab Zalpuri who comes back into the crease. Maximo. And now, there's only 20 more required. So the first name was Chris Pringle, and you were in such a rush to get started that you called him Chris Pringfield. That was actually where you lost me.
Vinny,
It was name number 1. Oh, I have another one. This is in the air, though, and the fielder is coming around, and he'll drop it. Gets away from him. Sherry Butt, he's a pretty good fielder. Doesn't drop too many. And that was a chance to get rid of Victor.
Yeah, Vinny, I'm going to need you to take over for a bit. That's done me, Vin. Oh,
Must be hard talking all day, Corey.
Oh, no. How many words was that in a small time?
So he had to read out 100 names in 30 seconds.
That was pretty impressive.
The first one, Chris Pringle, he called Chris Pringfield. So
Can I get some credit here? That was impressive.
You did that 6 months ago. You need to find some new tricks. Speaking of new tricks, the bowlers need to come up with them here. Another 6. Maximo as Lubbers cashes in. He did have one that could have been out earlier this over. And now he's just pretty much lining up everything out of the ground. So big trouble for Campon, the defending champions here in match 3.
Just telling you what, he's having a beauty of a game, Victor. What a game from the skip here. He's taking his team to a huge victory. And, tries to go one more time, gets the thicker part of the bat. As I still catch my breath back, 1 run. What a good game from him.
It did make me realise that We Didn't Start the Fire by Billy Joel. If you read out any list of anything, you can actually work it into the song, because Andrew File in the chat has put in a bunch of people that he's bowled against. And so you could also say that. Brendan Taylor, Mohammed Wasim, Peter Fulton, Anton Devchik.
Oh, there's some
Jonathan
amazing...
Vandia, Tom Cooper.
Mate, there's ridiculous names that
That's
have played in
the
Holland.
Hoofed class as well.
Oh, they just come.
This is whacked hard, and that's going to take some stopping. And in fact, Abbas Chowdhury ends up the wrong side of the line. And so, at the moment, Sullen, they're running away to a victory on debut here in the European Cricket Series.
Yep, here they are. And, well, always a nice way to start your season. And it's not just going to be a victory. This is going to be a thumping over the reigning champion. So, it's impressive. Sullen, they're here to play. And they're going to get a good
credit to who sent you that list as well?
Stuart Verman, Reinhard Scholter, and Piers Fletcher. Us four worked on it last year together in The Hague. It's
tough.
Yeah, so Stuart Verman and Reinhard Scholter are big at RBS cricket. Obviously, me and Pierce used to work there with them, and we were just in the sun one day reminiscing about Dutch cricket, and they're the list that we came with. So it's a pretty impressive list of internationals that have played in Holland.
Yeah, well, I'm impressed so far with Sullen, and we'll see them on the rack again. SV Kampong, well, I'll be wanting to turn things around, and look, they've got the talent to do so. Just have a look at some of their batters that weren't able to click, particularly the captain, I think Usman Malik. He'll get the chance to bat first after being sent in by the Lubbers. And so that is the last game of the day. And it's coming up in 45 minutes. Corey, you look distraught that we might have another long break.
I can't handle it, Vin. Why aren't we doing back-to-back games so closely together? I've got to miss it.
So, I have also liked for Sullen Wardak with the bat and the ball in this game. All right, 6 over, and Abbas Chowdhury's going to have a go. Strike one.
Well, Helix is asking that we do that list again during the break. Oh, look, Helix.
Yeah, go on. Well, you could always just wind it back, Helix. It's better take. Takes it on the full. Why not?
Well, that makes it easier if it doesn't bounce, that's for
Won't
sure.
find that one on the pitch map.
What do you reckon? 6 to win, Vinny? Is he going to do it in style?
Well, I'm sure he'd love to. Hashim Khan, but he has been playing second violin here. 6 off 7. I think more likely he'll get a 1, and then Lubbers is going to finish things off.
Well, we'll get a wide. That's definitely one to start. That's a very big wide, considering we think that tram line's a little bit too far to the right. Not too sure anyone has done straight lines in Sparta for a while.
That's a better take by Ratha. Went with his feet, got out and covered the line. Nice work.
Into the leg side, in a bit of space. They might think for 2, but I reckon Lubbers wants the strike here, and he does.
And puts up the big stop sign pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's well. When you're 41 not off 17, you're thinking, give me the strike and watch me fly.
Clever there, because he appeared a little bit interested about looking for 2, but then shut it down. But he was never coming back.
Well, Helix is saying I should have said it a bit slower, but Helix, we're producing a cricket match.
On YouTube, you can change the speed as well,
yeah.
right? So
Helix, we have to get back before the
Corey
next ball.
will stick around after the break, and he will do that in the break between this match and the next one.
Don't think I will.
He's trying to escape. Someone get the chains.
I'll be doing the F1 head stop again. I'll be out, Vinny. I think I might go a second bit of lunch.
No, I think if you'd like Corey to stick around and read it more, and he'll even give you a little bit of a fun fact. You just turn my microphone off. It's 4 to win.
That's interesting. I just figured out I can press a button whenever I want you to stop talking.
Yeah, I can also stop inviting you to these tournaments, so just remember that.
Can you invite me again in September, Tom? I'm a bit more free. This is my last week.
All right, here we go. He's really fizzed up.
Wonder why that's hit into the offside. Is it going to be the match-winning runs? No, just a single.
What do you think is the secret to your big recovery? Because, I mean, you were bedridden on Saturday.
1992 Olympics. Some people were caught with a couple of things in their bodies, and I reckon that it's just taken me a bit over the edge.
It was prescribed. That's having unintended consequences here.
Was it?
This will tie the game. Now, for you it was. I hope.
Yeah, 1 to go. Well,
yeah,
so
Helix is spot on. Said, come on, Corey. You haven't been doing much in the last couple of days. That's spot on as well.
If only
you have been a lump.
If only he knew.
All right, here's the last ball of the game.
Game over. Thanks for coming. Probably not the greatest shot for him to end it, but 1 to win. And they've done it. Sullen, the 2 teams promoted to the top classer. Well done, but Sullen will take the early chocolates in this one.
Yeah, they will, and they're going to do it with 4 overs to spare. Pretty impressive performance. And Lubbers, who was a bit of a slow starter in that innings, but he'll finish off 43 of 19. That's not bad at all. It was Wardak that had the early strikes with 14, including 2 sixes early on. But along with Hashim Khan, they do get to the total. And so it's a very, very commanding victory for Sullen. And of course, we'll see these 2 teams going head-to-head again in match 4, which is starting in around about 40 minutes. We'll have a bit of a break. But before then, let's have a look at the highlights. It was Wardak and Victor Lubbers that went to the crease, opening up. And they certainly had an attacking mindset, and Wardak started things off with a couple of lusty blows.
Yep, very lusty blows. And, well, when you've got the German national helmet out there and you're showing the badge, you've definitely got to get on with it straight away, and that's exactly what he did. 2 big sixes off Usman Malik. A sign of intent, wasn't, of things to come, and they were batting beautifully. This life, though, we thought, oh,
yeah,
no.
we thought that's the worst feeling. And then there were a couple where, to be fair, I don't think they helped themselves with a couple of extras. That was the 5 wides that just missed by a coat of varnish, and had the 4 buys on top of that. But Wardak, he wouldn't last too much longer anyway. That was a nice one by Bilal Siddiqui, who went round to his left. And that brought Hashim Khan to the crease. And then Lubbers took over after the 4 buys. The left-hander then took command of this game, as he was able to strike 6 big sixes. Didn't even hit a 4 in his innings of 43. And really, the bowlers didn't have too many answers to Big Victor.
No, he just showed how good he is over the leg side, and they bowled a little bit too straight. They got their lengths all wrong, and a player of his calibre is obviously going to put it away. And, well, he might be running himself into a bit of national perspective if he keeps going this way. I know there's definitely room for more batsmen in that lineup, and this was the moment. You were putting me under the cosh. I was knackered after that.
That's it. Well, Corey was absolutely spent, and I'll tell you what, this game, once again, we were in for an early finish. And that was one that went down. Sherry Butt couldn't hold on, but probably one that doesn't make too much of a difference in this one, as there was plenty of time to spare for Sullen on ECS debut. They start their European Cricket Network experience with a victory. And that was the one that brought it up. Probably not the prettiest one, bit of an anticlimax. But Lubbers, he does lead his team and lead his team to victory here in match 3. And that will set up the return clash. Like I said, starts in about 40 minutes time. Once again, we will see Kampong and Sullen going head to head. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Lubbers, he was very impressive, wasn't he? I like the way he picked up the length really quickly, and good shot selection from him, I think. That was after Wardak got things moving with a couple of sixes. Look, 11 extras, that's one thing that probably didn't help either. Meant we were in for an early finish, as Kampong just couldn't get that breakthrough when they needed it. Although Usman Malik did bowl particularly well, I thought. Didn't take a wicket, but only went for 13 runs. Salpuri did come up with a wicket, although he was expensive. He conceded 33. Nana, just the one over for 20. Magical for the wrong reasons for the pacer. And Chowdhury, we saw him bowl a decent over, only going for 6, but of course, we knew that the result by then was a foregone conclusion. Well, Corey's going to study up. He said he's going to read that out by heart, so he's going to get to work, and we'll be back very shortly after the break. We have the last match of the day. Join us then, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckus. Hope you're having a great day. See you soon for more cricket. One game still to come in Capella. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series Netherlands.
Hello and welcome back to the Netherlands. We've had a really great opening day here. It's the first of 6 days in this FanCode European Cricket Series, and now it's time for the last game of the day. And once again, we're going to see Salland taking on SV Kampong. I know that at the other end of the pitch, Sir Rob Kemming is with 2 captains. Let's get ready for the coin toss.
Your goal. Kop. Kop is goal. Dit is kop. We gaan fielden. Fielden. Again. Don't change. We're winning.
Well, it was actually another Lubbers who was standing in for his brother there, Randa. He is a man mounted and he calls correctly there at the coin toss. He said, we're going to field first. And I think they had a lot of confidence about the way they went about the first half of game 3. And well, I really liked what I saw from Salland. They've got a lot of energy. I know they're inexperienced in the format, but they do have a few players that have played it, and I think it shows. And I think that they're a team that's pretty well suited to this kind of a format. Let's talk about SV Kampong though. I'm sure their captain, Usman Malik, would be really keen to make some runs after failing in the first game. So I think it's going to be a lot to play for. I know Corey Ruckers, he's had a great opening day as well as we get into the last match of Monday in match 4. It is the Salland side who have won the toss. They'll be fielding first. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Last game of the day. Let's get ready to rumble. And it's SV Kampong, the defending champions. They've got a score to settle in this one. Salland impressed us on their ECS debut. And you can see the surrounds of this beautiful ground at Sparta. And these are the 2 teams that we will see take the park. And I did like the work by German international Hamid Vordak. I didn't even mind that he was batting in his German helmet. He opened the batting with Lubbers, 2 left-handers, got them off to a really good start. It's because they were chasing a pretty modest target though, to be fair. Kampong will have to bat better. And I'm sure they will bat better in this. And Usman Malik, I think, key for them. Jerry Butt listed at 3 there. 2 key players to watch. And Ratha Alphonse, I don't mind him at the top of the order either. I know he's not necessarily an out-and-out hitter, but I think he does provide a nice foil for Usman Malik if he can get going. So welcoming everyone back in the YouTube live chat as well, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company once again. And I'm really enjoying the fact that we can bring cricket to you from the Netherlands here. We're still in the first half of April. Weather right now, pretty as a picture. It's 15 degrees. It's about 3 o'clock local time coming up for the start of this one. And if you are in the chat, why don't you drop us a question or a comment. Let's see if Salland go with a similar bowling strategy as the one which saw them restrict Kampong to 75 for 8 in that previous game. So 3 of the longer breaks you'll ever have in an ECS day. We had 3 successful chases. The funny thing is, before today, the teams batting first had been a lot more successful than teams batting second. And if you hear a ruckus in the commentary box, it's because this man has come back in like the bull in the proverbial china shop, none other than current Spanish team national coach, but Dutch cricketing, I won't say superstar, but I'll say player.
Not even close.
I just started a sentence and I wasn't sure how I was going to finish.
Dutch
cricket personality, Corey Ruckers, as we get ready for the first ball of match 4.
Oh, I'll take that, Vinny. I'd like to say Dutch cricket connoisseur.
This is good running because there's a direct hit and Usman Malik and Alphonse pretty quick to decide they come back for a second.
Just good match awareness, isn't it? There was a throw at the bowler's end. It definitely deflects off the stumps and gets his bat down in a funny samurai sword way and gets the second.
There's a bit of the Excalibur about that.
Yeah, is connoisseur a good word?
Connoisseur is good. I'll
Yeah.
give you that.
Been around the traps for a few years here.
How do you spell that again?
C-O-N-S-S.
Anyway, this is the kind of stuff that's worth coming back for in the last game of the day.
Yeah, I'm tipping Kampong in this one. I think
so?
I think they'll respond. Tell you what, there's a lot to like about Lubbers.
Yeah, here's your man crush, Ryan de
Oh.
Lubbers. You were going on and on about him in the first game.
Oh, like look at that! Look at him. He is built 6'8", bowls a heavy length. What else do you want?
He's
in a man?
actually so tall that he has to worry about getting altitude sickness.
He looks like an Olympic rower.
Yeah, or I don't know,
Oh.
like a volleyballer. Like maybe
He must.
You know, like
He must
Make it-
enjoy the circuit in Salland. He must have a good time out there.
we'd have a good view. You'd be able to see everyone in the club. Anyway, here he is right now. Bowling to Usman Malik.
Oh, it's well bowled and well played, just into the length side for a single. I'll tell you what, one thing that the cameras can't pick up is the movement and the knowledge of the Selland fielders. They are really switched on. Just everyone out there is alert. They're moving in the right areas. They're locking.
It's something I've noticed. And even just little things. After wickets, they're all running back to position. There's a kind of sense of purpose and a collective kind of unity.
They just know their game plans.
So Alphonse goes after this one. What do you think Alphonse's go-to is here? I mean,
he's going the opposite way than I'd go. So he's trying to come down to him and try and change that heavy length into a half volley.
Drivable. Yeah.
I'd go back. I think he's better off going really deep, trying to get something. I'm really surprised we haven't seen his ramp shot yet. I mean, if there was ever a bowler that you want to see that ramp shot, it's probably someone that's 7'12", Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
We're going to have to get the tape measure out on him.
He might be 8 foot soon enough. Shot.
This time he uppercuts, and this will go all the way to the boundary. It's the first boundary of match 4, Alphonse. I think it's a better strategy. I think maybe get deep in your crease. Because I think that's the other thing about Ryan de Lubbers. He probably wouldn't have played a lot of this format, so he probably will keep banging in that kind of red ball length or the kind of,
It's red ball bowling, isn't it?
Red ball.
Red ball bowling works in white ball.
Yeah, 50 overs, you still bowl. That's the kind of length you bowl early on.
Yep.
I don't know if he'll make the adjustment that quickly. Haven't really seen a Yorker out of him. So I think you get back and try and use that length. He does well that time to do that. Last ball of the over coming up. And once again, it's on length. Well, Alphonse has got the memo now, and this is the best of the lot. Maximo! 6 to finish the over. Rinder ends up going for 14. Well, he got up on his tiptoes, and he might only be small, Alphonse, but he wins the battle against the Gulliver. It's the end of the first, and it's 14 for no loss.
Well, he might be small in size, but he's not small in heart. That's good batting. That's a really good shot. And as soon as he stood still and didn't run at the bowler, his head position was much better as well. So good batting. It's good to be able to think on your feet. 14 for none after one. And I've got a feeling Kampong, they'll be a little bit sorry and sad about that performance in match 3 today. I reckon they're going to come back pretty hot in this one.
Well, did you know that Ryan de Lubbers, he's a rower, right? He
What?
looks like a rower.
No way.
I thought you actually knew this.
No, I didn't know this. Is he really?
Yeah. So Ryan de Lubbers, he was the 9th man in the 8-man boat.
No.
In the 2008 Beijing Olympics, as told to us several times today by Andrew File. I thought that's why you were talking about it. I think I was off.
I haven't been looking at the chat today. So is he an Olympic rower?
Yeah.
No, we've got Olympic pedigree. Wow,
So, Rynder, just trying to do the maths. He would have been 24 then.
So he's 24.
24 pre-corona in the Olympic Village. What kind of experience do you think that would have been for Rynder with that kind of bone structure?
Where were they? Sorry, where were
Beijing.
In the Olympic Village?
Olympic Village, though, that's the global village there when you go to Olympic Village.
Is there a Swedish rowing team?
I believe so. Now, is there anything on this? Maybe a little bit of hip. Batter doesn't think so. Must have thought maybe it flicked the trousers.
Yeah, it's a good bluff from the keeper. Real good bluff.
Yeah, that's a bit of good because not pure. It's.
Can we go back to this rowing story?
Yeah.
He's at the Olympics.
Yeah.
Holy dooly. I've got to talk to that man privately later. Oh, what a shot that is, Vinny Sandhu. Aerial and enough on it. Big 6 through the flags as well, almost. And what a start by Alphonse here.
Yeah, where we come from, you have to swim between the flags. He almost hits it between the flags, slightly into the breeze, but still had plenty to cover the journey.
Did he say, so you said he's the 9th man in an 8-team row?
Yeah.
So he was the backup. So he could have gone out every night in the Olympic Village and not... I
don't know if that's how it works.
The greatest role in an Olympic team ever. It's like being the 3rd quarterback in NFL. That's where you want to be. You don't want to be one.
There's a great ad in America. Oh, no. There's a great ad in America about the backup punter, and he's at a barbecue, and he's all dressed up, going, "Hold on, aren't you playing in this game?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm the backup punter." And then there's obviously that big injury on the TV when they're watching the game. So I can't remember what it was for, but yeah, you would think so. Ratul asking where we are. We're in Capella, just outside Rotterdam in the Netherlands for first day of a 6-day series.
Gorgeous part of the world.
Isn't it nice as well?
Can recommend a few spots.
Tomorrow, we think 23 or 24. tomorrow degrees.
Honestly, tomorrow could be a shorts day.
If you see me rocking the shorts, then you know.
Definitely, you need to spend some
that's
time in
coming
the
out.
gym if you're getting those pins out, Vinny.
Oh, you know, I've still got the powerful wicket-keeper legs.
Oh, really?
They make me chase you down.
Imagine Rynder Lubber's legs.
Thought enough about Rynder for now. Anyway, we'll see Wardak coming on here in the second. He bowled really well. I actually think, I want to get your opinion on this. The player of the match, Lubber's got it for 43 off 19.
No, who keeps deciding that stuff?
But
Oh, no, Lubber's, yeah. No,
but Wardak, 14 off 7 with 2 maximos, but his bowling, he took 1 for 7 off 2 opening up.
Nah,
Lubber's 1 for 10 off 1.
Lubber's all round, and he got a couple of run-outs, I think. Lubber's for me.
Okay, fair enough. So you actually agree with them. That's good.
Yep.
At the end of 2 here, it's 23 for no loss. The only team we haven't seen today, Punjab Rotterdam, and they're a really good team, aren't they? I mean, that's a team we're going to see for the first time in the ECS, but they had a lot of success last year.
Yeah, they dominated. They won the 50 over cricket over VCC. They were in the finals day of the T20s, and I think they lost to RBS in the semi. So Punjab's a good team. And what, do we see them first thing tomorrow, do we?
We will see them. I'll tell you exactly when we'll see them tomorrow.
Cool to see it. Good ball. He's sharp. Every now and then he gets it through. He really gets it through. He's got a strong action. That wasn't too far away from the leg stick.
Well, I know you know that he's strong, because you did mention that he rattled you in the helmet last year.
The jockey lid took a pounding.
Yeah, Punjab will see against VCC first up tomorrow. So, I mean, that'll be a good one.
That's a doozy. That's a real doozy. Looking forward to that.
Here is Nasir. Down leg side, called wide. Nice movement from the keeper, Pierunga.
I hope Punjab come with their, say, almost starting 11. They've got, obviously, the Zulfis in my bag, but they've also got Tejar Nidamanuru.
Yeah.
He's one to look out for, and he's qualified for the Dutch this year, so as a residence player, and might get a gig.
So Andrew Farr was talking about the story involving Peter Cantrell. He's played for
Kampong.
I've heard of this story when he had to come on as a sub-fielder in the Ashes. Let's just say he wasn't expecting to have to do that, as this one is going to be through the leg side. And Usman Malik, he's been a little bit rusty today, but it's a matter of time until he hits his straps. He kind of gives up his stumps here, but still the ball's banged in. He's able to work it away on the leg side for 4.
Yeah, he's a good player, and yeah, you're right. He's been a little bit rusty for his high caliber standards, but he spends a little bit more time at the crease. I'm sure those motor skills will come right back, and he'll be flowing in no time.
So it's driven, but no run as it goes straight to Victor Lumbers. We were just talking about him. Well, Judith has come up with some goods as well, saying Ryder is exactly 2 metres. So it's good that Judith knows his dimensions.
Well, 2 metre Peter.
Yeah, 2 metres. And he was the backup, but he was active in one of the qualifiers, and they came 4th, so he was pretty close to going to a medal.
Have you had another Olympian in the ECS?
Not that I can think of, unless someone's keeping a secret. I think of.
I'm a big fan.
Some big names to speak about in ECN. I mean, we had Hugo Southwell, of course, who played 79.
No, 59.
59 tests for Scotland. So he's a big name player. I know that there was some talk that Christian Vieri might appear in the ECS in Italy.
Would
you like that?
That would have been a chat and a half.
Some chat about that.
What's Del Piero doing? Does he pick up a blade?
Vieri's actually a decent cricketer.
Yeah, I did hear that.
Gone. And this is Fuller. And Gul Nazir once again, he has attacked the timber, and he gets the wicket of Alphonse, who seemed to be just getting going, but he's going to have to go for 20. And Kampong lose their first wicket, 29 for 1.
Yeah, good bowling. I mean, I like this guy a lot. I think he's got the right tools. He's got a big heart. And this time he goes full, and he gets it right underneath the bat. Really special bowling, and that's the first wicket in this one. And Salland, good to see them, that they can keep their heads up even when they're attacked a little bit.
So it's the first wicket gone. Rather just seemed like he played a couple of nice shots, and they kind of played the ball in his zone, but this one
hasn't played the ramp yet today. You're surprised to see that. He loves ramping.
And they've got plenty of pace and the length to do it with so far.
This is probably the day you would ramp.
Yeah, and so with 1 ball to go in the third, 29 for 1. Sherry Butt comes to the crease, number 3.
Any other sportsmen that have played on the ECN network that are
top of my head?
Double sportsmen?
Throw a few in the chat if anyone comes to mind.
Well, have you met the Swedish cricket CEO? Ben Hardin?
Oh, yeah, I haven't met him, but
I think he's a gold medalist for Australia.
Yeah.
He runs Swedish cricket.
Oh, yeah, and he runs it well. This one is off the pad. I think it's going to run away for 4. It'll be 4-leg buys. It doesn't matter how you get them. Sherry Butt, again, early in the season for him, but we know that he can be a powerful striker of a cricket ball.
Yep.
Doesn't get any bat in this, but he still gets 4.
Team runs are any runs, so it doesn't matter. 4-leg buys takes us to the end of the third, and I think Kampong will be pretty happy with that power play, 33 for 1.
Well, Teja Nedabanaru would also be a good addition for the Dutch team. Thinks Andrew File, good spinner, great batsman and fielder, and also great ex-Kampong coach. So
I feel like Andrew's a bit biased there.
Yeah, it does seem like it, but that's all right. Fair's fair.
No, now there's a few people that have probably spent over 3 years here and qualified and probably deserve a gig. But yeah, Teja's good. But here's a man that we really like, Victor Lubbers. What a player he is, Vinny.
Yeah, he's popular on the circuit in the ECC as well.
Shots.
First one's just edged away. And educated edge, I think, as it beats the keeper and it beats the outfielder to his left. So 4 by Malik. And that's a little touch shot that shows you that he's slowly getting there.
Yeah, look at that. That's, well, there's no edge about that. That is just educated batting. And he guides that gorgeously for 4. Really impressive stuff and clever batting. You don't always have to be bang, bang. Thank you, Mang. And just time the ball. Did get that right, didn't I?
Give you half points for trying. And anyway, I love you, Mang. Ratul said you guys having so much fun. He's enjoying listening. And Ratul was just asking where we were a second ago. We're in the Netherlands. And so we'll be in Bulgaria next week, remainder of the week after that, and we'll be in Sweden.
This is a big ball, this, because Victor bowled 1 to Sherry earlier this morning and hooped it back in and blew his board off. Now, will there be an adjustment from Sherry?
Yeah,
Sure.
Should be expecting it now. And yeah, this is a good ball. Wasn't anything like the ball that got him earlier, but Lovers just gives a bit of width to Sherry Butt, who gets off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, good ball if you're a batsman, but fielder's got to stop that. Dived right over the top of it. And that should have been a dot ball. In the end, it goes for 4. It's costly. And Sherry's the type of player that if you let him get it off to a good start and he gets to a couple of boundaries in his first few balls, he really goes on with it. You have to get him out early, otherwise you run the risk of chasing something big.
Exactly right. Let's see how the batting of Saland holds up. Maybe against a triple-digit target. Felt that Kampong didn't really get a chance to defend. They didn't have enough runs on the board at all.
The off cutter.
Yeah, so that's his 2 main deliveries. The one that kind of straightens down the line, and then that rolling off cutter, which leaves the right-hander. So I think it's certainly going to be a weapon for Saland in this series.
What can you say there? And what can you say that in Dutch? Did you
Salmon Stekker.
Salmon Sterker. I've not been here for a while. I can't say it.
Yeah, your Dutch should be better than my Dutch.
Yeah, Corey Rutgers, apparently. 1 run.
There's a guy playing here that I like saying his name. It's Giks.
Hey?
Yes, Giks van Seventer.
That was terrible. Please never.
How would you say that?
Heis van Seventer. Heis.
I don't think you're right there.
I don't know. We'll get someone in the chat.
Disagrees. I believe his Dutch is better than yours.
King,
just checking.
Kingmar was bowling leg spin today. I don't think he knows what's going on. But that brings us to the end of the 4th. The score is 44 for 1.
Yeah, well, it's great to have your company, no matter what you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Corey Ruckus. We are in the comfy chairs.
Yeah, look at this, Vinny. And once again, I've got you in height.
You think so, yeah. But, I mean, if I really set up my chair, you'll get probably not quite the 2 meters, but get the job done. It's great to be here in the Cube and great to have your company. Whether you're watching on FanCode in India, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. And I think what we're seeing is something we should be seeing if we have ECS in the Netherlands. A lot of high-quality cricket, competitive teams. Got 5 top-class teams here. What a way for them to start their season.
Yeah, and it's a nice combination. You've got the 2 promoted teams. You've got the 2 teams that are in the final. And then you've got Sparta.
Yeah, Sparta the
Thanks,
host.
Sparta, they're hosting. So you've got actually quite a nice combination from the top to the bottom to the middle. So really exciting, and exciting for this young man, Lokesh Kempty. He's going to come in. Another spinner. Now, let's see how he goes. He didn't bowl in the earlier game.
Yeah, so here he is around the wicket.
Oh, that's tight. Probably sliding.
Missing. Yeah, I actually think that's going to miss off stump.
Yeah, it didn't straighten down the line, did it?
Yeah, see here. You do have to normally get it to spin a bit left to right if you want one here.
Pitches and just goes on with the arm. Good decision by the umpire. Didn't fall for it.
Umpire's been good so far.
Yeah, they're always good in Holland.
This one definitely missing the off stump by some distance. It'll be called a wide. May have a special guest commentator for a couple of overs in the second innings.
Oh, who, me or you?
Are you worried that you leave you alone? No, I'm just saying. We'll have somebody coming up as this next one is.
Well, they won't be
swept
taking
down.
my. They won't be taking my spot, Vinny.
Yeah, you're pinging. But Sir Rob has suggested little something.
Let's have a look here. And maybe has he knocked it? No, it's when he's walking back, Vinny.
That's right. Some people ask for a no ball. If you not kicked it in the delivery stride, that'd be one. But it wasn't. It was as he was going back to retrieve the ball.
Just lost his bearings quickly. That's high. That's right in the air. That's going to land just before the rooms where the boys are sitting. 6 runs and it plugs. And I told you, if Butt gets off early, he's going to make this go a long way.
Well, if Ryander's not getting a hand on this, nobody is. As this is up and Sherry Butt, we know he can get rocking pretty quick. Embedded itself in the hill. Back to live action. And he wants to go again. Could be trouble this time though. Ryder puts it down. It's going to be 4. So he had to get down the big man and go to his left. So maybe a big moment in this game. Kampong, they passed 50 with the previous shot. And now Sherry Butt gets a life, but he gets 4.
Yeah, that's a huge life. That should have been taken. He made good ground, but he did get there. And you see his knees sort of plugged as he tried to take the catch right in front of us in the commentary cube. So that's a life for Sherry Butt. Should have been out on 11. Remember that moment.
Yeah, we will. Campty, probably not super impressed at the moment. And now Butt goes over the offside and he recoils. Bang, bang, Maximo. Butt moves up into the 20s.
Yeah, well, let's remember he's been dropped, and you don't drop people that can be so destructive. Should have been caught. This one, swat outside the off stump. 6 runs. And Kampong, I had a feeling they'd come back in this one, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, that was good hand speed. Just snapped through the ball. Last ball of the over. And this time, another false shot. And I think it's another chance.
Yeah.
Another tough one. But I think he does get there. As it is. Sherry Butt gets lucky again. A single to finish the over. Halfway through this first innings, Camp on 63 for 1.
Yeah, it was definitely a chance. Bit of a scorpion there as well. I hope he's okay, but yeah, interesting over. Vinny, I've just had a message come through from Bertus de Jong, and he wants us to attempt the name again because he's given his verdict, and I'll give you another chance because he said yours was a mess.
I was going to say, just the first bit?
No, all of it.
Giks van Seventer.
Gijs van Seventer.
It's not Gijs.
Gijs,
See,
yes.
I would have said that, but then
So
the IJ is normally an I sound.
Bertus has said yours
Sorry,
was
Bertus.
shambolic
But
and mine was
Bertus,
average.
do you like... Okay, so you're not great either. Bertus, do you appreciate us trying to get them right?
Probably not.
Like,
Knowing
you know
Bertus,
Yelp? How do you say Yelps?
Yelta. Yelta
yeah.
Schoonheim.
Yeah, see, that's bad.
Well,
Okay, this could be out. It would have been, despite the dive, I think. Could be 1.
Yeah, maybe we should try all the names in Dutch.
Just Schoonheim.
Yeah, that's not bad. I think I play with him.
Okay. Yeah, I know. That's why I think it's funny that you butcher it every time. Hello, Bertus. Thanks for the kind of little bits you're doing behind the
He
scenes.
does some good stuff,
I like Bertus a
Bertus.
lot.
He does some good stuff.
Sure does.
TK Cricket.
Yep. This one hit down to the big man.
Yeah, so
Ryder.
during the games, top classer, there's like 5 live games. He's got the running text commentary on an app that everyone's sitting there watching it and following it, and there's a bit of innuendo in there and a bit of banter.
I like a good
he's
live
dry.
commentary.
Hey, Bertus can rub a few
I used to
people
think
up.
that'd be my dream job, is doing the ball by balls.
Yep.
All right. There we go, the grunting slower ball. It's made it all the way to Holland. And wow, how about that? Well, maybe he could have played football at the Olympics as well, as he almost kills the bowler as the ball comes in off the edge of the pitch. Well, there's a lot going on this ball, Corey. First, we had the big missed field by Gijs.
That's the only time foot fielding's allowed because he didn't know it was coming.
It was surprising because it surprised him. And then look at this, the bowler. Wow, that almost knocked him into the next life. But he survives. And Hashim Khan will get to bowl again. And he will get to bowl one.
Through the flags, Vinny.
Absolutely gets cracked. Well, that is between the flags. We'll give him 9 for that, 6 for the shot, 3 for the conversion. This one was absolutely whacked out of the ground. Usman Malik, he's gaining in confidence every ball he faces here.
Maybe we should explain the flag story from Australia if people don't understand why we're saying it's good to hit it through the flags, Vinny. So I don't think people realise what that means.
Well, there's the
Flags.
slow ball.
Yeah, go on.
That was so slow. You had plenty of time to jump in.
Explain the
But
flags.
the flags.
Yeah, because you're saying through the flag, but people don't know what that joke is. Yeah.
At the beach, the patrolled areas, the safe areas for swimming are between the flags. So we get told to swim between the flags.
Yeah, so you can't.
And actually, the sharks are pretty good. They will stay away from the flags. So there's shark trainers that will, teach the sharks to stay away.
Oh, I've got a story for you.
All right, this is hard, and Victor's not going to be able to get there on the full. Just a single. Okay, it's the end of the over. 73 for 1. Here's a Corey story. Hashtag Corey story.
Have I ever told you about the time I was an Olympian?
Oh, okay, here we go.
So I was swimming off the beach of Australia, Mullaloo Beach.
Yeah.
You know how you used to have the helicopter going up and down the coast each day spotting for sharks?
Yeah.
I was about 50 metres in the water. I was doing a little bit of body surfing and that. Next thing you know, the helicopter's going over top. Boo, boo, siren goes off.
You're making this up?
No, this is dead set on my mother's life.
All right.
Me and my friend, if I didn't think I could swim, I could swim. That next probably 1.5 minutes, I got back to shore. So this is completely true as well. I was Phelps, Thorpe, everyone in between.
It's a pretty good gag if you're just sounding the alarm. And we're not making that up. They do have shark spotting helicopters. Now they're going to go for 2 on the slight fumble. Nice. I think I'm saying that better now.
It's better now.
Bertus, thank you.
But yeah, that's dead set true. That is 100% true. And then the siren went off to let us know that we can go back in about half an hour. We're back in the water.
Well, I'm pretty happy to jump back in, or a few people maybe
Some
just
people, vamos. See you later.
There's Nasir. No full toss. I think that's a pretty good length, especially if you've got a bit of pace about you, to rather miss slightly full, because it's a hard ball to get after. Typically, because full tosses don't bounce, actually arrive a bit quicker than length delivery. So that's why often batters are a bit late on them. That's kind of what you saw from the shot down the ground there.
Yeah, well said. You can see Kampong, they're so reliant on this top 3, but when they do click, they are a dangerous team. And, they're looking at maybe 120 here.
120 pace at the moment. Another good block hole delivery from Nasir. It's good running as well. I think they're waiting for a small fumble. If they do get a fumble, they'll come back. I mean, both these two really experienced. I mean, Malik's just experienced full stop. But Sherry Butt has played a lot of T10 cricket now. Somebody that we saw in the ECC last year.
Yeah, lots of T10. Sort of suits them, the small boundaries.
Yeah,
and
the Belgians were pretty destructive in that tournament last year.
Yeah, definitely suits them.
This time he goes length. He sees him step away. This could be a chance, but it's a pretty tough one.
Well, they make a bit of a meal of it, those two, because in the end, no one really called each other out of it.
If each one of them were on their own, they probably would have gotten there.
Yep.
They both just were a bit wary of a collision. You can understand that as well, especially because the catch is pretty difficult. In the end, it was Hashim Khan that kind of said, all right, out the way. Gopinath still couldn't stop it, though, or couldn't get a hand on it. So, I mean, Ali Raza was leading run scorer for Belgium in that tournament. He'll be turning up for Sparta at some point during the week.
Well, they desperately need him.
Yeah, this is going to be worked away for 4. And just gets a feather on this down the leg side. Don't forget, Sherry Butt had a couple of lives between 10 and 20. This time, he gets a boundary. This ball just straying onto his pads, and he certainly cashes in.
Yeah, I mean, when you drop someone early, and you've got to dismiss them a whole time again. And, well, players that are so dangerous in this T10 format, you can't do that. So, unfortunately, Salon, they've missed their trick in this game, and they've let both batsmen off a bit, and they're now both cashing in.
Still 3 overs to go, though, so could be very, very important. His last ball for Nasir. This gets whipped away, and it's into the gap. And, good bit of fielding that time by Van Seventer.
Heis.
So he'll whistle that in, and it'll be the end of the over. Look at this, because he has to keep his composure here, make sure he doesn't step on the line. He stays just inside, I think. And so after 7 overs, it's 83 for 1. And coming up tomorrow, more cricket from the Netherlands. It's day 2. First time to see Punjab Rotterdam. They'll be taking on VCC in the morning, and then in the afternoon, Salon versus Sparta. But I think particularly that first game of the day, the first doubleheader, I think that could be a really spicy encounter. And we'll see how Punjab CC Rotterdam, see how they kind of adapt to the T10 format.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. I mean, that's probably match of the day, straight up, those two. But Salad and Sparta as well in the evening afternoon session will be good to watch. But Yeah, and it's plenty of high-level cricket, and these
brilliant.
teams are going to get better as the week progresses.
I agree. 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 p.m. in India. Starting tomorrow. 4 more games. Here's Victor Lubbers coming back. They run on their hit. They end up getting there pretty easy. The ring fielders are all fairly deep, aren't they? So there's normally one even when the ball's hit straight at them there.
Yeah, you don't want to be creeping in too much yet, but yeah, I mean, for Salon, they're still probably thinking, can we get a bit of composure, not let this get out to a total that's not manageable.
A slightly slower ball. I think that was the cutter from Lubbers. So just a single again. Well, Tarek's come up with a bit of a fact. In the early days in rowing in the Olympics, a French team for the final got a 12-year-old kid on the day because the original person was too heavy and won gold.
No way.
That sounds like... early Olympic stories are amazing.
That can't be true.
Early Olympic stories.
Or is that the youngest gold medal? Oh, it's in the air, Vin. There's a chance for Victor.
Lubbers is after this, and he'll take it. Jeez, he's a good cricketer, isn't he? I mean, we've seen him do it with the bat and the ball this morning. This time he goes after this. He knew he was the only man on the field that was going to be able to chase it down. And he moves the dangerous Sherry, but finally his luck runs out on 31. The score is 85 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a moment to applaud this catch. It's never easy off your own bowling, but to backtrack probably 6 to 7 metres and catch it over your shoulder, that's even better. And you can see he's pretty happy with his work there. That's a good catch off your own bowling.
Excellent. And you always run a little bit faster when it's off your own bowling as well, I think. But he knew there was no way that was getting to the outfield. Still, Sherry contributes a pretty decent 31 in quick time. Still a quarter of this innings to go as Hamidba comes to the crease.
Well, a.k.a. Mr. Bonsai himself. And he's taken over Europe, hasn't he?
So
supplying plenty of a cricket to Dutch clubs now as well.
I also thinking about when cricket was played, I think it was the 1900 Olympics. I'm not sure. Either one of the first 3.
You know which? If you
French and English teams.
I'll give you one guess.
Yep.
What Olympic sport was in the first 2 Olympics that I desperately want back for the current time?
Oh, sounds amazing.
There's one sport that I cannot believe hasn't won the fans' votes back.
All right, hold on 1 second. A little bit short, pulled away. As just be one as Bud gets off the mark. Well, first let me finish what I was saying, which was that there was a French and English team. It wasn't even, they weren't even the national teams. They're just teams that happened to be there. As this one's up in the air, and this should have enough. It's going, gone.
And the flags, Vinny.
Maximal between the flags.
Safe hitting.
Yeah, the flags is the safe zone. This is not an easy shot because you see that is the cutter, but he just plays down the exact right line and he gets good value. So Malik into the 30s. Yeah, so they didn't even used to give out gold medals for winners. You know, it used to be silver for first, like way back in the day.
Yeah, gold prices were probably high.
Anyway, this is the end of the over. It's 93 for 2. Malik will retain the strike. Okay, so you're saying there's a sport in the first 2 Olympics that you desperately want back that hasn't been seen since then. Give us a clue.
No,
Let's see if anyone in the chat's got it.
Phil G got it.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Tug of war.
Now, I'm telling you,
I thought it might be yodeling
you can't
or
tell
something.
me if you did a 5-man tug of war with every nation, their best 5, that we would not tune in. That
We'll
would become,
see some big units
that
there,
would be,
won't we?
imagine that. Every country
5, Matt? How about, do you think 5?
5's
Is
a
that
good
the
number.
right?
5's a good number. But could you imagine us all watching that? That would be the greatest sport of all time.
I
would get
agree. Not often I say this. I agree. Bring back the tug of war.
It was in the first 2 Olympics. That would just...
Why did it get taken out? Did rope prices go up? I mean...
It got used for something else. It was a bit morbid.
You don't have to explain it. I can't believe I didn't know that.
Unreal,
There's some great... Give us some
could
obscure
you
Olympic
just
sports.
imagine Western Samoa versus Brazil in a tug-of-war quarterfinal? You're telling me people wouldn't tune in?
Here's Jarry Ula, who's going to bowl the 9th over. He's on to Malik. I think he wants a piece of him. He stands and he blasts this square. The fielding's done it there by Victor Lubbers. Just get the one. Okay, I know that there used to be these sports like... there was one called standing high jump. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah.
It's like high jump, but you can't take a run up. Like, that was ridiculous. There were all sorts of like swimming obstacle races, I think, as well. So, Jarry Ula rocking out his off spin here in the 9th.
Well,
First time we've seen him
He's
bowling.
got no one deep on the offside at all. He's got 4 men patrolling the leg side boundary. So it's off spin straight into the wheelhouse. And I have I reckon, Malik, you reckon it's going to go in the flags or to the right of the flags?
I'm going to go through the flags here. Yeah, slight bottom edge. So do you think, it probably depends how well you're hitting them, but do you take on the field on the leg side, or do you maybe go on the offside and maybe a bit more proactive and back away?
Go with the spin and plant it about 80 metres over there because he's bowling very straight as well.
Yeah.
Just go with it.
Let's see what Mr. Bonsai can do. Well, they decide to take off. See, that's... Oh, is this out?
Tell you what, I don't think so. I think
The bat looks like it's past the line.
Yeah, it's plugged.
And
But
once it's past the line, he'll be in. But let's just have a look at this. Unless it's rolled over the line. Thing is, I think it's worth throwing, because if you give away an overthrow here, just gets him back on strike. But have a look at this. I'm not super... There we go. It gets down. See, that's the new rule, actually. That's the new rule. If you're running or diving for your crease, once you're in, you're in. In the old days, that probably would have been out, you know.
Yeah, because he drops the bat.
The bat's gone and he's up in the air. But that won't be out.
No. Well, they're on for 115, 120 still. Well, Malik's
Good to
still
see
there.
the bat plug has followed us as well. There's been a few of those this year.
Just haunting us, isn't it?
Couple to come. So, Malik, frustrated, he goes at this one. Been a pretty good over from Jarry Ulla, really. By luck or design. And now I think if you missed a bonsai here, you're just trying to launch one. In fact, I was going to say, may not have another chance. I think there might be one more ball. Yeah, there is one more ball. So, yeah, to me, this is the last ball of the over. And so, here's the question. You got 37 of 26 Malik at the other end. Do you take a single here or not?
I do not take a single.
Really? Even with 2 down?
Yep. It's 4 or 6 for me because I know how destructive Malik could be in the last.
Interesting. Here we go. We'll see what happens here.
2, 4 or 6.
Bowled. So this one goes through his legs. I think gets a bit of the back pad. And so, unfortunately, for Ahmed Butt, it'll be a pretty short stay at the crease. He had the right approach though, didn't he? And that's good reward for Jarry Ulla. That's a pretty good ball. Ultimately, it's full. It's bouncing on the crease pretty much. So he has his first wicket in the series. And Kampong lose a third. They are 98 for 3 with 1 over remaining. And I've got to say, to Saland, I know they pretty much dominated early after taking those early wickets, but I'm impressed with the way they've kind of come back into this contest because it looked for a while like Kampong, their top 3 could blow them away here.
Yeah, absolutely. They're fighting back. And, I mean, if they can finish with a decent over and keep them under 110, Saland will probably be pretty happy with that. This is the first time we've seen the batting team, though, in the first inning sort of get up to a more than competitive total. It's been a low-scoring sort of day.
Only 5 come off that over. It'll be the only over that Ulla will bowl.
It's a good over.
And they have used 7 different bowlers in this innings. And Jarry Ulla was the 7th. We might see a bit more from him.
I've got a great Olympic story to follow up with this.
Here's Hamid Wardak with over number 10. And that's what he does normally bowl. We'll see him first and last. In this one, he's bowling second and
I've
last.
got one for you, Vinny.
Go on.
Look at me, Vin. Look at me. It's my one. Don't look at the chat.
Okay.
In 1936,
I just saw the comment, so I was looking straight at it.
Haiti and Liechtenstein went to the Olympics and then they realised they shared the same flag.
Yeah.
That's wicked. That's an unbelievable story. And they then went to war for 4 years over the flag.
I don't think that happened at all. There are some flags that are
pretty similar.
Same. Yeah, like very, very similar.
I see a lot of Dutchies get the Liechtenstein, Luxembourg flag.
Yeah,
I mean,
Luxembourg.
confused.
Of course. You're going to miss, and it's Tushar Sharma out there. He's not able to get Usman Malik to the other end. Yeah, I mean, there's another one. I think it's Poland and Indonesia. I think are pretty much the same.
Flags are my thing. I've actually got a niche for knowing where
yeah,
flags.
You know what?
I'm a big flag fan.
Quite a few high-level sportsmen I've met in a variety of sports, they're flag nerds.
Thank you, Vinny.
So it just shows you don't have to be a high-level sportsman to get into flags. Might have been a flag chat. Here's Wardak. Slower ball. Don't see that often from him. That was the kind of really rolling, leg cutting or leg spinning slower ball. Back of the hand, if you like. It brings up the 100, though, for Kampong. And what more importantly, I think, Usman Malik gets back down the business end. With 3 balls remaining, I think they want him to face all 3 here.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they probably want 2 boundaries off these last 3. They were on track for maybe 120, but they've been pegged back right at the back end here.
All right, they're not going to get 2 here because Lubbers goes to him on the edge of the ring. And I think Usman wants to go, and he always gets run out here.
Well, it's going to leave this game pretty well poised. Let's have a look here at this funny little run-out chance.
He's trying to work out how he's going to get back, and then he realises, well, probably not going to get back, and he almost doesn't get back here, but he does. So it'll just be a single. Now, we had some of this T10 strategy. Now, these guys are smart cricketers. I wonder, those that haven't played a lot of T10, how quick they get with this kind of running and improvisational, almost sacrifice stuff you have to do in this format. Pretty good shot this, though, and this will probably get for 4, and it does. So don't worry about that. Tushar Sharma, who came up with a couple of good blows of his own in the first match today. He was one of the few shining lights in that batting innings right here. He cracks one through point for 4. Nice shot.
Good shot. He just let the ball come the whole way, played it right under his eyes. A lot to like about him. He batted well earlier today. Won't get too many balls in this match. And last one, well, a boundary. Any type of boundary will take it to them chasing 110 or more.
107 is the average run rate per 10 overs on this ground since we've been here in ECS cricket. Here is the last ball. And that's going to be maybe what they end up with here, because they'll have to come up for 2. Well, it's the last ball anyway, so they will get back for a couple in the end.
Oh, they are going to go up to the limited review system.
And just on reaction, I thought he does get there. Now let's have a look on the replay.
He'll be safe because by the time his hands come back, oh, bat
no,
plug.
I think his foot's in.
Tell you what, that's pretty close.
Look at his left foot. His left foot here. See, just gets in.
I'll watch the ball. You tell me when his foot lands. Tell me when his foot lands.
His foot lands down now.
Oh, he's safe then.
See?
Yep.
Easily. But that saved him.
Like a sprinter at the Olympics finishing a race almost.
So he will get in. So I wonder if he deliberately stretched that foot a little bit further because he knew that was his only line of defence. But anyway, they will get to what we identified is the exact average run rate per 10 overs, 107. And so, well, Kampong, they do have the triple digits on the board. A bit more to defend and give the bowlers an opportunity. Well, it was time to set them up, get ready, and then get going. And that's exactly what Alphonse did early with 20. He played some nice shots, particularly of those length balls, as he found that kind of a better strategy to deal with some of the tall timber coming at him from Salan.
Yeah, absolutely. And he was well supported by his partner, Usman Malik, as they tried to take down the tall timber. As Victor Lovers doing a couple of shimmy throws before he...
Is that about 20 fake fielding runs?
It should have been, but
anyway.
this was the first wicket, and I've really liked this man. Golness here has bowled well all day, and that was a good ball to Rafa Alphonse, who batted okay, but didn't really show us his full repertoire today.
I think it was improved innings. He did find a gear, but he just couldn't go on with it. And I know that you like Nasir. He's a man that rattled your cage last year, and he was rattling a few stumps here in match 4 of the FanCode European Cricket Series Netherlands. And Usman Malik, it was a better innings from him as well. We know that he went cheaply in the first game of the afternoon, but he ended up batting through the innings for 39 of 28. Still not really showing everything he can do. And at the other end, Sherry Butt, he got a couple of lives, didn't he? That's one that Rynder Lubbers couldn't hold on to and couldn't quite keep it in the big dukes. And looked like Sherry was going to make them pay. That was another one, as we always had the full scorpion from Akhil Gopinath. He's a man that we didn't see bowling in this innings. Surprised me a little bit. Shows you how many options they've got. But Lubbers, how about that for a catch off his own bowling? Running with the flight. He knew he had just clear space in front of him, and he was able to grab that court and bowled to get rid of another dangerous hitter. And Usman Malik, well, he was trying hard as well to keep things going. Didn't have a lot of strike towards the end. We saw Mr. Bonsai, Hamid Bhatt, get bowled through the legs. Can't really blame the Bonsai for that one. Then Wardak came back in the 10th. Pretty good shot this from Tushar Sharma. That got them to 105. And they scrambled to 2 off the last. So they did finish with 107 off their 10 overs. And for me, this will be a good test for Salan's batting, chasing a little bit more. We know that they look pretty good, but let's just say there'll be a bit more pressure in this chase because they do at least have to get something over the 100 mark.
Yeah, and look at that. All top 3 who missed out this morning on the afternoon game. They've come back pretty strongly. They're 20 off 9 for Rafa. Usman 39 off 28 and Sherry Butt 31 off 15. 7 extras, and well, they'll feel pretty happy with 107, but I reckon they might have thought we could have got to 120 at the halfway point.
Yeah, it did seem that way, didn't it? Because it looked like the top 3 might blow it out of the water. They were 63 in the first half, then just 44 in the second, so they weren't able to replicate the kind of form in the second half they were in the first. They lost a couple of key batters. As far as the bowling, we saw 7 bowlers used. Wickets to Gul Nasir, as well as Victor Lubbers and Jari Ullah, who I thought bowled a pretty good over in the 9th. But no one really getting the treatment, maybe with the exception of Kampti. But again, a couple of little things could have gone the other way, and he would have had a much better over. So we're going to take a quick break, always a quick turnaround. Last game of the day. When we return, we'll get to see Kampong, the defending champions. Can they get some points on the board in opening day? They'll need 108 off the last 10 overs of opening day. Hope you can join us very shortly. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Dutch Cricket Observer Corey Rutgers, and we'll see you very shortly for more cricket on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Netherlands for the final time today. It's opening day of the FanCode European Cricket Series Netherlands, and we are at the Sparta Club in Capella, just outside Rotterdam, and it's great to be back here. We were here in late August 2021, so this time the ECS is at the very, very start of the season, which starts in earnest in a couple of weeks here in the Netherlands, and I know that these two teams are very keen to impress. They're both recently promoted to the top level of cricket, the top class in Holland, and right now we're going to see a competitive second innings. The first game between these two, that was match 3. It was Kampong who were only able to post 75 off their 10 overs, and Sullivan got there easily, taking only 6 overs. But you know, even though it's 30 runs more only, I say only, it will be certainly a bit more challenging for the batters. And Usman Malik, he improved a lot with the bat that innings. He's going to have the ball in his hand right now as we get ready for the second half. 107 is actually a par score based on what we've seen in this, which is now our third series here. Average run rate is 10.7 and over, so they were spot on with that. Let's get ready for the chase. 108 for Salan to make it 2 out of 2. And this time, Alphonse looks a bit more switched on behind the stumps as well, as the first one whistles past the outside edge of Hamid Wardak. Left-hand combination. Vinny's hand to him, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Joining me once again is Corey Ruckers.
Hi, Vinny.
Nice to have you back.
Yeah, always good to be back. Gorgeous day today.
Basit Aurea is watching from Germany. Hello, Basit. It's great to have you with us. As you'll see, your German compatriot. Hamid Wardak gets off the mark there with a little push to mid-wicket.
Which one's the German? How do you know?
I just know.
Well, one of them's got the helmet on with the badge out.
He's getting a bit of stick for the helmet, but
Absolutely.
hey, listen, you can't keep saying we really want people wearing helmets, and some people don't have more than one.
I didn't know tape was a small commodity around the world.
I would just say that I don't have a problem at all about it. Yeah, and Tala can't. Read my mind. This is over the offside. Lubbers, we finished pretty strongly, didn't he, in match 3. And he takes a length ball from Malik over the offside. There was no one back sweeping on the boundary. 4 more runs.
Yeah, nice shot that. Gets some width and just puts his hands through it. 4 runs and he's off to a start again. And
you're saying maybe we should tape up the logo.
What you do is you tape the logo up.
We're getting more green as a society now. It's an unnecessary use of tape, isn't it? I mean, you don't really...
It's actually courtesy, Vinny.
I'm not so sure.
Tell you what, if you do that against some teams, you get badged.
Yeah, well, at least they'll be able to see the badge. Here's the next one. It's going to be off the over the offside as well. Back to back. Lubbers the clubbers.
Salmon Sturker.
Yeah.
Stronger together.
That's it. Your Dutch is fantastic, and we'll get Curtis to give the analysis of that.
Look at the old Salmon Sturker.
I actually thought you were talking about sushi when you were telling
it was almost
saying that earlier. Yes, hello, Tala, as well, and a few German viewers tuning in. Why not? Hamid's a really likeable guy, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, good player. I'm really impressed with Victor Lubbers today. He's been good in the field as the captain with the ball and now with the bat as well. And this should be a good chase.
Yeah, I think so. Got to say hello to Andy House, who's joined us as well. Hello, Andy. We missed you in Portugal this time. But I'm sure you'll get over there again. Well, is this a replay or is this the same shot again? It's going to be 4. And so Usman Malik keeps dishing out the same delivery. Not a bad delivery, but Lubbers, just when he gets in, he seems to get on these rolls that you can't bowl anywhere to him, especially in the power play. There's very little protection. So he'll finish the first with 3 consecutive boundaries, and it's 13 for no loss.
Yeah, well, if he's taking it all the way across the left-hander, you've got to have someone on the deep on the offside, you'd imagine. But he had the 2 men dead straight, and that's cost him a few extra runs. So great start for Saladin. Well, they're looking to do the double over their promoted compatriots. As we mentioned a few times, these 2 teams coming up from the Hoofder class this year into the top classer. So plenty to play for. What a great tournament time to have. Yeah. April's perfect for
I think this is the sweet spot. And I would like to eventually...
all 10 top classer teams?
Just to get 10 in here. I know it's hard with work availability.
I think you might get to 7 at most.
Make up some from Hoofder classer, but it'd be awesome. Because it's such a great way to get into the season as well.
Yep.
You know, I think.
Oh, it's for these guys. This is invaluable match practice. Doesn't matter if it's only 10 overs, but just being out there, remembering the motor skills and what you're doing with your movements, and yeah, it goes a long way. Won't want to pitch short here. I reckon he might try help this on the leg side.
Uh-oh. That's high degree of difficulty for the keeper. Chowdhury full wide down leg side. That one is a keeper diver. It's a wide fiver. And it's a gift, really, for SV Kampong, as Sullen will rock along to 19.
Yeah, that's handy. That's very nice to have. 5 free runs. And well, still here, they've got the deep mid off and deep mid on, it looks like. I just think Lubbers might like the slow pace of this. Get on a knee here and just go leg side with it if you can.
This one doesn't grab anything down the leg side. That's a good block this time from Alphonse.
Telling you, Vinny, he's going to help on its corner. He's swinging it into him as well. Everything's pointing that way. Good keeping, but it was a wide.
Yeah, Alphonse looks switched on now behind the stumps. That's a good bit of work. You know, they couldn't do anything with the one before, but that was just so wide and quite full. That's it. Oh, yeah, like the shots in the first over. Copy and paste shots. Yeah, it pretty much was. Yeah, he's getting a bit straight.
Well, he's missed out massively.
I mean, look, there's 3 fields on the leg side.
There's only a 40.
And there's a massive gap square. There's like, how big's that gap? Like 50 metres?
Well, they've got 5 people in the ring on the offside, a deep mid off, deep mid on, a mid wicket and a 45. There's a huge gap. If he put any bit of bat on that, he would have hit that gap as well. So he's just missing out on a couple of opportunities here.
Yeah, well, it's been his kryptonite so far. And you would fancy him to deal with these deliveries, but anything outside off, he was actually slicing away over the offside. Finally comes a bit square and out.
Yeah.
Goodbye. Well, you can have fielders as many as you like on the leg side. No one's getting that. That one, Lubbers finally able to get hold of. And Chowdhury, well, he tried that one again and again and again. And this time, Lubbers wasn't having any more of it. Maximo Victor. He's been very powerful today on day 1 of this series.
I'll tell you what, when he hits it, it stays here. That made a beautiful noise off the bat. Chowdhury a bit short that time, and well, the captain's coming for a word, Mr. Malik, and probably saying can't be bowling it that short. The field's not going to change at all. I just think he's very straight because he's worried about the shots from last over, but the field positioning is a bit different for me.
Lubbers looking confident.
See you later.
And this one is up, 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 and away. Maximo. Full toss. I don't think Victor really got that out of the middle, but still, he got enough to get it over long on. Usman Malik had to watch it sail over the fence. And so Maximo, another one to Lubbers, who moves into the 20s with that strike.
Yeah, it's already 19 off this over, Vinny, so this could potentially go for 25.
And it might, but it might not, because this is a catching opportunity. Needs to be taken, and it is. So Kirtanana will take the catch. And so Lubbers is going to have to go. One false shot from him, and the game perhaps changes here in the second. After 2, it's 32 for 1. Taking catch is so important. And if this one goes down, you feel like it's a big moment. But as it is Lubbers that's going to have to go.
Yeah, big wicket, because we know how dangerous he can be. He'll be disappointed to get out now. 32 for 1 after 2.
I think gives us a chance to have a quick peek at the table as the batters change over. I think we are going to see Gul Nasir, in fact, at number 3. A bit of a change in the batting order. And so let's have a look at the table. And Punjab Rotterdam, they're the only team not to play so far. We know that VCC or Voorburg, they had 2 very good wins in the morning session. Sparta just looked a little bit short of a gallop. I know they're missing a couple of personnel there. But Kampong, they're hoping for their first points of the tournament. They were slow to start last time. They finished in 3rd after the round robin stage. And then they were still able to win thanks to 3 consecutive wins on finals day. So that was a good story. I don't think anyone saw that coming. And already seeing some improvement from SV Kampong after a bit of a disappointing first performance. Usman Malik comes back to bowl the 3rd, so he'll be bowled out. What a pretty decent contact. Beats the man that's patrolling in tight at cover. That'll be 1. Our first chance to get a look at Gul Nasir.
Yeah, he's coming out to bat. Number 3 spot. Maybe go throw the long handle. He's a big man. This will be one of the first times Usman Malik gets to bowl at a right-hander.
Yeah.
And I feel like he's more dangerous to the righties because he's bringing it into the stumps all the time. So he'll be looking to wrap him on the pads or maybe disturb the timber.
Just take a bit of time to get the field right. Obviously, you don't want to take too long because there's a strict time limit for bowling the overs. This one angles in, almost gets chipped straight to that man, Samir Butt, at mid-wicket. But it will be a single.
Risty shot that to get off the mark, but he's off the mark. And Salon's still probably a little bit ahead in this game, especially if they can get 1 or 2 more boundaries of this power play.
Got quite a whippy action, doesn't he, Usman Malik?
Yeah.
Still gets a bit on it. Not express, but pretty strong in the shoulders. And quite a lot of time you just see batters a little bit late on it.
Yep. Yeah, I think he's a yard quicker than what most people would think. He's such a small run-up. But yeah, he's an efficient cricketer, and he's a dangerous cricketer. When he's on, he's on.
Wardak, he tries to go across the line and comes up with fresh air.
Yeah, and then goes daydreaming because there was an easy run there. And it was so close to the stumps again. I think Rafa Alphonse had thought it had bowled him.
This is where I think sometimes calling in Europe isn't quite up to the mark. I mean, if you're non-striker there, I mean, sure, it almost knocks the off stump out of the ground, but you need to be calling loud and coming through for the single. In the end, I think it's just a little bit quiet with the call.
Yep.
You know, that's one where, I mean, yes, the striker's responsibility is to look up once the ball has passed because they've got no idea where the ball is. They should be looking straight at the eyeballs of the non-striker to get an idea if there's a run there or not.
Well, it changes the game as well. I mean, Hardik shouldn't be on strike right now, so if he's to get dismissed, he can only fault himself.
Hamid Wardak. There's this one. Wow, very sharp bit of work there. Didn't pick up any back foot. Oh, it did lift, but it just lifts a bit late, I think.
I'll tell you what, it's very good hands from Rafa Alphonse.
It's actually too quick.
He's taken it off.
It's off there. Oh,
No,
keep going.
it's off. Well
It's
stumped.
off there, and then watch the foot come up a little bit. And then so it does come up for a second.
Tell you what, if he had a time to that perfectly, that would have been unbelievable. So
too quick.
Yep.
It had to be a little bit. Sometimes it pays to be a bit slow. Not that I know anything about that.
I do.
34 for 1 after 3, and pretty good power play. But still, this game pretty evenly poised. Just feel like they're 1 wicket or 2 from breaking it back open. SV Kampong, and that's the kind of thing having scoreboard pressure does. You see in the first innings, pretty consistent scoring for the most part. And just that last couple of overs, they didn't quite cash in. Only 14 off the last 2.
yeah, so 3 overs down. And well, Bilal Siddiqui, he's going to come into the attack here. They'll be hoping to try and pick up at least 1 or 2 more wickets in these middle overs just to make sure that run rate doesn't get too far ahead of them. He bowls steady, medium pace. Likes to keep it full, straight. And bringing 1 more over from the leg side. So mid-wicket's moving into a backward point. You've got more of the traditional T20 field here now in operation. So pretty interesting point in this game. Can Kampong come back and win it? That's hit really hard by Gul Nasir, and that should be picked up by Curtin Nana, and it is. So just the single. And, well, Hamid Wardak just hasn't got going just yet. It's only 3 off 8, but we know how dangerous he can be. And if he can just stick around, get his scoring rate up a little bit, I'm sure he'll try. And they've got every chance at getting themselves a double victory here, Salon. That'd be an amazing way to start their tournament. Need 2 men back on the leg side still. You saw him just look over his right shoulder there. Might shuffle across and try something. You can see that there, that shot. Well, they're asking for an appeal here. I don't think so. Well, I'm not too sure what they're going to talk about. Well, the umpires are conferring, and Kampong are pretty confident. I'm not too sure if you saw it, Vinny, but well,
The thing is that they can't really do much about this.
I don't get it when umpires just go for a bit of a walk.
They can't really chat about too much there. I think it'll be not out.
No, I think he's going to give it. If I know anything about Dutch cricket, yeah, he's given it. Oh, I'm not too sure. How's he given that?
Well, he must assume sometimes
Well, what are you going? What's the why would you walk to square leg?
I think the square leg umpire can't really help you with.
Yeah, exactly. What do you walk to square leg to say, did he edge it? Don't do that if you're a standing umpire.
Yeah, it's a strange one. But you're the Dutch cricket expert. What if
I won't say anything.
You'll get given it.
I think if you're the standing umpire and you hear a noise, you give it out. If you don't hear a noise, you don't go to square leg and ask.
There's certain things the square leg umpire can help with, such as did the ball carry?
Yep.
Anything kind of really obvious.
Maybe off the glove if it's high on the ribs, but not for one that's outside off stump. And yeah, that's an odd one for me. You've got to be brave enough to give it. If you think it's an edge, give it out. If you're not, just leave it. Don't go walkabouts.
Yeah. And so they seem pretty confident in the appeal, I suppose.
Well, he'll be disappointed. He goes for 3 off 9.
Yeah, just couldn't get going this innings, could he? So rate pretty much where it started. About 10.95 right now. It started at 10.8 required. So it gives an opportunity to another batter. And, well, Corey, look who it is. It's Randa Lubbers.
Well,
he's coming out at number 4. And he does make the stumps look small, doesn't he?
He's a big man. Olympic rower. Jeez. I haven't seen him bat too much, though. Be interesting to see how hard he clubs it.
Bilal Sadiq with the wicket. And now it's next one. Driven nicely, but should be cleaned up by Sherry Butt down there. This is also the difference between this field, which is about the same dimensions as Portugal, but the field's a lot more lush, right? So that's a simple stop for Sherry Butt, who comes around to his left and has plenty of time. But in Portugal, the fielders had to hit that ball at pace, and they didn't have kind of the confidence about the bounce height as well. So it's another reason I think we'll see scores maybe a little bit lower. Oh, this is out, and he's gone right across this. Gulnasir, and Steaky gets the second. So he gets it right. He gets it on the middle stump, and right now it's Kampong looking cock-a-hoop as they take a third wicket. It's 36 for 3.
Yeah, good bowling. You miss, I hit. Keeps it full, keeps it straight. Siddiqui did this last year as well. He took a lot of wickets, especially disturbing the timber. And, yeah, really good bowling.
So, new batter coming out. It's Hashim Khan, who we did see at number 3 in the previous match. And so, Andrew File saying maybe the ball was in the way of the keeper, so he couldn't see if he actually caught it. I mean, that's possible, I suppose. And so, yeah, I mean, again, you can only see so much from here. This one, though, no doubt about it. And middle stump goes walkabout. How about this, though? Sadiqi's been X30 runs makes on the board, right?
Absolutely.
It looks like a very different game this time around. And we've seen this time and time again. There's plenty of cricket left in this one. By no means is it assured that Kampong will defend this, but you're just seeing you need to scrape a score together and you can really put the second team under pressure. This is outside, off stump, wafts at it.
Yeah, a bit of a loose sort of drive there. Wasn't fully committed. Another dot ball. So great over this so far from Siddiqui. Keeps that one inside the tram line, that wide tram line.
Yeah, they are going to get the
tape measure out.
I'll have it back at as he comes down and finds a way to get a little nick on this. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Siddiqui gets a third in the over. Yeah, fairly healthy edge. Saw Alphonse just fumble one earlier in the over, but this time he is able to hold on. And so at the end of that over, Siddiqui has 3 for 2, and after 4 overs, it's 36 for 4. Wow. He can come and save the day for Sunderland, who did have a winning start to their ECS campaign, but they're in a bit of trouble here in match 4. Well, Corey's just stepped out for a second, because we have a guest commentator for a couple of overs. And look, really excited to have him here. And I did see him umpiring last year, and he's back again this year. So it's Vinny Sounder here, and with me is Sanjav Bhagat. And I know we've got Prisha as well. Prisha, come on, come over here. And I know that's always really exciting when we get to see some familiar faces. And welcome to the broadcast. And I'll just make sure that people can hear you. And so how does it feel to be back umpiring in the European Cricket Series?
Oh, really excellent. I mean, first of all, the quality is very good over here. You can get a lot of feedback on how you umpire. So that really helps you.
Yeah, so I was going to say that, and I tell everyone out there, that you're the head of the Dutch Umpires Association at the moment, right? So I'm sure that you're really keen on making sure that the umpiring is as good as it can be.
Indeed, that is one of our key parameters this year. Our objectives are to have better quality, gain trust of all the stakeholders, and of course increase the number of officials, the umpires.
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes it's a numbers game, as we see the next ball cut away, and it'll just be a single. This is Pieranga, who's out there now, the keeper for Sunderland. He's out there with the bat at number 6. Yeah, so, I mean, how about you personally? How did you end up in the Netherlands in the first place, and where did you grow up, and what's your cricket story?
So I used to play cricket in my youngerhood. When for my work I came here in Netherlands, and then I started playing for FSSA club only for 1 year. Thereafter I changed the clubs, and then the work took over on me. Thereafter I started playing cricket again, but then I realized that my age was not the best to put all my motivation into it.
Sure.
So then I thought, okay, maybe umpiring is a better option rather than playing active cricket. And
Well, we're glad that you did. Here's the next ball. Another big swing. Oh, Lubbers, if he connects with one of these, then we might be in trouble up here. Yeah, so, I mean, obviously, you've picked a good place to go, because of all the places in Europe, of course, we always talk about the Netherlands as having one of the highest standards of competition. You must have seen a lot of good cricketers out there.
Indeed, indeed. That is the quality, and the passion over here is quite good, and also the structure and the way cricket is done here. Of course, people can make complaints, but I think if you look, problems are everywhere, and the way it's organized and structured here, that helps growing cricket very well here.
Yeah, for sure. So another big swing and a miss from Lubbers, who is trying to launch these. First time we've seen him at the crease. And this game just slipping away little by little for Sunderland, who now have an asking rate over 13.5 and over. Here's the last ball of the 5th coming up. He does get some bat on this, but he won't be going anywhere. So that's a really good over from Kurtanana to follow up. And at the halfway point here, it's 38 for 4. Vinny Sandhu here. Mr. Maximo with Sanjeev Bhagat. And it's nice to have Prisha here as well. And this is something I'm always interested about, because I've seen Prisha here before. How do you like the cricket? Is she pretty keen on the cricket as well?
Yes, she's doing. She really started last year. She played in the Dutch eerste class of the cricket, and has joined the Kampong club and taking trainings, and she's really loving it.
That's really good. Well, that's what I like to hear, because I'm always particularly excited to see juniors getting around the game, and also, of course, you know, women's cricket. Lots of good things are happening in Europe with women's cricket as well, and who knows, maybe a couple more years we could see it in the national setup. Here's the next one, as it is driven away, just clipped away. They have to hustle, but just gets there, I think. And so Pieranga, it's good running from him. And Alphonse just not able to get there in time, I think. We'll see the replay. So it's a good dive. It's a skill in itself, getting a good dive in. And yeah, you see, it just makes it home. So I suppose umpiring in the T10, yeah, it seems, well, you think maybe it'd be easier because it's shorter. It's actually quite intense, isn't it? There's a lot happening very quickly, and all these weird situations keep popping up, right?
Indeed, indeed. I mean, it doesn't matter it's 10 over or 20 over, whatever. The amount of concentration you have to put in here is far more.
Yeah, and that's something that I think people don't necessarily appreciate when we're sitting here. For example, from my position, of course, I can see all the replays, and all the viewers at home can. Sometimes you just have to kind of go with what you see live. There is a bit more technology coming in, but I suppose, you know, at this level, a lot of onus is on the umpire's judgment. Here's Sadiq, who's got 3 wickets, and he might have had a 4th there as it went up and to his right, but he wasn't able to grasp it. So, oh, they might get another one here, and they will. That's the second time we've seen a ball ricochet off the stumps for an extra run. That means that Pieranga will be back on strike. And so, of course, must be exciting with the competition this year, slightly revamped with the format, with 12 teams in the top class.
Correct.
And I'm sure with that many teams up in the top division, obviously you want quality umpires filling those positions, right?
Indeed, indeed. And that's the reason that we are going to do something different this year. We are going to have regular training sessions, scheduled training sessions, and also the umpires that we are recruiting now, they are they are already.
Let's have a look here. That's a good reason to have a helmet. That gets a bit of a grill there. That's not a nice one for Pieranga. Yeah, so I want to know. So this is something that I don't know too much about. Is I want to know what an umpire's training session is like, because I've only been to training sessions when I've been playing. So is it something that you do? You can let me know how regular they would be and what kind of things you talk about and work on at those as we get to the next ball from Siddiqui. As this is drop kicked away, but it might have found the fielder, and it has. So that's a 4th wicket now for Siddiqui, and it's going to be Pieranga that has to go. Well, he's got 4 for 6. Second time we've seen a 4-wicket haul today. And so Sutherland may have hit the skids in this chase now, 42 for 5. And before I get you to answer my question about the training sessions, this just shows you everything you need to know about this format. We saw Kampong comprehensively outplayed by Sutherland in the first game. Now the same 2 teams going at it again 2 hours later, and it looks like we might see a very different result.
Indeed, that seems to be more plausible. That actually the game is indeed moving more and more towards Kampong this time.
Seems like it, but you never quite know what you're going to see. That wasn't a terrible shot from Pieranga, but just picked out the fielder. That was after he got roughed up a little bit the ball before when he was on the charge. See here, pretty well held out there as well. Went the fingers up technique, and in the end, Tushar Sharma is able to hold it. Siddiqui with 4 wickets. Well, not often we see a 5-wicket haul. It's only happened once this year, and that's in how many matches now? Probably about 240 matches or so. So we do have a chance for a 5er here. He's got 2 more balls, Bilal Siddiqui, and he'll be out bowling to Lokesh Kampti. Just played out and, with a bit of caution. Yeah, so tell me about an umpire's training session. Tell me what that would be like.
So basically what we do is we provide them an e-learning session first of all.
Yeah.
And follow that up with a virtual or a physical training session. In the first stage, we have 3 stages. So it's important that the umpires do the stage 1, stage 2, both e-learning as well as with face-to-face sessions. And thereafter, we do the an exam. Once they pass the exam, they become official bonds umpire. And otherwise, they are umpires, but we do not call them official bond umpires.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's good that it should be that kind of criteria. I suppose the hard thing always is balancing, that kind of theory with the actual experience of being out there in the middle, right? Just wait for the last ball for Siddiqui, who has 4, and he'll stay with 4, but still a very good spell because he's broken this game wide open for Kampong. That's the 6 over mark. It is 44 for 5. And so, yeah, I'm here with Sanjeev Bhagat, and it's been great to have you on the broadcast. And certainly wishing you the best. Of course, we'll see you out there in the middle. And to you as well, Prisha, wishing you the best with your cricket. It's great to be back and connecting with people in the Netherlands. So I'm certainly wishing you the best. And thanks again for taking some time to chat to us on the European Cricket Network. Thank you, Sanjeev.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, so we're going to go to the next over now. And it looks like it will be maybe a change of bowler for the Kampong team, and they're cruising at the moment. So it will be Tushar Sharma, who pulled in a good catch last over. And so 64 of 24, 16 and over. It's a pretty decent clip they need to go at. And IWBW in the chat saying revenge is the beauty of cricket. Well, that's exactly right. I mean, you can see that in a short form and a longer form. Tossed up, full toss, and it is Adios Pelota Maximo.
Salmon Sturker, Vinny. Salmon Sturker.
Well, I know that your Dutch is flawless. This one is just over pitched. He decides to toss it up a little bit more.
I do like the touch that we've got the old
I
Dutch.
like that.
Yeah, we've got the local feed with the English feed. Just flied it again. Well, W doses, is it between the flags? No, it's to the left of them. 6-6, pick up sticks. And Vinny, you were writing them off. They're still in this.
No, never wrote anything off.
You wrote it off, Vinny. You even brought in another commentator.
This is a good shot, though, because the one before was a bad ball. This one wasn't so much. And so it's nicely Nicely smacked out of the ground. Well, no, game 4, you're going to get a few hijinks. And that time, we've seen 2 in 2. Can we see more from Campty?
We can not.
I'll tell you something. You couldn't get too much more of a height differential between 2 batters at the crease. But it's the little man that's connecting. And, well, the Olympic rower, Rinder, I'm sure if he gets hold of one, it's going to go a mile. But so far, he hasn't hit one off the square.
Still would love to get some stories about the Olympic Village later.
There's one. And this one will go. Well, he must have Olympic hearing because he must have heard me. And this one's gone bang. So another Maximo. And suddenly, it's Sutherland who is storming back into contention.
Well, 3 sixes in the last 4 balls, and all of a sudden, oh, this game's back on. There's us in the commentary box. We're absolutely loving it. And this game turning on its head a little bit.
This one's hit pretty hard as well. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Maximo. Tushar Sharma goes magical for the wrong reasons. 4 sixes in the 7th, and it's game on. It's now 69 for 5, and 39 required of the last 3 overs.
Now, I just want to say a quick thank you to Cricket Mania. I missed you for those.
That's Maya, for those of you wondering.
Yep.
Maya's got a different username.
Is that allowed?
I can do what you want, I think. Here we go. Coming up tomorrow.
How
Punjab
good is that
Rotterdam
game, Vinny?
versus Vorburg. VCC and the Punjab Rotterdam side. Matches 5 and 6. What do you think?
Tell you what, after losing a 50-over final to them last year, I think Vorburg from VCC are going to get on a barnstormer tomorrow, and they really want to rub it in Punjab's face.
Let's see if Sparta can get something going tomorrow afternoon against Sutherland. It's going to be the start of a new over here. So, yeah, Sharma.
25 off.
25. And you know what? Lovers. He just looked scratchy because he probably hasn't had a lot of batting. But when he started hitting those, looked pretty dangerous. Nana. And this one's lifted up and lifted out of the ground as well. Maximo! Wow, we've seen one lubber doing the clubbing, and now, how about this from Rinder? He's making the field look really small. 6 more.
He didn't get that anywhere near the middle of the bat, and that flew away. He's a strong man, and while he's there, they might be pulling this out the hat. I reckon that's 5 sixes in the last 7 or 8 deliveries, Vin.
Now it just pushes.
Oh, hit him. He's a gun in the field. Oh, that must have been inches away. He's a weapon in the field, is Usman Malik, but he misses this time.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure if it would have been out or not. My instinct was probably.
I think this is
it's
out
about
if he
6
hits.
steps it takes him to get down there.
Oh, it would have been a tough call.
Very tight call.
What a game's on our hand here. Golden ball tingle, Vin.
Think so? Well, it goes up, and this won't quite carry. You need a bit of luck as well. Humpty could have easily hit that straight down the throat of Tushan Bakri.
Yeah, this has a big tingle about it. I reckon this might.
This is what I love about the dynamics of this type of cricket, because you just never know what's going to happen next, and comebacks are possible. That's the thing. Oh, now a rare dot ball.
Yeah, that's a good comeback ball. What? Stop pressing my mic, Penny. Welcome back.
Because you. Here's Nana. Last ball of the over. Leg side.
Oh, no! Get yourself in. Oh, who's run out?
Nah, it's going to be Lubbers that's run out here because he never quite crosses. Well, this is a total disaster.
Oh, that is an absolute brain fade. What have they done there?
Oh, you just got to think about running at this
You
stage.
should-
See, and he
and
does
sells
takes
him.
3, and then he says no thanks.
If I'm Lubbers, I'm not turning here. I'm running through and letting him
Racing
get run
through.
out.
Well, he might have had to race back.
Can we see where they both were? Because if his foot was even minusculely past,
I was watching live at the time, and for sure, they didn't quite cross. There was no situation. There was no time where actually Lubber's got the other side of Kamti. And so now Gopinath is going to have to come out. So Gopinath, he won't be at the striker's end because it'll be the change of over. So 78 for 6. Yeah, I mean,
I'm just in shock, Vinny.
that was such a game.
I thought they might have
moment.
just crossed. Just can't tell because of the angle.
Yeah, well, you can go back and have a look, and you'll probably see what I saw. So, it all happens in the 9th, and I'm sure that Abbas Chowdhury will be hoping that he doesn't get the treatment of Tushar Sharma in the 7th that went for 4 big sixes. But both of the batters that were there hit 2 each, so one of those threats still there.
It's been a remarkable game, hasn't it? It's been a good comeback from Salantier. It's just good to see the new teams coming up that are showing how good they're going to be in top class of this year.
It's great to see some new faces as well. All right, first one up in the block, a low full toss. Fielded out there, just the one.
Well, Gopinath has come out, and he's going to have to throw absolutely everything at it. They don't want any more than, I say, 17 off the last.
Yeah.
Who's got the last, Vinny? Who's going to be?
Let's see.
Who's going to more than likely be bowling that?
What their options are here. There's, yeah, they got a couple. Perhaps we'll give you this in a second. Hey, again, look at this running. It's a bit of a mess. Not really on the same page. Well, here's the issue. After this, Chowdhury's actually bowled out. So it's just Sharma that would have one more over. And
yeah, that's what I mean.
25 last time.
That's what I mean. Their last over isn't anyone that maybe want to be going to. So
yeah.
Can they get 12 off this over?
Yeah, exactly.
We need a boundary this ball.
Oh, it wasn't a great delivery, but it was effective.
No, it's a great delivery. I think that tram line's extra wide today, and he sneaks it inside there.
I just think the batter's weight goes away from this.
It's the widest tram line in cricket history.
I guess we'll find out. We'll get the measure out. Next one, just going to get one here. So, geez, that run out really took the wind out of the sails of the comeback.
Yeah, you'd feel...
You had big Rinder making the field look like it was about 35 metres for a second there.
Yeah, he was smoking it to all parts, but is this the last shebang? Kamti, he needs to get a 6 this ball. Breathe some life into it. That shot's not going to do it.
Well, this one might be out, you know. Just seemed to be struggling. In fact, he's given on the field, so that's not a good sign. You see, nice bit of fielding. It just picks out the fielder.
Yeah, given out on the field, so it must be pretty adjacent, and it is. It's good umpiring, and he wasn't even in the frame, really, Vinny.
Stumps go flying. Batter's got to go flying as well. And so it's going to be Campon in a very strong position, I think, with an over to go. Still a couple to go on this one. But unfortunately, that's another wicket for Saland, who are getting a lesson in chasing pressure right here at the moment. And now it is 80 for 7. And hello to Phenom in the chat. And he is also just letting you know, Corey, not to forget the French legend, Pierre Jacquard.
Oh!
He's going to come in for Campong in the next few games.
Pierre Jacquard.
Remember that?
That is one of the most beautiful names on ECS. Pierre Jacquard.
What a year for names on ECN. We had Mohammed Asaduzzaman
last
week.
Oh, how about Lovey Janey last week?
Lovey Saini, yeah.
Yeah, Asaduzzaman. We get some good names on the circuit. What's the best?
Oh, I mean, it's hard to say, isn't it? We had a few
Remember
good ones.
Andrew telling us something about like Ravi bowling to Singy or something like that was pretty good.
So Chowdhury, I don't know if he was bowling for run-outs, but certainly had the desired effect. That was unlucky though, because he hit that pretty well, but he hit it straight at the fielder. Left-hander's in now. Last ball the over. It's Ula who launches one, and he launches one a mile.
Game
no
on.
problem. Maximo. How about that from Jari Ula? The left-hander comes out and says no problem at all. We're going to the last. That's 9 overs down. It's 86 for 3, and 22 will be required off the last over of the day.
Well, if you thought it was all over, you were wrong, Vinny. This game is still alive, and just park up wherever you are around the world because this is phenomenal cricket.
Well, Maya thinks it's sexy cricket. And I can understand why, because this game's had more twists than a packet of pretzels. And we're going to the 10th over.
Never was a pretzel fan, to be fair. Bit salty.
I like them, actually. And so now it looks like they're going to go for Tushar Bakre. So it's the first time he's bowled in the innings. These banners are looking absolutely a picture.
Salmon Sturker, Vinny.
Yeah, it's very nice with a bit of wasabi. All right, here we go. And let's have a look at the field. They've got 3 back on the leg side protecting it. There's 5 people on the offside. 22 required, and he starts with a wide.
Well, when you haven't bowled all day and you're the one bowling the last, there's probably a few nerves in there.
It's got to be. It's got to be. This one doesn't miss the mark by much, but just a little bit wide. So 21 required now. The most runs ever scored off the last is 23. Well, if we do get to a golden ball, it'll be pretty exciting. Back to live action. Oh, wow. It's missed by Alphonse. Not sure if there's a little edge on this or not.
From his reaction, you would think there would. Oh, was that close to a no?
He's got to be careful about not getting in front of the stumps here, Alphonse. I've noticed he's pretty close.
Yeah, to borderline at best, isn't it?
So, oh, here we go.
Oh, I reckon it's going to be cold here. No, he's just putting his glove on, trying to build it up for a bit of a viewers. Oh, now you've tricked the director, Vinny. I reckon it was close, though.
This time in the block hole. That's a pretty good ball from Bakre. Going to put himself in the pressure cooker.
Yeah, well, you just feel that Kampong, they'll probably steal this one. They do deserve it. They've played the better cricket. I mean, all is striking at 600, though, so probably the man you want on strike for the last few balls when you need 20 or 4.
Yeah, well, we did see some powerful striking on the run back in the 7th where we had 4 sixes in 5 balls. Right now, you pretty much need 3 sixes out of the next 4, or perhaps you can do 2 sixes, 2 4s. But if this ball stays in the field of play, then it's going to be pretty tough. But here's a guy, he's only faced 1 ball, and it did go for 6. Also, left-hander, I think probably more likely that we'll get the chance of a wide. It won't be. Tries to get funky and he misses out. If you keep it straight from here.
Game, set, match, Vinny. Yeah, I'm not too sure. If I hit my first ball over mid-wicket for 6, not too sure I'm playing that the next shot.
Yeah, I mean, I can see what he's thinking as well, because if he hits that, then the fine leg in the circle's pretty square.
Yeah.
But put it all on the line there, really. And looks like it hasn't worked out for him. Now we see another dot ball. So look, in the end, looks like a Kampong, credit to them. It's never easy coming back after such a heavy loss. And man, they're no strangers to coming back after adversity. Remember, they only finished 3rd after the round robin stage last time, but came back to win the whole title. And it looks like these 2 teams are going to split the points on opening afternoon.
Yeah, and well done to them. They definitely deserve it as this ball's hit into the offside and should just be a single. So 1 ball remaining, and yeah, always nice to get your first win in a new season and try build from there.
Yeah, for sure. Credit to both these 2 teams. I think it's just the beginning of their journeys as well. They'll play 2 of their 8 matches. Of course, we've still got finals day to go. So here's the last ball of day 1 in the Netherlands. Oh, well, there you go. It's going to be up and away, and we're going to finish in the best possible way. Maximo Campty shows what might have been. And, Sulland, they don't end up that far away, you know. They're going to go down by 12 runs, the final score in match 4. SV Kampong, the defending champions in ECS cricket, 107. It's Sulland, the newcomers, 95. But still a highly entertaining day's cricket, and well, credit to you and your city. Corey, you put on a real show for us today.
Yeah, I feel like we've put on a real show. Good day of cricket, good high-level cricket, and some good winners and losers today, and everyone keeping smiles on their faces as everyone's stronger together.
Yeah, congratulations to SV Kampong as well. Their captain, Usman Malik, obviously must have had a word to them and said, look, guys, it's going to happen, and remember what happened last time. Let's get back on the horse, and you saw just little changes making a big difference. And Malik, even with the bat, was slightly better, still not quite his straps, but I think with the defence, the fact they had a bit more to bowl at gave them some confidence. And credit to them, a couple of times in that game, when it looked like it was getting away from them, they just pulled it back. They came up with the big moment. It was 108 for victory for Sulland on their first day of ECS cricket. Well, there's a man that just seems started with the 5 wides. And unfortunately, even Ruth Alphonse couldn't do anything about that. But early on, it was Victor Lubbers and Wardak that were out there, and we saw both of them need some pretty good strikes earlier today. Once again, Lubbers was looking dangerous. He's a man they wanted to get rid of, and eventually the false shot came. And with that wicket, you just felt that there was a chance. Nice catch by Curtin Nana. And then the wicket started to tumble. And in the middle, it actually felt like Sunderland were pretty much gone in this chase, although some good second half hitting would see them rock back into contention.
Yeah, absolutely. Some good second half hitting, and well, they did get themselves back into contention, and it was pretty good bowling from Kampong throughout, but there was a nice couple of wickets to Siddiqui again. He's a good player.
Oh, he was unbelievable, and for me, he's my man of the match. He takes 4 for 8 and pretty much cracks the game wide open. And so he took 3 in that first over. I do like the physicality of these players. You see them throwing themselves around in the field and diving for the crease. That was a good catch by Tusha Sharma. Well, that was a high point, but he was about to have a bit of a lesson in big hitting from 22 yards as he went for 4 sixes. And we thought at this stage that, well, you probably even had Sunderland maybe not ahead, but certainly they were back to a line ball game.
Yeah, absolutely. These lusty blows into maybe 7 or 8 ball span changed the game a little bit on its head. We thought they were well out, but they got a couple of extra sixes away. The big man, the rower, the Olympian, and he hit some big lusty blows, and we thought, are we on for maybe a shock
We
comeback?
really thought we were, and it seemed that he was just hitting him at will at this stage. And put it this way, the bowlers and the fielders, they were having a hard time getting rid of him. But Kamti found a way to get rid of him as he took 2 steps and changed his mind. But maybe you'd say that it's hard to assign blame in those, but that was a big moment because from there you always felt that Sunderland were behind the game.
Yeah, they just were behind, even though that 7 ball spell where they did get those boundaries, they just couldn't get themselves fully back into it. And, well, they still got a win today and they can leave happier. And this was the last ball of the match, which was sent to the moon for 6. But Kampong, they run away winners after losing one to Sunderland. They win one, and I think they're both very even teams. And looking forward to seeing how they go for the rest of the week. And I'm sure they're enjoying the T10 experience.
I'm sure they are. Of course, tomorrow, got plenty more cricket coming your way. And we'll get to see the 5th team, Punjab Rotterdam. More about that in a second. But Lubbers, he was the equal top scorer in the end with 24 off 9. But he held out to Nana at a key time. Then they just lost a few wickets. And Ryan de Lubbers came in the middle order. He got 21 before he was run out. And don't forget, he was like 2 off 6 or something like that. He was really struggling, but then when he got going, showed maybe that he could be a real dangerous batter for them. Maybe I'd even like to see him in the number 3 position based on what I've seen today. Kamti at the end with 24 not out. He tried hard as well. It looked like they were going to get there for a while. But Bilal Sadiq, he was the one that changed the game really. 4 for 8 off 2 overs. He was my man of the match. I'll have to see if he gets the official man of the match. And Chowdhury chipped in with a wicket. Was a bit inaccurate at times. And Tusha Sharma, he had an over to forget. He went for 25. Usman Malik also, I think he was asking questions early and bowling to some good batters. He only went for 15.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Bilal Siddiqui, that's phenomenal figures. I mean, 4 wickets at 8 runs. It's exceptional bowling, and he got the man of the match, Vinny, and he really deserved it, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely did. And 8 wides in the innings, but quite a few of those. I think 6 came in consecutive deliveries. Well, it's been great to be here. Corey's back on home turf, and it all started with me worrying if you were going to make it into work, but you did because you're feeling better.
Yep.
And that's wonderful. I'm really happy that you're feeling better, and you must be excited to be here seeing plenty of familiar faces. But yeah, I've really liked what I've seen from the team so far, and tomorrow we'll get to see Punjab for the first time, and also VCC, they set the pace pretty hot in this morning session. Sunderland, they're a bit Jekyll and Hyde, but you know they've got a pretty good team. Sparta, they're the ones the hosts. I think they'll be concerned with what they've seen on day one because, of course, only one team will be eliminated, but the 5th place team won't make it to finals day. So
yeah,
it all starts again tomorrow, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central and 12:30 p.m. in India. What are your takeaways after day one?
Well, some good cricket overall, and pretty excited about what Sunderland have to offer. I'm impressed with what they did. They're obviously a new team. We'd seen a bit of Kampong because they played in the previous ECSs, but Sunderland looked like a really good unit. VCC today showed us how good they're going to be. And Sparta, don't count them out yet. They've got more cavalry coming,
that's true.
They will start to go this way. But I'm super excited for Punjab.
You throw like an Ali Raza at the top of the order from Sparta, and that'll be a game changer. So look, we know we're in the Netherlands because you've got the bikes going past in the background. So this is one of the things I love about this country.
So this is that story I told you, Banday. A 6 got hit, and if you see the bike going past in a moment, it
was
landed.
that here?
No, it was
No?
someone else,
Okay.
but landed in the back of the bike and he just kept cycling.
That's one of my favourite stories. Only in European cricket. Well, I hope you can join us tomorrow for more action. Until then, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, check out the fixtures and a bit of information about what's going on, including our new partnership with Cricket District, the
Yep.
Big Shot. So looking forward to that. And thanks everyone for your work on that. Also, our social media, great place to go to get some more content if you haven't got enough European cricket. Thanks to everyone in the live chat. It's been great to have you, and of course we had some interesting discussions today. A lot of things happening in world cricket over the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
And we are going to go to some highlights to finish the day off. And, well,
my
as Corey
ears.
gets effort. And hello to Rico if you're around, because I know that you've been catching it when you can. You've been messaging me during the day. To everyone here, the Blue Crew, everyone that's helped around the ground, obviously not easy on a Monday morning, setting everything up. The production crew, they've been first rate once again. So to you guys, we really do appreciate it. And to everyone that's been involved on a very successful opening day, big thank you. And big thank you to you. Big thank you to you. We'll see you tomorrow. Join us. We'll leave you with some highlights of the day. But until then, from everyone at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, this is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers. Hope you have a happy and safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more European cricket and more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night.
The future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Bowls getting quicker with a kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it rip as the ball really starts to spin. And our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for six. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Another one, that's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in but the shaka 6-4.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.